Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instinct, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, opinion how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, everybody. How is everyone tonight? It's going to be great. I hope everyone else is doing great. And yeah, we're going to have some fun. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Let's see who's out there. Let's see what kind of malcontents we've got going on here. Shall we? So we got, starting out, we got Beth Mayhew was first. And I mean, I think she clicked right as I posted or didn't post the link, but as soon as I made the video or the prompt for it. Chairman of the board was second. Can't make you a mod, Anson. The power would go straight to your head. Grillipus is here. Welcome to you, sir. Chairman of the board apparently was cooming out, and Smoking Spaceman deleted a bunch of his message. Musical Firefly was here. Let's see. Yeah. So Musical Firefly. I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, that's cool. That'd be very cool. And let's see what else we got. Who else we got, rather? Wow, you guys went kind of like all out down here. This is let's see. Ericart Oak Emmett said that he won't be able to join tonight. That's too bad. Emmett is a cool dude, like that guy. And once again, man, Chairman, you Anson, you're killing me, bro. Viking Paradigm is in the house. Awesome, good to see you. I don't know what happened to the bot. The bot should have kicked on. I don't know. I'll have to check and see if it was damaged. Imperius dropped by to say penis. Obviously, that's his favorite word. John Burt is in the house. Good to see you. Naomi, good to see you as well. One of our good and great, generous moderators, gives of their time. Underappreciated. Go for Papa Palpatine. Says he was going to make the panel tonight, but unfortunately he doesn't think he can stay up. Well, that's unfortunate. Angry Beaver is in the house. Palpatine, if you're still here, man, it's you can hang out. We'll chat. Cleaner 409 in the house. Wolfpack is in the house. Chambers of Logic is back. Steelman, how you doing, buddy? You all right? Been a minute since I've seen you. And we got Duck. Duck is back. Duck is back. How about that? Yeah, Viking is living the dream. That's for sure. Who else? I don't know what Clip Champ is, but I appreciate it, I guess. System Crash jumped in the chat just now, it looks like. BIY is here. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. The second track. So the first track, and it's been a minute since. So the first track is the RX-8 at High Plains Raceway. The second track is the MX-5 at Indy Race Park in Arizona, down near the border. So it's like way down there. It's basically in Mexico. So it's pretty cool. Hey, Kissy Cat, you made it. You made it. I'm glad to see you. I know you're not having a great night. We'll try and add a little humor and some laughter to help you out. I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you. Yeah. Cleaner the tracks go RX-8 at High Plains Raceway. The snow day one is that's at Pikes Peak International Raceway. That's at the end. All right, let's try and do it in order. High Plains, the MX-5 at Indy Race Park or Indy Race, whatever it is, and in Arizona, and then then Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and then the Pikes Peak International Raceway. It is right outside of Yuma, yeah. I think so, yeah. It's like way down there. I can find it. It's technically a private track. It's a club track down there. It's in Wilcox, Arizona. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Good to see you. Guys, as you know, we are going to do our debate show tonight. Waiting on people to filter in. We are going to have some guys starting late tonight because Admiral Gibbs is running his Friday night show, and it doesn't end until 10 o'clock. So he's got, those guys are going to come in on the wire. So we'll see how that goes. But we'll start jumping people in really soon here. I'll throw the link out. As always, it's Indy Raceway, Indy Motorsports Ranch, Wilcox, Arizona. That's where it is. So. You've seen Anson's scoring grid. You feel like you can't lose. All right. Duck, you were discombobulated last night, man. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how that's going to hold for you. So, but yeah, so it's going to be good. I'm hoping that we get some good leftists in here. I haven't had time this week because I was sick to go recruit the leftist and push them and herd them over here. But hopefully they want to come in. I also tried to get Trippy Cast to come in. Hopefully he drops by. You know, that would be really cool. And it's going to be a good time, I think. I think we're going to have a great time tonight. It's going to be really cool. Friday night feels a little different already. So it's pretty cool, pretty good. Waiting on, I don't know where Wicked Wally is. I guess I should send him a Discord message and say, yo, what is up? Glenn Lawrence is supposed to be here. Don't know where he is right now. He's probably still, he probably took a nap. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Viking Paradigm. Putting some bucks in the plate for the grift. Yeah, you guys probably didn't see it, but a couple hours ago, I was over on Jake Var's panel, and a couple 3 hours ago, and I was explaining how, you know, I'm trying to, you know, the way things are going now is really good, and I don't, you know, we have good momentum and everything's flowing really well, and the last show we had was like fucking excellent. And I had Jess White was on the panel, and for whatever reason, she couldn't understand that what I was trying to say, and that, you know, there's some refinements that need to be made. Plus, I need to find a couple of extra hooks or you know, enticements, if you will, to you know, to increase the donos from the chat, beyond just one or two. First of all, beyond obviously one or two people, but also with the idea that it's just it flows better, right? Like there's just having small donations add to the pot, and having the larger the pot I have, the more and better attendance I'm going to have, and so that to me is kind of worth it. Now, I in general I've paid out more than I. Yeah, I've paid out more than what percentage wise. I've paid a higher percentage out than what I said I would, based on the what I brought in. But that's because I want people to come, and I want people to be a part of the show, and I want people, you know, and I really want people to debate hard. I want them to want to, you know, get that prize at the end, even though it's just a few bucks. I mean, anything's, you know, any prize is a prize, right? And I don't know why she couldn't latch on to this idea. She literally was she couldn't latch onto it, and I kept trying to explain it, and she just kept talking. The thing is she kept talking, right? And I would get 3 words of trying to explain what I was trying to say, and then she would just ramble on about fucking nothingness. And you know, I don't know. Maybe that works on other panels. Maybe she gets away with that, but that's not how I roll. And I didn't have any problem with it. Jake Var, however, is in the house. I just saw him pop in. So I'm going to get the panel started. I'm dropping the link. I mean, one second. We're going to drop this link. Moderators, get ready to copy it. We'll spam it out for the next little bit. Basically, guys, by the way, just come up if you're going, you know, if you want to play the game, right? And obviously my moderators. What's up, Logical Spark? Good to see you. Moderators, come on up. Obviously, contestants, come on up. But yeah, it was an interesting dynamic earlier today. What's up, Beth? How are you?
Hey, Greg. Good to see you.
Good to see you. And I never realized how much people grate on me sometimes. I think maybe my vacation just really, put me in that, and being sick after vacation. So link is out there, guys. Go ahead and start popping up. Again, we've got a handful of people that are going to be joining us a little late. So we may not finish. This show may be a little bit slower than our last show, but that's okay.
Where's everybody else? Why am I the only one sitting up here?
People got to get their sodas. Anson's got to, turn on his black light so he's in black and white.
That's a good idea. I need to get a black light. Yeah, and one of them hippie posters, that you used to, look at when you were baked back in high school.
When I was in Alaska, that they actually had those in the fucking tourist trap stores.
Groovy,
and
man.
I couldn't believe it. Holy crap! It's Anson's brother.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wait, should I get my big glasses too? I can go get my big glasses. We can look similar. He's more ripped than I am, though.
He's got more hair.
The beard's similar.
What up? How are you guys doing?
Duck, you're working on that beard, man.
Yeah, she's been cooking for about 4 years now, so
she's 4-year beard. Dang, son.
Best I've ever seen.
Ticky Tack, what is up, my man? So, Jake, jump up here, buddy. Get in on this.
Man, if I grew my beard for 4 years, that'd be down to my waist, man. That's nuts.
Anson, can I ask? Was that you? I don't know why I YouTubed when I was trying to find our debate. I YouTubed Anson.
Oh God!
And I saw someone that had political ambitions.
Oh.
I saw a strapping young libertarian. Giving a speech, building the community, building the dream and the optimism.
Which speech?
Yeah, guys.
Give me
1 second.
I only got about 15 seconds into it.
I've been remiss. Let me explain for those of you who are new to the program. Let me explain the way this show works. This is a round robin, single elimination, blood sport debate competition. So, what we debate is whatever. It's like it can be anything, brother. It can be, we might debate, is Elon really on ketamine tonight? We don't know. So we don't know what the debate's you don't know what the debate's going to be. You don't know who you're going to be facing. You might even, for example, take a position and somebody in the chat will pay cash money to make you take the opposite position. And you will have to.
Hey, Grid, Smoking Spaceman needs the link in the mod chat.
Oh, he does? Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm sorry. I've been very remiss tonight. I've been all over the damn place, to be honest. All right, we got it in the mod chat. So so System Crash, you can come up. The format is once two debaters are chosen, they get 1 minute each to state their position. Once each one has gone, then we go into the debate. In general, the affirmative position starts. It's not always the case, but like 99% of the time it is.
No notes, no looking stuff up.
You can look. I'm not saying you can't, but you got 5 minutes. I mean,
we can now.
Well, I mean, if you can do it in 5 minutes and come up with something that actually works, And by the way, that that you actually have notes on some of the crap we're going to talk about. So, but at any rate, the menu's over there. Spaceman has conveniently posted that. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's far more entertaining when we have to argue about something that we know nothing about.
It is actually pretty cool. It's a pretty cool dynamic. I've really enjoyed the whole thing lately, and so it's I'm excited to get back into it.
I was thinking, Grid, of a really good debate prompt. That's a DGen debate prompt. It's proper sock use technique for solo cooming.
Huh? What? That's weird. What's up, Critical Lens? Hey, on the case, International Harvester. What's up? There are ways to mess with duck. I mean, I don't know. Not really. Unfortunately, this isn't the Raging Tomato where you can throw them in the back. I mean, you can technically throw them in the back, but everybody gets thrown in the back in just a few minutes. So,
come on, guys, hit the link. Get on up here.
Yeah, we need to. Well, I mean, we've got some time. Like I said, I know that Gibbs, Tyler, and a couple other guys aren't going to make it until probably 10 o'clock because they're doing a Gibbs's Friday night Grand Prix thing. So,
hey, Grid, I have a question. I have a quick question.
Sure.
Do you think ever once in my fucking life I've spoken to On the Case?
On the Case?
Yeah, the person in the chat. Have I ever met this fucking person who is saying my internet name like a fucking loser?
Wait, am I missing something?
You said it, Grid. You pulled it up.
On the case. Oh yeah, there it is. On the case, IHA. Maybe he just. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't like your beard.
He might just be a bitch too. That's too afraid to actually go on cam.
Whoa! Calm
down. Ooh, yeah, that was spicy.
I thought that was kind of funny.
I like Duck more. When Duck is like focused and kind of like there and not on. I don't know. Maybe it's the tomato just like brings out the hippie in him, and then maybe this show just shoves it back in for a little while. But he's actually kind of
Grid. If you didn't speak my name, I was going to even grift for you. I was going to say maybe Chat can do a fundraise to see if On the Case wants to come up and debate. He and I could she they and I could spend a couple minutes together. I believe 5 minutes if I recall correctly.
Grid, look, once there's someone who wants to fight more than I do.
I don't know about that.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Ben needs to get up here too.
Yeah,
he needs to. He needs to get up here and debate. He's another one of those wusses that's afraid to get up here that Duck's talking about. I think he was saying mean stuff about Duck too. Duck, can you get mad at him too?
Who was it? Critical Lens or someone else?
Yeah, his name's Ben. Just call him Ben. Yeah,
Ben is really good. Okay, like
Ben?
Yeah, he was saying mean stuff.
Every time, I feel like every time I've heard that, and I hate making jokes about what we would call different abilities, but I always feel like those groups of people are adding up chromosomes to reach that magic number of 23.
No,
more often than not.
Look, like he was trolling a lot for a long time, but like I've won arguments with him before. He's actually pretty intelligent.
Duck, that was a win. That was a win.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was a good punch, man.
That was awesome. Adding up chromosomes. I'm not really sure what textbook you ripped that off from, but that was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was
I'm
pretty
gonna
good.
steal it. I'm gonna steal it. That's mine now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I feel like I do owe Anson and Beth some joke writing. They Beth moderated for me the other day on Anson's channel. She did a great job, by the way.
Thank you. I
With
appreciate it.
Anson looking on from the background, by the way. Speaking of the best moderator on all of the internet, Mr. Chairman.
I'm
Well, that was-
moderating
Are we
again this Sunday,
Grid?
too.
Are you getting a debate enjoyer or anyone else? You know, I know you've been
Yeah,
out of town,
I'm
so I
waiting
don't know
on.
if you've been able to coordinate.
Yeah, as I
something.
said, Tyler, average debate enjoyer, some of his dudes, and hopefully some of his dudes, and Admiral Gibbs are supposed to show up, but they may not be here until 10 or right at 10 or whatever. As a matter of fact, I need to send those guys the link so that they can join in. And
Who all
but-
are our judges tonight?
well, Ticky Tack is a judge. Doesn't he look? Isn't he already judging you? Don't you feel judged?
Always.
judging.
Every
Isn't
time.
his stare just judging you?
This is my
Anson
first time
obviously is a
look at him
judge.
judging me, okay? Okay.
Wow.
I'll just sink into the shadows.
Oxcaxo donated $200. Super chat. Here's some monies to start off the show. Anson is gonna choose my moves tonight because I can't be expected to think.
Oh my god, Kissy Cat.
Wow.
You're a rock star.
That covers like half the show.
Oh,
It really does.
Anson.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
She gave me a gift. Thank you, Kissy Cat. You're too kind.
Kissy
I'm
Cat.
That's got to be at least 5 duck revives, I think.
Kissy Cat, whatever's
Duck
going on, I hope
revives.
you're okay, honey.
I'm gonna have to put out with that kind of
Yeah,
money.
for everybody that doesn't know, Kissy Cat has had a rough time lately, and unfortunately, I don't know if she wants me to say this, but she had a really traumatic thing that she had to do today. She's probably not feeling the best, so I want to let's keep it light, let's keep it funny. I want Kissy Cat to have a great time tonight because I know she's had a terrible day. So
Get well soon, Cat.
So yeah, she just had a really bad day. Just bad stuff. What's up, Jake Varr?
What is up, man? I'm just here to talk shit about Anson because Anson's been talking shit on my chat for the past couple of streams. And I'm just saying, Anson said that I'm committing to this debate here, which he's speaking for me, and that's not the case. But I am here for the event, not because he said I was going to be here, but because I'm doing this on my own mission, not because of Anson, this Coomer Grinlin on top of me right now. Just to clear that up. And that's all I want to say right here at this point.
I hope you weren't planning on debating him personally.
I hope so. I want to. I really want to go one-on-one with Anson at this point.
He's hiding out and judging.
Yeah. Well, he's pissed me off enough. So he's pissed me off enough.
Yeah,
Man.
you're just mad because I asked you to fix my roof for me because you're Mexican. Like it was an honest mistake.
See what I mean about this racist white man right here?
It was an honest mistake, Jake. You said you were from Mexico. I just made
I said I was American, you stupid asshole. All right. I came here legal. Well, I didn't come here. I was born here in the United States. All right. You white racist motherfucker.
Changing your story.
It's only racist if it's true.
Yeah. Well, I get you there. But, all love to chairman of the board, Anson. I do really enjoy his stupid fucking comments on my live chat. So that's why I'm picking on him. So
yeah, I like you too, man. That's why I joke. You got a sense of humor.
I ordered out for a 6-pack of leftist. We'll see if we get them.
Oh
yeah. By the way, Anson, let me know who do I need to talk to that's been banning you off of their chats for because their sense of humor is just not up to par.
You're talking about Made by Jim Bob?
No, it's not made by Jim Bob. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Jim Bob banned you? No way.
Yep.
It's probably his mods. It was his mods.
Yeah,
that did that.
it probably was, but I was double trolling him and somebody else while they were debating at the same time and putting the same jokes in both chats. And some of the people from Jim Bob's chat came over and saw what I was doing and didn't appreciate my sense of humor. So.
Okay. Well, you know what? I need to make you a mod on my channel then, because I appreciate your sense of humor.
Bro.
I appreciate his sense of humor, dude. It's pretty dope, man. I'm not gonna lie. Anson's pretty something else.
Hey.
You got to be careful with Anson and power.
Okay. You know, maybe I shouldn't then. Grid One's warning me.
Yeah.
He's always like, hey, make me a mod. It'll be great. And I'm like, yeah.
For show, man.
Oh, and JS Urban Adventures gave me a ban on his chat because I was trolling his Bible studies.
Fuck out of here. Really? Even JS?
Yeah, but he rescinded it and he said I could get back in there. So.
Oh, okay. I like JS though. I was on his panel the other night, so I like JS.
Is there anybody that you don't troll, Anson? Just curious.
For reals, bro.
No.
You're getting a ban the next time.
What are you talking?
I do.
Literally his own channel, he trolls himself.
I do. Yeah.
He's in his own chat when he's live. Yeah, on his channel.
I am. Yeah. I trolled the shit out of myself.
Anson did come on my. I'll share this just because I don't want rumors to be spread about Chairman. Anson was on one of my lives, and I think we made it about 15 minutes before the issue of boobies and coochies came up.
Oh God. Yeah.
We did pretty well.
Yeah, Anson's pretty good at those topics. So.
They're good topics.
Yeah, for sure.
The best topics.
It's
the best topics.
It's a special interest of mine.
It's the greatest topics. It's the big beautiful topics, right?
The best.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Somebody in the chat needs to get up here to debate.
Yeah, I need like 3 or 4 more people just to kick it off, and then Gibbs is on his way, but he's at least an hour. His show's got at least an hour to go, and then hopefully he'll bring somebody with him. But
there's a lot going on in the panel sphere tonight, Grid.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Is there?
Yeah, there is. I was looking at it earlier.
There's always a lot going on in the panel sphere. That's why I recruit outside my normal.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it.
So, yeah. Cleaner, are you going to be a judge tonight, or Glenn was going to be here, but I wonder if he fell asleep on his couch.
He's been up for a lot of hours, Grid.
Yeah.
Half the moves not
That's funny.
Hey, Grid, you forgot to put the stream link in the Verbal Combat Discord. I'll fix that for you.
Yeah, Anson's got you.
Anson wants to get banned from
Anson's
everything.
got you.
Anson's got my back.
He's gonna let Speakeasy know that you're doing what you're doing tonight.
Yeah.
All right, it's taken care of, Grid. I fixed it.
There you go.
All right,
we
good.
got it. We got it.
That's funny.
Yeah, I hope Speak has a good show. He's got a bunch of warriors over in the VK channel.
Yeah. I think Glenn probably went to sleep. So Cleaner, yeah, man, jump up. You'd be great as either a contestant or a judge. So
what about did you say Cleaner as well?
Yeah, Cleaner.
I see
yeah.
Cleaner. I hope Cleaner is doing well. I hope he's doing all right. We were talking about quantum physics the other day a little bit, very out of place. But
Some high intellect conversation there.
Cleaner is a smart guy. He doesn't always show it, but I'd be happy to have.
I'm literally telling all of
tonight.
all of my people that recruit leftists to bring leftists when they come. I'm like, bring leftists with you.
Yeah.
So here's my problem. Here's my problem is my friend, one of my good friends joined one of my debates the other day, but he's like an actual philosophy professor. So I'm like, I like you guys a lot. I have a ton of fun, but I don't know that I actually want to introduce him to all of you.
Oh, I thought he was.
we don't have the high IQ available for that conversation.
That
Duck,
was the implication.
and I got it. Trust me, I got it. Duck, are you aren't you like a left wing type guy?
Left wing type guy works. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, he is the left wing.
Yeah. I've seen some of your. Well, I saw Rob Noor destroy you on one of those debates. So yeah.
Oh, Rob! Fuck, I forgot Rob.
Rob's.
Yeah, invite in Rob, bro. Rob will demolish the entire panel if you get Rob in here.
Yeah, Rob and I had a good conversation. It was nice. One of the
you guys had a good debate
about,
and
one of the things I was happy about was Rob conceded in that conversation. I don't know where the floor or the ceiling was, but yeah, Rob conceded that there is indeed a trans genocide going on. He offered that. And so, you know, Rob's a guy that I would happily hop on stage with again.
Rob conceded to one of your points, is what you're saying?
He was helping
a
me
trans
make
genocide
my argument for me.
Oh.
Ask Rob Noor.
Wait, are you making the claim that there's a trans genocide right now here in the United States?
Rob was the one that said it.
I'm asking you.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
I think it is a
Glenn
poetic,
just popped up.
an
So
inductive.
Cleaner, if you want to come on as a
way
contestant, that's cool too.
Describing some stuff, but yeah.
Duck needs a nap. I mean, I can
Chuck.
put him back there for a few minutes now. I mean,
No, Duck's cool. Duck's
Wait,
cool.
let me
I'm
say
just asking a
something.
question.
Let me say something to Chuck. Oh, Chuck, posh, my
He
good
put his
sir, my
glasses on.
brother in arms, my fellow 103-year-old, posh.
That's
as it
funny.
were.
All right, Duck. I'm just gonna stick you back for like a few minutes.
Cool.
Like
Because he paid.
Stay tuned, bro.
Stay tuned. Sorry, I don't
Thanks,
remember
Jake.
how to just.
I can just. I don't have a way to step backstage.
Yeah, I got
No green room, guys.
Well, I got my.
Yeah. Very different system here with the StreamYards, yeah.
You want a bunch of libertarians, Grid? I could put you in the Libertarian Party Discord.
Yeah. I don't care who shows up. I just want people to show up.
Yeah.
And I want them to be willing to fight.
Yeah.
For the right to debate. Or whatever. All right. Posh, Chuck. I don't know what that is. All right. So, that's funny. That's the first 5-minute timeout that we've had.
First time for everything.
It is.
Yeah.
First time.
All right, Coon Cleaner's here.
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right. So, Cleaner, how have you been? Cleaner? No, maybe you haven't. I mean,
all right.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's a reverb.
It's a different sound system,
Hold
so
on.
you gotta take a minute.
Yeah, it's using a different pathway. That's all.
Where's Steelman at? I figured Steelman. This would be right up Steelman's alley.
I just yelled at him to get up here.
Oh, you're working that angle. All right, cool. You're not afraid of boobs, are you? Is that what it is? Are you afraid of boobs?
Do you have boob phobia? Are you boob phobic?
Only mine, because he knows I can knock out his arguments.
Oh God. We got Beth here saying you're afraid of her tits.
I'm just saying, he's not coming up. I know he's not scared of me. I'm the moderator.
Yeah, you're
Moderator,
no threat.
3 judges, and a girl.
Yeah. I'm here to try to pick some fights,
Gotta
bro.
be
I tried to
afraid
pick a
of the
fight
girl.
with. Yeah. But you know what? Bring on the liberals. I'm here to pick fights with anybody at this point. I tried picking a fight with Duck.
Give it
Let's get
time,
some people in.
Dave. Apparently, I'm highly disagreeable. I didn't know that, but
Are you? Whoa.
apparently, I don't know.
That's a red flag, Beth.
Better be, or you wouldn't be a good debater.
Yeah, for real.
Beth, you know what, man? The disagreeable part here, if I was looking for a mate, I don't know if that's a good trend for a woman. Just saying, Beth.
Lynn
Just
Lawrence
saying.
has made it in the house.
He's not looking for a husband here.
I know Glenn's not.
Wait a minute.
Beth might, though. Beth might be looking for a husband.
There we go. I can hear you now.
All right.
Show your
What is-
pretty face, Glenn.
Man, you got to pay me for that shit.
Turn on the camera, Glenn. Come on.
Yeah. By the way, Jake, I wasn't ticked at you or anything today when I jumped off your panel. I just there was no point in continuing
novel the message. He's like, Jake's such a bitch. He's a bitch.
Such a bitch. Yeah.
I mean, I did not say that, but you know,
that's what the translation was.
No, I know you weren't. I know you weren't, Grid. It's
we
all
were
good,
talking
man.
about it afterwards, Grid. I was like,
yeah,
he's not even mad about it. He's probably mad at the fact that he didn't get to say any damn thing.
Yeah,
And he was like, fuck it, I'm out of here. If I'm not gonna be able to talk, I'm leaving.
I had to think about it for a minute because normally what I do is I just, you know, I'll just like tell you keep shutting the fuck up until you shut the fuck up and let me finish what I'm fucking saying. But then like, well, this is Jake's stream. This is just a discussion. Fuck it.
Honestly, I wish you did it though, Grid. I'm not gonna lie. Like, dude, it's my stream's your stream. Go ahead and fucking do it. To be honest, go ahead and do it, Grid. Like, you have free range, just like Glenn Lawrence. Very few people that'll allow that on my stream, but you're one of them. So is Glenn. So it's all good.
It was
Grid.
just easier just to say, you know what, I don't care. So, what's up, Due Diligence? Are you here for the debate? You know,
Get up here, man.
Oh yeah, he'll be up here.
Jake, it's like this. If I'm not fucking you,
Wally,
you, or fucking you, I'm not arguing with you.
Well, you argue with me, but you're not fucking me neither. What the fuck, Glenn?
You are my son.
Oh, Wally has movie plans.
Daddy, I'm your great white daddy. You remember that?
I do remember that. So is Grid. They claim some black people claim that Grid and Glenn Lawrence are my great white daddies, along with Andrew Wilson. So,
really?
Yeah. Back in the day, I got criticism from another podcast that I used to work with. They're black, by the way. And they said Grid One and Glenn Lawrence and Andrew Wilson, they're all my white daddies. That's what they're telling me. That's what they were saying about me.
Nobody's white daddy. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
That's fairly odd.
Fairly odd, but that's what they were saying about me, man. Bunch of fucking losers, though.
I mean, so here's the thing. How do they know I'm their daddy?
They saw me agreeing with you, and they called me racist, and they said, "Well, Grid One's also racist, and he's your white daddy because I'm Latino. I'm a Latino man, so therefore I'm bending the knee to the white man, like Grid One, Glenn Lawrence, and Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
Fucking, they're lunatics, bro.
This will make a great debate prompt if we get to it. But I mean, if you're not actively discriminating against somebody in a mean, vicious way, which there are already laws against, what's wrong with just being a little racist and just not liking people?
Nothing wrong with that at all.
What is wrong with a black guy going, I just don't like Swedish people.
Why is it even racist? Why does that have to be categorized as racist, though?
Yeah, I just don't like people.
I just don't like.
We have the Fox.
Oh, we finally got a libtard here. Awesome. Melvin, glad to see you, man.
Hello.
So it's going to be a little bit of a slow start tonight, guys. Just, for those people who are just joining, it's going to be a little bit of a slow start because since I changed to Friday night, one of the things that I'm kind of going up against is Gibbs has his debate Grand Prix that's wrapping up right now. They're going to finish up, and then hopefully we get some. We'll get 2 or 3 more people coming in from there. And it'll be good. So,
hey, Duck's finally back.
What's up, Tyler? Your camera's not working, dude.
Or it is, and it's just really dark. One of the two.
I know. I'm still finishing up the Gibbs panel right now. Is all that I have it on there.
Oh, I got you. So you're not. Yeah, I got you.
Hey, Tyler.
Cool, man.
I didn't know you were moving until today, so that's why.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I kind of knew I was going to butt up against Gibbs's panel. Gibbs and I talked about it. But the thing is we can just kind of slow roll the start, which is fine. And then because Gibbs is going to come and show up, and hopefully we get. I ordered a 6-pack of leftists, but neither one of you have brought them.
Well,
I'm working on it. There's 2 on this panel. Nonfon's here too. I can try to grab him too.
Yeah, bring Nonfon back. I like Nonfon.
Grid, I did change my shirt just so you guys can see that I wouldn't personally, under my own volition, describe myself as more intelligent than anyone or everyone on the panel.
Nobody thought that though.
In case you were confused, I know Cleaner's up here now as well. So, but I'll just explain. This is a chiral.
Why was it necessary to point out that I'm here?
You and I were talking about quantum physics, right? I thought that was.
I don't know. I tend to forget conversations that I'm having with people that are making absolutely stupid or absurd arguments.
Who the fuck is talking right now? Who is this?
Right.
That's Cleaner.
Right.
Oh, Cleaner. Okay, a great response, bro. I love it.
Looks like we got ourselves a panel.
Who dropped? Gorilla Biscuits.
Yeah,
What's
Gorilla
up, man?
Biscuits facts. Yeah. What's up, Gorilla?
Guys, by the way, I will be coughing for the next couple of weeks because I'm getting over flu type A, whatever the fuck it was. And even though I...
What's up, Gorilla?
What's that? Guys, by the way, I will be... Wow.
Hey guys, can you hear me at all?
Yeah, whoever said that, I can hear you.
We can barely hear you.
Turn it up maybe about
Any volume
15%.
back at all. I'm going to leave. Thank you for having me up.
All right, man.
Have a good one, Gorilla.
Grid, my kids tried to kill me with that flu too.
Hey, Vibe, are you a lefty or a righty? I've never seen you before.
Yeah, so I'm right. So I debated actually jumping on because I think you guys need some lefties. But then I saw Melody jump on, and I'm like, oh, and Duck. I'm like, oh, these guys are fun. So
let's
awesome.
see what we can do.
We've got more. We've got
All right.
more.
So how about for the first 1v1, then we do Vibe and Melody?
Are you really?
Maybe. I'm waiting on Gibbs to
I know
get here.
what we're going to talk about, but I know the last debate I talked with Melody. You did say you would destroy me in any debate.
Anton, have you never heard heard of sexual tension before? Like you're getting straight to the point, and it gives the audience no suspense.
Yeah, you just activated Melvin's sexual desire right here. I hope you're happy. Now he's talking about
Easy
sex.
there, Jake.
Let's
Hey,
not
Jake,
do that,
take
man.
It,
Come on.
Take it easy. Take it easy there, buddy.
No, that's the hormones that do that.
Shut up, Duck.
Take it a
Nobody's
little
talking to
easy
you.
there, buddy.
I think
Nobody's talking to you, Duck. Shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen, or lady and gentlemen.
Say something
No,
nice or
it's
don't
nothing but
fucking
gentlemen.
talk, Jake.
No,
Here, all right? Nothing but gentlemen.
You're a gentleman right next to you. What are you talking about?
What a fucking pussy. Are you going to say the
besides
N-word on this
Beth.
panel again, Jake? Are you
so
going to say
yeah.
the N-word on this
Yeah.
one too?
Oh, you know what? It's funny how when I say the N word, you just
What does
botch
it rhyme
out
with?
of a
What does
fucking.
the N-word rhyme
You just
with?
bought Tigger. Yeah, it rhymes with Tigger. What's your point?
There's
What's your
something
point,
funny
Duck?
about Duck trying to actually.
That was my entire point, buddy.
Yeah, Duck has no fucking argument here.
No, he has a
there's
point.
the
That's not a
home team,
little.
folks.
You're acting a little bit
There's the
excited
home
by the
team.
idea of
Gentlemen,
me being turned on.
Gentlemen,
Amazing. Incredible.
gentlemen, calm down. Duck, dial it back.
You gonna say the N word? Blah blah blah. Fucking.
There we go.
That is exactly what I
that's
asked you, you fucking dipshit.
All right, so
No shit, fucker.
we got like 1 or 2 more people that are going to show up, but we can go ahead and start. For those of you who are new to the program and do not understand how this works, Vibe, I think that's you, and maybe you alone.
I still don't
Anybody
get
else?
how this works.
All right, so the way it works is, how many debates have been paid for, by the way?
So $200 is the
5.
total sum. So that's and she said I could pick the move, so it doesn't just have to be debates. I can do other stuff with it.
True.
You still really want to see me and Vibe over Duck and Jake?
Yeah, I like Vibe. He's got an honest face.
How about me and Duck debate about the N-word right now?
He looks like the bartender
just
from
eliminate
Magnum.
him now.
You want to
Yeah,
defend
they
your
have way
usage
more-
of the
Yeah,
word
let's
N-word
go.
artistically?
Yeah,
they have
let's
way
do
more
that.
sexual tension than Vibe and I do.
See, Melvin's still fucking talking about sex here.
All right,
Yeah, I know.
guys.
This is why Transformers
is-
are kind of weird
Right,
on the panel,
once-
but FYI.
Yeah,
Once
that is
Sanson-
kind of their MO.
Yeah, it is.
Once
It is.
Sanson chooses the
That's
two
I love that.
debaters, we
I love
determine a debate topic, prompt, whatever you want to call it, and who has the affirmative and who has the opposing positions. Now, the chat can purchase a move that reverses your position. So if you are, say, you are making the argument that Biden is a great president and you are the affirmative, you might have to take the opposing view of that Biden sucked as a president, even though that's not your natural position. Using that as an example only, we all know he sucked. But at any rate, so that's one of the potential moves. There are others. They will be explained to you as necessary. Once the prompt has been assigned, once we're ready to go, you get 1 minute per person to make your opening statement, give your position. At the end of the minute, for each of you, we go into the 5-minute debate round, which is just open debate. I'm here as the moderator. I will only intervene if you start talking over each other. I'm not going to identify fallacies. I'm not going to stop someone from bullying you if you allow it. Only if you are talking over each other or screaming at each other, we're going to stop that, okay? Other than that, you could ask me for help, but I don't know what help you would need. You're supposed to be a debater, and it's blood sport. So at the end of 5 minutes, the 3 judges render their verdict, and that's it. It's that simple. And I think we're close enough now. Tyler, how close is Gibbs being done? Tyler? He's not listening. I'm going to say that Gibbs is not too far away from being done. So we'll just go ahead and do at least the first round, right? And Kissy Cat did give Anson carte blanche.
Yep.
As near as I can tell. But I'll check. I want to double check for that.
Yeah, she said that she's paying for dinner and I don't even have to put out. So
That's hilarious.
Apparently that is true. $5 came in from Gorilla Biscuits. Thank you very much, sir. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Very, very nice. Thank you. Oh, Glenn Lawrence.
Who's on the panel?
Who is on the panel. Anson does this too, by the way.
Glenn Lawrence Presents donated $40. Super chat. This is
Maybe he's
once
taking
the
a-
winners
maybe he's taking a
declare they
dump
have
right
to
now.
debate the
I don't
final
know.
boss,
He's on
which
his
is either the
phone.
moderator
Sending
or
super
one of the
chats.
judges as the finale. Grid, make it
Yeah, I'm
happen.
just saying those allegations have yet to be proven.
So
I don't know what allegations you're talking about, but okay.
That was a TTS, so you guys talked over, but that's okay. $40 came in from Glenn Lawrence Presents. This is
Glenn,
for once the
or
winners
sorry,
declared.
Grid. Sorry, there is no audio on the TTS. I didn't.
For
mean to
you
interrupt
guys.
you.
For you guys, because you're not listening to it on YouTube because you're in the studio.
Oh,
You can't hear it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can only hear
makes
it
more
when you're on
ton of
YouTube.
sense.
Yeah. This is for once the winner is declared. They have to debate the final boss, which is either the moderator or one of the judges. As the finale, Grid, make it happen. I see.
Grid, go ahead and debate Grid. That's
That
what he
means
wants.
Jake might get to take on Anson like he wants to.
I'm itching for Anson. I'm gonna talk massive shit on
All
him.
right, I'm going to keep that in mind. Don't
Massive
leave.
shit on Anson.
Yeah, don't leave. Don't leave early. Ladies
Troll
and
game,
gentlemen,
Anson.
this will be a fight for the ages. All right. $5 came in from Kissy Cat again. I didn't say he didn't have to put out, but I'm saying that now.
Yo.
Burn! Ow! Yeah, take another sip. You gotta put that fire out. Damn. Oh, good. Solid work, Kissy Cat. Solid work. Pardon me. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go. Anson, who's the first pair?
Vibe and the Fox, they already hate each other for some reason, and I don't like Jake, so he's not going to get what he wants.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's that you don't like me.
man.
You want to drive the real leftists off of panel just like you drive me off of your panels. You're not a neutral moderator, and I refuse to be targeted like this because I have better things to do and self-respect.
Better things to do, but yet you're still here.
Fake libertarian.
Oh shit! That didn't take long at all.
Vibe with the W.
Vibe with the W.
Win.
All right.
Win. He
That's a huge L.
before me, and I hit
football
anyone
with
next,
W.
and I said, "Let's do it."
Mel's the
That-
only one that
Oh
Mel.
my
She is the only one that will stand up to an authority figure, which is crazy to me.
Oh, shut up,
That's
Doc. That's
absolutely
not
crazy.
true. Shut up.
Are you kidding
Same
me?
thing.
Well, there were
Not true, bro.
there were only 3 leftists on the panel. It's easier
Wait
to
a
pick
minute, I
leftists
thought they
with
had
right
balls
people.
still.
And one of them isn't available. So
amazing.
the only options were either Duck or Fox against somebody because of the makeup of the panel.
Yeah, Tyler's not here yet.
We can do, but Anson Grid, we can do. I know we can do just different topics too, right? Like I don't need to debate politics. I'm happy to debate politics, if that's what everyone wants to see. But I can just make up fun arguments and stuff too. We can take on tons of stuff.
Well, who wants to fight each other?
I want to fight.
Who do you want to fight?
Fighting.
I want to fight all you guys right now. Fucking 9v1. Let's do it.
I'll fight you.
How about Cleaner and Jake go against each other?
All right.
Let's see that. I'd love to see that one.
Let's go. Let's do it.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
You know, I would actually. I'm not gonna say this is what needs to. I'm not gonna pull rank or anything, but I don't know. I kind of.
Grid's about to
I
pull
wanted to see Vibe go, but that's okay. Cleaner, you
I
know,
think isn't me and Vibe like? Aren't we on the same page, Vibe?
everybody's
both
on the same. Well, Cleaner's on the
conservative?
same page as you. He's just able to. Cleaner is able to argue all sides. He doesn't care.
Okay, so
Grid,
Vibe, if you
I gotta step away. I'll be Grid. I will be right
he's
back.
running
I gotta
away
take
too.
a phone
Okay.
call.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'll be right
You're-
back.
You're right back. We're not in any big hurry here, guys. Not to. I mean, we will be shortly, but yeah. I don't know what the problem. I mean, Mel, if you wanted to debate Vibe, why not just debate Vibe?
yeah, Melvin, come on back in, Melv.
He was
No big deal.
He's doing that thing he does where he tries to get attention for his negative behavior.
Yeah, I'll give him some attention.
Yeah,
Just so
when-
we can- yeah,
When
it's
a
fine.
child misbehaves and throws a temper tantrum and runs out of a room, you don't chase it down and try to bring it back into the room.
No, you make fun
You
of
close
it.
its door, and then you make fun of it with whoever is there in the room still.
Yeah.
I really want Melvin back in on the panel here to debate whether me or Vibe doesn't matter. Let's get him back.
Even if he thinks, if he's really that set that Anson is biased, there's 2 other judges that are judging you that can overrule Anson. So
Well, he
More biased than dancing.
Yeah, like Melvin misunderstood and said that Anson was a moderator, but he's not a moderator. He's just a judge.
Yeah, I'm the moderator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't hate Melody. I've been on some panels, but every panel I'm on with him, her.
Well, they don't understand roles,
I
gender
With
I
him.
always
roles. It's okay.
disagree with.
Yeah, Melvin's pretty good. Like he's a chill dude, bro. Like nothing against him.
Yeah.
So just saying, Melv,
I was
come
actually
back in.
thought-
Come
that was
back
a
in, Melv.
everybody will be fair to you. It's a good show.
We were really fair
But yeah,
last
I
time.
still
too.
haven't. I still haven't ever heard a good argument from him. So
Emmett.
would love to have that opportunity someday.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is this is Grid's show. Nobody's gonna disrespect Grid like that.
What's up, Emmett? How are you?
I come here just
Hey,
to
what's up?
disrespect Grid like that.
Glenn.
Glenn doesn't, but it
Stop
doesn't
it.
work. Glenn
You're ruining
tries.
the
He
fun,
tries
Glenn.
hard. He does. But, you know, he can get there. Yeah. So Tyler's average debate enjoyer is going to be on in just a few minutes. Like I said, they're just finishing up over there. So
I want to debate live on gender, on his weird definition of gender.
Okay, we got something here.
How do you know he has a weird definition of gender?
Because he says this every time on Raging Tomato.
What weird definition is it? Let's do it then.
It's
You know,
like he tries to make these.
Is that a
has like
debate
a
for you,
leftist
Vibe?
definition, but it's trying to merge it with a kind of.
Is English your
right-wing
first language,
definition. I
bro?
don't know.
It's
I mean,
not
strong,
it's my second
strongman me on my position.
Jake, he's a real
I
Mexican.
said I want to debate you on it. I don't know your position.
Oh!
But you said I had a weird position, so I just.
Yes,
I'm
I want to
literally
debate
asking
you on
what-
gender, and then you can go ahead.
All
and
right.
I think it's
We got
starting
it.
already. I think
Emmett,
it's hitting.
Emmett, really quick. Is English your first language? Or...
No, it's my second language.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Hey, Beth, could you read the super chat, please?
So many women on panel. How can you debate?
Thank you, Chuck in Tennessee. Thank
Fuck
you
you,
very
We're
much.
about to find out.
All right, so for the first debate that Kissy Cat pay for, I want Jake and Cleaner to debate each other.
All right,
cool. Let's
Okay.
find something here.
We're about to find out who is the master debater between the two of them.
What are you guys going to debate?
No idea. Cleaner, are you more of a right wing guy or a left wing guy? What is it?
Oh, I don't really care.
Okay.
Pick a topic you're passionate about, and let's go at it.
We can do politics or culture war. I don't know. Fuck. Okay. Do you think? I don't know.
You guys got to go to the back. Sorry. While we.
Do you think gay people should adopt children? Cleaner, you there?
No, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I could see arguments in either direction.
Okay, cool. So do you want to take the position that you believe that homosexuals should debate? Should adopt children? You want to take that position since you can?
I don't think I'd want to steel man that on a live show.
So you don't want to take? Okay, so you don't want to do that. Okay, so then give me something.
That one I wouldn't want it. I think there's a number of topics that we can easily get to without bringing in a sexual avenue or a sexual aspect.
Well, that's why I
it.
asked you. Do you want culture war or politics? We can do politics if you want. If you want to separate the culture war.
I mean, there's plenty of things in culture war or in politics either way.
Mm-hmm.
I think Grid had a number of topics that were on his
I do.
on his Discord also.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I can make some suggestions, and you guys can modify those if you want. Yeah. So, let me just kind of roll through here. How about the Trump taking the steps to cut the cost of medications in the U.S. to what the world pays for it?
Not interested in that one, Grid.
Okay.
I don't know about you, Cleaner.
Okay. How about
something spicy?
Circuit court judges abusing their power by constantly interfering with the executive orders.
Something a little bit more spicier, Grid.
Spicier?
Really?
Yeah, something spicy. Well, unless Cleaner, you want to do that direction.
What do you mean when you say spicy?
Something a little bit more controversial. Unless you want to go that route, Cleaner.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't care. I mean, if you have something in mind, throw it out there. But there's a lot. Let's see what else. Political. I haven't updated my political stuff since I was gone, so it's a little out of date on the political topics. But let me see. Is there any value in DEI affirmative action, or is it in and of itself racism?
That's a good one. I'm glad to take the position that DEI is racism tenfold. Unless Cleaner, you want to take that position, I'll go the opposite direction then.
No, I don't care.
Okay, so then I'll say DEI. Can you restate the prompt, Grid?
Is there any value to DEI affirmative action? And I'm gonna modify this slightly. Is there any value to DEI/affirmative action? And is DEI in fact affirmative action just rebooted, or is it in and of itself racism?
Okay, so I will make the claim right now. DEI, there's no value in DEI as far as our society, and DEI is to an extent, to a degree of particular leftist definitions, depending on Cleaner's definition, it would be racism. So I'm going to take that stance. Cleaner, do you want to go the opposite?
So you're saying DEI is a form of racism and shouldn't be in society?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. You're going to take the opposite position?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, gentlemen, give me 1 second. I got to set up my timer here. And since I was badly out of, I'm just, still getting back after the vacation. You guys will have to cut me a little bit of slack. I'm going to use my phone rather than my computer because I didn't set it up. Maybe I can get that done while we're doing this. All right. And Jake, since you have the affirmative, you go first, and you get 1 minute to state your position. And when you're ready.
Okay, so DEI is a claim from the left. 100%. If you look back on the left, they are the party of racist ideology. They are the party of confusing the individuals, such as black people in our minority group, that they are the victims. DEI only supports that, okay? So DEI is a system to where it's not anything based off of merit. However, they put the speculation of, because your skin color is one skin color, you should be hired for a position. We see this with Disney doing gay, transgender, black characters. They put particular positions on pushing a particular agenda that is, in a sense, racist, especially when it comes to white people. This would be anti-white racism to people that are in this country.
That's time.
Go for it.
Good job. I'm sorry. I normally try and give you warning, but
it's all good. It's all good.
Distracted. All right, Cleaner, you ready?
Yep.
Go.
So my opponent introduced a definite fallacy whenever he explained what DEI is. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It refers to an organizational framework. It's not saying like specific things that he was trying to make it sound like. When we're talking about DEI, we're talking about going back to like the original Civil Rights Act of 1964, I believe it was. And saying that all people should have the same opportunities no matter what. I'm just going to leave it at that.
And as always, you end
20 seconds.
About 20 seconds left. It's you got that down, man. Got that down. All right, so 5 minutes on the clock, gentlemen.
Yeah. So, Cleaner, can I ask you a question really quick? When you say that it has everything to do with the civil rights movement, can you name any right when it comes to somebody that is the minority here in this country? Because you're black, is there anything that you can name that white people can do over black people because of skin color?
So you're saying that just because someone's a black person that they can do something that a white person can't? Is that what you're asking me for? Something that a black person could do that a white person can't?
I'm asking you
right?
that because you're black. So let me clarify. Because you're black in this country, is there anything because of your skin color that you can't do that another white person can in this country?
No, and that's not what the origins of DEI are saying. The origins of DEI are saying that all men are created equally and that we should all have the same opportunities. It's not saying that because of skin color that you should get a higher percentage of a chance at getting a job or a spot in college or anything like that. It's saying everyone should have the same opportunities.
So when it comes to affirmative action, when it comes to colleges, right? There's DEI, like affirmative action that's being declared in colleges to where you need a certain amount of black people, Mexicans, Asians, etc. in a particular college. Does that affect white people, or does it affect black people? Like what's your claim on that here? Because
I would say
what I've
affirmative
seen,
action as it was instituted was not a true DEI policy. It was a
So you're
policy
against
that was
affirmative action?
strawmanned and created by the lefty group so that they could get higher votes from the minority sectors that they were not doing very well in the voting pools with. And I wouldn't support
how does
that type of
DEI
action.
different from that then?
Well, the difference would be affirmative action specifically gives one set of people more chance at something than
So does affirmative
other
action.
people. That's what we just said. I was explaining affirmative action. That's what you asked.
Yeah,
for
so it's very similar here. What's the difference?
So like you ask me a question and then you interrupt when I'm going to give you the two criteria that would make them different. But if you don't hear what I'm going to say, then you won't get to know what I'm going to say, and all you'll be able to do is just make your own arguments against yourself.
Look, dude, I'm just kind of trying to pick apart here of what you're saying here.
No, I get that you're trying to pick it apart, but you're doing a shitty job of picking it apart because you're not able to hear what
that's
my point
kind of your
is.
claim here.
If you're not-
Cleaner,
what you're saying, you're actually going and creating an equivocation fallacy because you're taking in affirmative action.
What does that mean?
That's DEI.
What does that mean?
Affirmative action isn't a part of what true DEI is all about. That doesn't have anything to do. Trying to give I already explained it earlier, but I can give it again. It's going back to the 1964-1965 standard of giving everyone the same opportunities and the same chances at life.
Affirmative action does the same exact thing. So
no, it doesn't. Affirmative action doesn't do the same exact thing. What affirmative action does is it creates a power disparity between certain people as far as their opportunities.
So here's the thing. When it comes to affirmative action, there's criterias in order to establish a certain amount of people within a society. Like, for example, a business or a college, etc. Right? With DEI, they want to have equality, right? Equality amongst the groups. The way they distribute equality is through skin color, to say that we need a certain amount of black people, gay people. Like, for example, in the college, the comic book industry. This is what they do with DEI.
That's not equality, though.
In DEI,
you're still chasing a red herring because
it's not a red herring. I can give you a specific
DEI.
I can give you a very specific example in the comic book industry. In the comic book industry, they say that when it comes to writers, they want a particular writer to write a particular character. Right, so if the character is black, they want black people to write said character.
Can I ask you a question?
So it doesn't matter. Hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Yeah, we really don't have enough time for you to filibuster like a 3.5 minute
I'm not filibustering here, bro. I asked you the difference between affirmative action and DEI, and you gave the same exact definition.
1964 was outlined. Would you say that was an agreeable chance for everyone in America?
Ask the question again.
Because I said when the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was outlined, do you believe that was an equal chance for everyone pretty much?
No, not at all. So the Civil Act's right was more of a chance was more of a chance for black people at the time when they were being segregated by whites, etc.
That's time, gentlemen. All right, let me bring everyone. Normally, I'm already bringing people back, but again, I'm a little off my game tonight. And there we go. It should be everybody. All right. Wow, that was cool. Let's start with. I want to hear what Ticky Tack has on this one.
Yeah, so I like that Cleaner was trying to play the card of redefining like what DEI and affirmative action is, which, of course I have to grant him with that, assuming that I'm ignorant of information. But Jake kind of picked up on this, and this is where he was trying to figure out, like, okay, what are the exact differences between DEI and affirmative action? And every time Jake tried to get into that, honestly, Cleaner, you kind of did just start like filibustering against him and not allowing him to answer. You even brought up to say that he was making an equivocation fallacy when Jake wasn't even equivocating. He was trying to ask you questions to identify like what is the difference between DEI and affirmative action. And I think when he started really getting into that questioning of the differences, that's where you're kind of like bringing out a lot more rhetoric than anything else. So I'm gonna have to give this to Jake.
All right, Glenn.
Yeah, so I actually agree with Ticky Tack here. I don't think that I was able to get the difference between DEI and what Cleaner was saying. I don't think he was answering Jake's question, and it was more a filibuster. But I also think Jake was trying to interrupt him to get to answer it. So I don't know if it was like the case that Cleaner didn't get to answer it, or if it was more of a filibuster. But either way, I still didn't get an answer at the end of the day. So I would give like Jake as the aggressor, trying to keep him on toes of answering it, and that's where I would give him the W.
Okay. All right, Anson. Throw it down.
Unmute yourself.
Come on,
Yeah,
Anson.
so I've got, let's see, 13 points for Jake and 16 points. No, yeah, 15 points for Cleaner. So I actually scored this as a win for Cleaner, and it was mostly because of the closing minute, which most people who are watching an actual debate, they have the mind of a goldfish now that lasts 30 seconds, though they only remember the ending. And in the ending, Cleaner did a better job of controlling the framing, and he tried audience alignment where he was basically pointing out his opponent's bad faith debate tactics, whether or not they were true or not. And he was also sabotaging his narrative at the same time. And Jake's only response was really that he tied things to a narrative that matched his worldview and something that the audience could align with. So anyway, I gave that one to Cleaner. But
Okay.
Okay.
That's why you're gay, Anson.
Yeah, well,
you guys got to revive Cleaner after that, man. I don't know that you guys were watching the same debate I saw. No offense to Jake, I think you did well, but like just to I mean, as a panelist here, it sounded like you realized halfway through your debate that your opening statement wasn't actually about the type of the definition for DEI you were referencing. That's like that's like a don't pass go kind of thing.
Yeah, I kind of outlined my position in my opening statement.
Yeah, so my perspective was more of that
it
DEI.
wasn't approached until the end when I brought it back around.
I don't want to relitigate it. Hey, guys, one thing is that I thought this was really close. The only thing I saw is I think Jake had an excellent opportunity to simply say, well, affirmative action and DEI are more or less the same thing, even though DEI tried to say that it's different. Is it really different? And you kept going to the equality tree, but that's not really what they're really not looking for quality of outcome opportunity. They're looking for quality of outcome, right?
Outcome, yeah.
And that's where I feel like you missed a step by not being able to put that down, right? That would have, and then Cleaner would have had. I mean, he could have, because he's a smart man, but he would have had a harder time pushing past that, I think. Anybody else have feedback?
Just really quick, Cleaner, you did a really good job of putting the position that I don't believe you actually believe in, correct? you're kind of arguing to the perspective that that you don't actually believe in what you were saying. You're kind of arguing the opposition, the leftist point of view.
I take all kinds of points and argue all kinds of things.
Well, what's your exact opinion? Are you a leftist, rightist, centrist? What are you?
That would be a good question that I would answer sometime whenever I'm actually in an interview with someone or something.
Wow,
like
this guy hasn't thought of anything here. Okay, fair enough, Cleaner. All right, well,
he's an agent. That's what Cleaner's an agent.
I like the Sophic method.
So, Jake, I wanted to add a little bit something extra too that I left out of my critique that I think is important. You did something that I call a mythos anchor, where you took a narrative that's in the prevailing society and you tied it to your argument with all that Disney stuff, because that's really raw with a whole lot of people. And it'll touch people's emotions because they're pissed off about Star Wars and things like that. And that's a super effective technique in debating, because you have to be able to attach to people's emotions to get them to even.
I'm really glad you actually point that out, because the reason why I brought up Disney is because a lot of people can see how Disney's correlating with the DEIs here, and that's a big reason. And again, it's a very small amount of time that I had here to kind of push that.
Yeah, no,
Anson's right. Yeah,
It's
Anson's right about that, though. Anson's 100% right about what I was going for.
The format pushes you, right? Like you have to deliver.
Yeah, especially with a small amount of format time here. So I have to squeeze in as much time as possible. So yeah, Anson's right though. That is exactly what I was going for.
I would have liked that to be a couple minutes longer.
Yeah.
It's a shame nobody paid for it in the chat. You know, the chat can pay to extend these debates. How much does that cost, Grid?
I believe it's $5.
Grid, really quick. That was 5 minutes. That passed by so quickly. Like I could.
That was 5 minutes.
I barely was able to kind of get out as much of my argument that I could have.
That's why you got to condense those arguments down.
You're right. You're right.
That was actually why I cut you off in the middle of one of the statements you were making, because we're in like a speed debate format, and taking like 2 or 3 minutes to like itinerize what it is that you're going to be asking a question about isn't something that you can really do in a speed debate unless you're trying to filibuster a chunk of time.
That was my intention, by the way.
Well, either way, it's a tactic in speed debating. Is the point. And so I was attacking that tactic because I thought that was a tactic you were using by cutting you off in the middle of it, so that we could come back to a point and actually have a question to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Cleaner, man. You know, like I said, I don't really know that you missed a lot other than what has already been mentioned. It was really close, guys. It was really close. But Cleaner, you got to go. We'll see you in the chat. Hang out. Maybe somebody will bring you back.
I like Cleaner though. Damn.
I like Cleaner. Yeah. Well, we all, that's the thing. We like each other. And guys, it's not that late. So we'll give it like 10 minutes to see if the chat wants to buy their own debate, or if we let Anson go ahead and name one off, another pairing. So that was an interesting deal. Did you know? By the way, did anyone see that? I believe it was Australia, maybe New Zealand, somewhere tiny. Just had a flight crew fly transit, all-female flight crew fly transatlantic.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask the panel: would you be comfortable with a woman pilot? Actually, Beth, would you be comfortable with a woman flying a plane that you are on? Be honest.
So I've seen some women who are most certainly capable of doing those kinds of things.
Okay. Yeah. Odds are, would you be comfortable? Like, would you say, "Oh, I'd rather have a man," or it doesn't matter? What's your take here, Beth? What's your preference?
Pilot's harder to pick than a doctor.
I think Beth would prefer a man. I'm just my vibe here.
I'd rather have a man.
There you go. I got it out of her.
I mean, I don't know why you brought doctor into it. I've always only wanted to play doctor with a female. Unlike what Jake says about me continuously, it's spurious mistruths, and I deny it.
Anson, Anson, stop lying, bro. You are a Coomer Gremlin, and I'm just calling it out here, Anson.
I mean, women do make reasonable pilots. The question that we have in aviation is with their crisis management.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
And so that is today still a question. Like, if you look it up, it's getting more and more hidden.
There's fewer now that can actually handle pressure, I think. And I think we're gonna see that number continue to drop. Just looking at like the generation that's currently in their 20s.
I don't really have.
Can I say something? Just as someone who supports DEI, I think when we look at whether it's a pilot or medical professional, sort of whatever it is, you know, I believe,
I
fully
donated
believe
$50.
that
Super chat.
women and men
It's dirty in here.
can do the
We
same
need
job,
the
the same
cleaner.
job description.
The cleaner is back.
Oh,
Yeah,
about damn time.
Oh,
I went through flight school, and there was a lot of
there was a
great women
TTS
pilots.
coming
Guys, one at a time, please. Vibe, go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I became a pilot. I didn't go to commercial. I just did private, but I went all the way up to dual engine. I flew with a lot of women that were awesome at it, right? But when it comes down to crisis management, I'm always going to pick the man over the woman. And same thing when it comes to a doctor. Somebody said, well, I don't know how you're comparing this to a doctor to a pilot, right? Men just tend to handle crisis better. But my wife handles my kids' crises better. I mean, so when I make this statement, I'm not making a down statement to women. There are many things they can do better than I can do, but there's also many things that men can do better. And it's just we just have to accept that and not just say just because one woman can fly a plane, that all women should be flying planes.
Well,
right?
certainly they can. Absolutely, they can fly planes. I'm a pilot myself, and I was at Oshkosh 2 years ago, and they had. I didn't see it. Huh? What's that?
Sorry, Oshkosh. My gosh.
Yeah. That's funny. And there was I didn't see it, but apparently it was probably after I left. They had this female pilot, and you know, any female in aviation is treated like gold anyway, right? Like because it's a bunch of dudes, they all simp.
Of course, yeah.
And so it's just a rarity. You're not used to seeing a female there, and so this woman had actually become a pretty decent pilot, and I think her and her husband either owned or were given access to this T6 Texan Warbird, and she flew it into Oshkosh, and she had the worst landing that I've ever seen, and nearly cracked the plane up just landing it. And then somehow, for some reason, and this was after we left, but apparently she was doing, she was in the pattern, she was doing a demo flight or whatever, and then crashed and killed herself. And it was because of crisis management. Something happened with the plane, and she made the wrong decision. I'm not saying a dude could have done much better. I don't know what the crisis was, but there's this whole line of reasoning in aviation about crisis management. Dudes fail all the time, and there's becoming a lot of, at least in my little niche of what I fly in. There's a lot of scrutiny right now about just men being, and if
but Grid, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like, this is sort of a serious question. So why do you think that it has gotten to the point where there's so much conversation about gender when we showed doing the opposite, when we showed embracing the right sort of initiatives, the right sort of national attitudes?
Because you're denying nature.
Produce so much change.
Yeah.
Because you deny nature.
And that's what I wanted to say about what Vibe said, when he brought up, his wife being really good with his mom.
Oh, she froze.
I can still
thought
hear
we
her.
had this fixed. I thought we had
You're
this
back,
fixed.
baby doll. You look wonderful too, Beth. If I
Shut
can
up,
just
simp.
mention it to you.
Shut up, simp.
I
God,
thought
let
we
her
had
talk.
this totally fixed.
Let her
We
talk,
did
simp.
that. Yeah, as mothers, you know, we connect with our kids very differently than like a doctor who really doesn't give a crap beyond the paycheck that they're getting, right? And so, of course, we're going to excel with our own children more than we would a stranger.
I mean, but like, Duck, so I don't know how to put this in a way that it's not going to seem like I'm just being a jackass, but it's just the nature of the thing. You can't, even men freeze up when they're doing this sometimes, but men just by nature tend to manage crisis, and we think linearly. We think in a problem-solving method. Not all women do. Some do. I'll give you that, but most don't. I mean,
it goes right down to why every man and woman has a problem. Because when a woman wants to talk her problems out, the guy tries to solve it, but the woman doesn't want to solve. She just wants you to listen. Right. They're always trying to
Just
solve
listen
the
to me,
problem.
Vibe. Just listen to what I have to say. I don't care about your problem-solving skills. Yeah, 100%.
Right. Yeah, no, that's
know
right.
exactly what you mean, bro.
And there are some men out there that actually, I mean, they fall on the spectrum of more towards female qualities, even if they're still men and married and love women and things like that, that will crumble under that stress. So not all men can perform that task, but the percentage of men that perform that task better when under pressure are always going to be a much higher statistic than women in that same pressure.
Vibe, I'd have to push back a little. I'd have to push back a little bit and say
but go ahead.
So to me, it sounds like the same thing MAGA does when they're dancing around actual truth and information in the world. Something I know both of us appreciate from our time in tech, and like it sounds like you're almost endorsing the form of household slavery, which third wave feminism we already went over this. We already talked about this. And so I don't know how you're saying that women are these emotional problem sitting on top of creatures in the wild. They're not. What are they?
Before we get into that
understand.
too far, hold on. Beth, can you read this?
The Raging Patriot celebrates 11 months of membership. Women make great suicide bombers. Take them off their meds, and it's that time of the month. Pure evil. Laugh out loud. Stop simping. Broccoli bra. It's gross.
Broccoli bra.
Broccoli bra.
That's a vegan hit. That's a vegan hit.
You can't really argue females in nature versus human females because there's a consciousness element which creates a whole different, it's like a whole slew of different things between a human versus animals in nature. Animals in nature are like a 90 some odd % instinctual and basic code. Humans are not.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with, like, my wife isn't just taking care of my kids, by the way. I would actually say that my wife swings more on the side of male crisis management. I think that she can outperform the majority, like over 50% of people I know, but she's unique in that circumstance. Now, she might be at 54% and I might be at 58% because we're both very strong people. So I'm not saying that my wife is less superior than men. I actually would say she's probably better than a lot of men, but most
better
men
than you?
are more superior over her, right? I mean, if you took the average. So, I mean, I'm not saying that women can't handle crisis. And that's whenever, like, when Duck disagrees with me on something like this, it's always like, oh, you're saying women are weak and they need to be home and barefoot and cooking for you.
Hey.
No, I mean,
Nobody's saying
that's not what I'm saying at all, right? I'm looking at science and statistics.
Yeah.
And what their average is.
But there's no problem putting on heels, Vibe.
Let me read this, Duck, and then I want to address this. Let me read this. $10 or $9.99 comes in from Glenn Lawrence presents one of our great judges here tonight. The reality is that men and women are different and they handle things differently. They process information differently. Therefore, there's certain activities that are more suited for men over women. and I'm going to add vice versa. Now I'm going to what Vibe and everyone, including myself, are talking about, Duck, is not putting women back in the kitchen. That's nobody said that. It's idiotic to leap to that point. I even said I don't actually have I think a lot of women can fly perfectly well. I've only flown in small aircraft with one, and it kind of scared me, but not too bad. But in commercial aviation, if I were the guy who designated crews, I would not put a female captain and a female first officer on the same fucking airplane.
Well, Grid, I mean, so I'm going to push back and actually take Duck's position on this because I think y'all are all wrong, right? There are plenty of women. There are plenty of women who can do lots of things that men can do, including flying planes. It's absolutely ridiculous to claim that you should be afraid that women are flying you around. I mean, we trust
talking about
It's what happens when the engine shuts off.
Well, the same thing that happens when there's female doctors and something goes wrong and they have to think quickly. I mean, we trust them to do all sorts of stuff, you know. And I for one have no problem with a strong female woman, you know, being her boss babe self.
This guy's trolling.
I knew that he was trolling, but I didn't know how
trolling as fuck, dude. I took you serious at first. Fuck out of here, Ensign.
But
Never do that.
At the end of the day,
Never do that.
Again, I have no problem with mixed crews and all of that. I think that's fine. But it would have to be an exceptional. I mean, and the problem is there women get by with a lot, and actually, so you guys know why that you're required to have 1,500 hours to become an ATP. It's because of a crash that happened in New Jersey.
I still
guess
stay
it's
in the
because planes
kitchen. I
have
don't
so
know anything you're
have
talking
so
about.
many different parts. Like planes are very mechanically complex things.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't matter. What matters is that in and I forget the year, a plane crashed in New Jersey. It crashed because initially it was thought to be because of a mechanical failure, but what it ended up being was it was a crew issue because the man and the woman flying the airplane, the female, I believe the female was the captain, was a new captain. She had just been promoted from first officer to captain and had a new first officer. And it was thought that the inexperience of the crew is what led to the crash. But investigation has proven that that's probably not the case, and probably what happened was improper procedures during the emergency, and it
wouldn't that be the improper in order to go about things when it comes to emergencies? Wouldn't that be still lying on the crew, Grid?
No, I mean originally it was thought that it was mechanical failure. And then they put it down to a miscommunication between the crew.
But that's the crew's.
He said that basically what they originally said is that what they were trying to say was that the captains thought that they were at such and such an altitude, and the first officer insisted they were at a different altitude, and they were both wrong, and they were low, and they crashed. That's not what happened. Anyway, but that's the reason why Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi pushed for the bill that made the FAA require 1,500 hours to get a commercial pilot and made it $70,000 to become a commercial pilot. And that's also one of the reasons why I have a real problem. And they pushed it off on everybody else. But I think personally, the reality is I think someone froze, and it was probably both of them. So I can't say that if it were two men in the cockpit, that would have been any different. I can't say that if it were two women in the cockpit, it would have been a different outcome. What I can say is that from what they've released, it seems like someone panicked. And I'm not going to go on.
Can we debate
Danica Patrick? Grid.
Yeah, we're getting the
Emmett versus Vibe. Let's do it. Let's debate, man.
Emmett versus Vibe.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Let's go, fam.
you're
This
on
is gonna be
mute.
awesome.
All right.
Tyler,
Emmett versus the Vibe Man. I don't really know Vibe. We're gonna have to have him on the show at some point. Bye, Beth.
I am on
Bye,
the show.
Anson. Bye, Duck. Bye, Jake. Bye, Ticky Tack. Bye, Glenn.
Good luck,
Bye,
guys.
Tyler. And where's Cleaner at? Oh, he's all the way down at the bottom. That's why it is. There you go. All right. And let's do this. All right. What are we going to debate tonight, guys? What do you like?
I think
would like
Emmett
to
already
debate
had
it.
the debate in mind.
Yeah, I would like to debate gender. I think gender is just another way of saying sex. They're synonymous, and I think Vibe has a different understanding of it.
I think you guys are going to be really close on this one, but if you guys want to go for it, let's roll.
No, I'm pretty sure he has a different understanding of it.
Okay. Do we want to? Can we define a clear prompt?
Yeah,
and
that's
gender?
kind of what I was asking from Emmett. What do you think? Because you said that you're pretty sure I have a different idea on this. What is my idea? You may be wrong or you may be right, but can you frame
believe
what
that there
my
is
idea is?
you believe that there is gender refers to a social way of looking at the thing. Well, I think it's just another way of saying sex. So my idea is just biological. Your idea has to do with social.
Okay, so you think gender and sex are the same thing?
Yeah, they're synonymous.
Okay, so
no, don't debate it. Don't debate it just yet. Don't debate it just yet.
I was just going to ask Grid something.
Yeah, man.
This is my first time on here, and I watched the first one, but I think you've got the format, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, who is taking the what? What are you going to consider the affirmative here?
We can do it as is gender the same as sex, and I would take the affirmative.
And I'll take the other side.
The opposite. All right.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier for him too, since it's his first time as well.
Emmett, since you are the affirmative, you go. I'm giving you a minute starting now.
I believe that there is a historical way of looking at the word gender. Through all of history, it's been referred to the same thing as sex. In fact, way until 5 minutes ago, it was the same as sex. There's no such thing as gender assigned at birth. There's no such thing as any of these new Marxist terms when it refers to gender. It's all just a big word concept fallacy that they've been trying to introduce into the ethos. That would be my opinion.
Okay, yeah. So the way I would look at this is,
hold on. I got to give you your minute.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
I will concede right off the bat here that gender is something that is constructed. However, it is something that has existed, and as you pointed out in history, it is something that actually has been addressed through historical books from day one. My point of view is that sex is your biological sex. And I also will concede that sex is not assigned, it's observed, and it's observed 99.99% of the time correctly. However, within one day, if there is an extra chromosome or something in there, they usually figure that out in blood work. But no doctor assigns the sex. They observe it, and after the observation, they get it correct. So we don't disagree there. However, on the other side, when it comes to gender, gender is also a science, but it's a different science. It's a science of statistics. And it's pretty binary also. I would say that gender is 100% binary, just like sex is binary for the most part, but it's based on the statistics. So if you look at the statistics of where...
That's your minute.
Oh, shoot.
I know, minute goes fast. Minute goes fast.
Yeah.
It's a different format.
So
You'll get
fast.
used to it. You're going to like it. $4.99 came in from Mikey Ball. Win, Grid, Family, and Panelist. You guys are winners. Also, $5 from Raging Patriot. I already read that one. Oh, wait a minute. No, we didn't. They can't protect a child in the womb, and you want them to fly a plane under failure. Sorry, until they protect the unborn, stay in the kitchen. Ow. That's a stinger.
That's a good one.
Okay.
That's a big W.
Yeah. So To the guy, to the fellow who, or I don't know who that is, Ivory. I can't actually see because I've got something blocking my screen there. The Ivory is in the back. Everyone's in the back right now. It's not just you until this debate is over. And I apologize. I don't normally pause in the middle. If you guys are ready.
I'm ready. Yeah. So I think Emmett, I can let Emmett take it from here in the point that since he doesn't concede to the gender being based on statistics, right? Math.
Well, what do you mean by being based?
Hold on. Let me start the timer. All right, go.
Yeah, what do you mean by it being based on the statistics? If I think it's the same as sex, then there's no statistics. The only statistics will be who is a man.
Well, there's 100% statistics, right? I mean, there's statistics on everything. No. So we take the statistics on all the men that are born and all the women that are born. Some of the men actually are like Jason Momoa on one side, and some of the men are RuPaul on the left side. It's
that doesn't change their sex, and that doesn't change their gender. It's
but that's what gender is referring to. 100%, right?
Do you know that statistics can tell you that you can die right now out of asphyxiation?
Yeah. So okay, the point.
So
is it the bell curve of that?
No. How many people do you know that has died in their room out of asphyxiation?
None.
Statistically, it's possible. So what you're doing is just taking a possibility fallacy and making an argument about it. And the idea is the idea. Yeah, the idea that we had, especially like 10 years ago, is that men are men and they can be effeminate men and they can be like Momoa men, and they're still men, and we can introduce them into the ethos, into society, and you don't have to.
But would you
like,
not say the majority fit in a very narrow spectrum, and everything?
No, there was no spectrum. The spectrum was something that was invented by people like Melvin to say, I am actually the other thing that I am not. Okay, and you are buying into it.
No, I don't buy into that at all. I'm actually 100%. But here's the thing.
You're saying that it's a statistical thing. You're making a complete fallacy of an argument and then trying to say, oh, no, I buy into it.
The fallacy is that men don't exist on a scale, and they can be men and women. And female do not fit on a scale and can be men and women. That's the fallacy that's actually here, right? And back in the day, when there was a tomboy, or actually, let's even go back like the 1700s in literature. Back then,
tomboys
had
were
literature where they talked about flamboyant men. What was a flamboyant man? Was that not
a man that had some that liked to be flamboyant? It was a man. What was he considered a woman?
He was no.
Okay, so he was a
little
man.
Bit more on the feminine side.
And if you go ahead and say he was a male and a man, it was the same thing. They were synonymous.
Yeah, but I'm not debating whether he's a sex of a male or female.
Yeah, but the debate is
gender that there are variances in that, right?
Between them. He was still a male and he was still a man, and there was no difference between things. He might be flamboyant, and he may have a characteristic, but the characteristics had nothing to do with their gender or their sex. It was just a characteristic.
Okay, so here's my question to you then. In this fallacy of gender, when you look at the traits of a man and a woman, do they overlap perfectly?
No. What do you mean? Could you repeat the question?
I was born sex male, and I have a sister born sex female. Do their character traits on average match up perfectly across the board?
No, they don't.
No. So there's a shift.
Let's put it this way. If you have a strawberry and you have a cherry and they're both red, is there a spectrum between a cherry and a strawberry?
Maybe you could map that out, but I mean, it's not a good argument there.
Yeah, I know. That's my point. That's why I was trying to
listen
say.
To this, though. But do some men in those two non-overlapping areas tend to be more in the female or male range?
They can have characteristics that can be
1 minute.
So here's what
woman, but there's a characteristic of the individual. They're still male and they're still men.
And here's where I challenge you on this. that maybe the problem actually happens in society, that because they actually take the stereotypes of these genders and force them on their kids, this is why we have this whole gender like dysphoria going on right now.
Well, no, that's a social contagion. It has nothing to do with how we see the characteristics. It's a social contagion, and the social contagion is made by people who have made this kind of argument, this kind of fallacy argument. Like you can be a man, but you can have characteristics that are associated with woman, and that makes you more of a woman.
Sure.
When it's not, you're a man and you're a male, and it's the same thing. And you can have these flamboyant.
It's not until we understand that men and women don't overlap that we can actually break down this social construct and actually allow a man who's a little bit more feminine to still be a man, and allow a woman.
That was the idea they had.
That's
not what happened.
Thank you, guys. That was awesome. You guys were getting near an argument there at the end.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
All
right.
What's up?
I'm going to start with Anson.
All right. I'm totaling up my score.
I knew you were slacking. That's why I called on you first. Just like any good teacher.
Well, I changed my scoring method to make it more difficult on me.
I've never been scored on an online debate here, and when I saw the first one, I was like, "Oh, I should drop out of this panel. I'm scared."
He's now using multipliers.
No fear. Don't have no fear.
So I scored Vibe at 17, and I scored Emmett at 15. So I gave it to Vibe, and yeah, there were. It was really the scoring kind of changed in the closing for me because Vibe controlled the framing in the last minute of the debate more so than Emmett did. Up to that point, it was very close and even in the first open and as well as the middle section. But Emmett, you didn't close it out strong, man, and how you close a debate is just as important as how you open it. And you let him really set up two really good framing mechanisms to bolster his social construction point of view for gender right at the end. So I gave it to Vibe.
Ticky tack.
And it was fun. Maybe sometime we can do a longer debate.
Yeah, I'll be happy to.
Yeah, you can do that on my channel.
Let's finish the judging.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I understand. I'll just say that this keeping track of this argument was kind of difficult because a lot of people were hopping around on points. But what between like Emmett's opening statement where he actually referred to history as a reference base of like how we determine on gender, kind of did lean towards Vibe's argument of it being like a social construction. Because in a way that is, we're looking at societies and how they define those things. And I wish that you kind of like harped more on the correlation between just gender and sex and really hold on that. I do think that it was appropriate to challenge like Vibe on statistics because obviously there's statistics you could find for everything. And that would just be a correlation causation fallacy. But overall, I do think that Emmett, you probably conceded like too many points towards Vibe without realizing it. So that's why I'm going to have to give it to Vibe.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Glenn Lawrence.
Yeah, this one was kind of hard because I thought Emmett came out strong. But in the end, I just don't think you had enough to take it all the way to the end. Of the debate. I think Vibe came in and kind of just stole it from you at the end. So I don't know if he lost steam or like, he just got you, but he took the end.
Well, great. This works perfectly. I have to go. I wasn't going to stay. I have finals, have things to do. I would be very, very happy to debate you on these another time. Vibe, you have a channel, whatever. let me know.
Good debate, Emmett. Very good. Very good showing.
Emmett. You're resuming your streak.
I will be having a debate this Sunday on Chairman's Board channel. So if you can go ahead and see it, that would be amazing. And thank you so much for having me on. Thanks so much, judges, and have a good one. I'm gonna leave now.
Hey, and Emmett, before you run, by the way, I think in the end of this, I'm really sick of the sex and gender conversation. I'm trying to get to a new point that I think in the end you and I would actually probably agree on. So I was kind of changing my argument a little bit there just in this particular debate, but it'd be great to have a discussion with you anytime about this.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I am extremely tired, so maybe that has to
I'll
do
let you
with
go.
the showing. But I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Night, Emma.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a good one, man. All right. Vibe, how was that for you?
Yeah, it was a little. So you had jumped on a couple panels, and I know you didn't recognize me. And I saw that you were doing live streaming, and then I saw that you opened up the back room, and I had no idea what I was walking into today. But I actually, as soon as you told me that like somebody can vote to change your view and you have to switch views, this is something I love. Like I love debating things that I don't believe in because it helps me like learn. So I think this is a great format and really good job. So yeah, and I was a little bit scared about debating, but not Melody. But that's probably why she ran or he ran or what.
He ran. Yeah, he ran.
He ran. But yeah, no, this is really awesome. Really good job.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, it's just some feedback. You were really kind of, and what a trap that people fall into in this format is they try and lay this big framework like you would in a normal debate, and really you have to condense it down into quick punches. You were able to pull it off, but it was. My opinion, I don't know, Anson may not agree with me, but my opinion was you were really on the edge there because it was a lot of stuff was just kind of left hanging. Like I understood where you were going with they had effeminate men and what flamboyancy was, and they had all they had that sort of thing back in the history, but I think history is a bad argument. For gender anyway.
I kind of want to play on this argument for a bit.
Yeah.
So, Vibe, what is a social construct?
So yeah, that's really interesting. And just as Grid was saying, and I'm going to come right back to you, but these are related. I have like 2 hours of information in my head on this particular argument, and it's hard sometimes to give it in bite-sized chunks. I learned that the first 2 times I tried to explain this, and obviously I failed in that first minute. I've been watching my debates and going, oh, I failed there, I failed there, I failed there, I failed again today. But now, to the social construct. I'll try to make this quick and land the plane. So the social, I believe the social construct is based off of the statistics. And I don't think the statistics lie here. And I don't think this is a false fallacy at all, right? Science has shown men tend to be more like this, and there's a percentage that are like this and this, and women are essentially this and this. But then the social construct is because of that statistic, and I am guilty of this. When I had my boy, the first time I saw my daughter putting makeup on him, I said, boys don't do that.
Can you give me
I
another
am
example
enforcing
of
that social construct.
Can you give me another example of a social construct that's not gender?
I can offer one.
Well, subjective ethics.
Yeah,
I would.
I'm trying to just get to the root of like what is
Money.
the definition of social construct.
So Vibe, one of the big things that I thought you missed that I think will also satisfy Tiki Tech is that gender has always been a part of the social construction of language.
Yeah, for sure, right? And but there was a time where it was accepted that there were flamboyant men, and there was a time that it was accepted that there were tomboys, and those tomboys still were women, and flamboyant men were still men. right? We've taken that structure so far beyond it, and now the social structure is changing. It's a new social structure.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because what I'm trying to lead into is that it seems like that the social construct they tried for a push on building gender into a spectrum, but now you have a counterculture that's coming back in and saying at the root of it, no, gender is based off sex, and it seems like the majority is in agreements of that. So couldn't we just concede the social construct and then just say that majority of people are agreeing that gender is sex, and then that's just man and woman?
Yeah, so I mean, my end argument and my personal philosophy is actually to educate people on this, in that there's two sexes, and if you want to do a gender spectrum, then it's our first and last name, and it's you. Like, everybody is unique. There is no spectrum. I don't need to fit into a box. I can be Jason Martin, and I can wear a dress, right? And I don't wear dresses, but if that is my personality, then I'm a man that does that, right?
Well, that's been the agenda that's been pushed since like 2012, but now we're seeing a backlash against that. So it's that whatever you're trying to educate on, people aren't biting anymore.
On the
gender spectrum.
This would be a really great show conversation.
Yeah. How about we do another debate, man?
Well, hold on.
Every time I come into this judge spot, I feel like I want to debate more and more.
I know you do.
So I don't know why you're in a judge spot. You should be in the debater spot.
Tyler is in that same boat. He's like, I really want to get in here, and so I gave him the night off. So I'll give you the night off next week, and you can duke it out.
I mean, ultimately, I mean, my solution to this whole problem is get rid of gender. And I know that also was my opponent's solution as well. So we actually agreed on that. But I had to frame it in some way where I could do an argument from the other side.
Sure. Well, let's welcome Admiral Gibbs, the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, from Texas, obviously.
Hey, right on, man.
Greatest country in the world, the Republic.
And we had the Ivory on. Did the Ivory leave? Not happy with us, or we not cool enough to hang out with?
I didn't see anything from him. I'll check.
Okay. No.
Just greener pastures, Mr. Ivory Fool.
Yeah.
He got his tomatoes and his motor cars mixed up.
Tomatoes.
It might be this tech issue. He was just on my show, and he seemed excited to do more yelling at people. So I think that it's probably a tech thing. If I had to wager,
I'm just excited that there's a bunch of lefties on here now, like Admiral Gibbs. Man, you're a super lefty.
I mean, I did win Cupid's Royale as Admiral Libs. They weren't ready for this amount of Democrat manhood.
In reality, you don't need any more left wingers than me because I'm just going to win, and crush everybody.
There we go. That sounds like a volunteer party.
Papa's ready to go. Put me in.
All right, good. Anson, you are the man of the hour at the moment. So
yeah, I had 200 credits from Kissy Cat. We've had 2 debates, so I've got 120 left.
I think Spaceman's accounting is a little different, but
we've only had 2 debates.
Yeah,
oh, just a reminder too. If you want, I think it's $20. You can buy over Cat's credits to pick the topic. Greg can correct me if that's not right.
Yeah. So how about Tyler and who's the other? Glenn's a judge, isn't he? That's a shame. Yeah. Well, I'd hate to put Tyler against Gibbs because they probably argued before. Tyler and Beth.
Tyler and Beth makes a great pairing.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Legends debate.
I was honestly, I was kind of looking forward to Beth destroying Duck again, but she's had enough duck in her diet, so let's get you guys out of here. Something's beeping somewhere. Somebody's Discord's going off or something. So stop that. All right. So we got you got to go. You got to go. You got to go.
Tyler and muted. Yeah,
I know you guys really.
You already know. I'm the one who needs to be doing that.
I know it's weird for all of these guys to spend so much time backstage, right? Like it's got to be just like, why am I in the back? I'm all back of the bus. But yeah, everybody is.
So what are we arguing about?
The male debate can't count. I'm sorry. The male debate can't count. Spaceman, sorry. All right, so what are you guys going to debate?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
I threw a bunch of things out there in chat just in case. I am kind of a neo-Keynesian, so I like government job programs. I'm pro-U.S. hegemony and U.S. interventionism. Big fan of Israel. Bunch of shit like that. I like social programs and safety nets. Legal immigration, big fan of it. We need more. Top-down federalism versus local up.
I tend to do more of the social side and less of the political. That Gaza thing was like, I still can't even believe I pulled that off.
Throw a subject at me. I'm ready to go. I'm not good on religion. Religion's something I don't know much about, so that one I kind of got to bow out of.
Well, what a position we're in. All right, so let me refer to my list.
I think that do I want to go there with this? I haven't even looked at this argument in a while now. Why not? I think that feminism supports the trans community because they're trying to build their own form of force doctrine.
Because feminists, obviously, if you look at like Dr. Money and some of the people that wrote about transgender, it obviously comes out of radical feminism that was the third and fourth wave. So, yeah, I kind of agree with that. Generally, you're not going to see me supporting trans people at all, besides the liberal approach of legalism.
Unfortunately, I mean, it would be better for the argument if Tyler was a feminist, but
I'm a Clinton Democrat before they turned gay.
Right.
Anson gets to assign the prompt.
Look, he bought himself the right to sign the prompt.
Okay, Anson, come on.
Chairman of the board
Give us something.
$2 super chat. Anson assigns the prompt.
What a chudley. What's up, Anson? What's a prompt?
Yeah, it was really nice of the chairman to buy me that privilege. Hold on. Is it more unethical to fake a review for cash or to tank a business out of spite, right? So if you're getting money as a content creator to give bad reviews, is that more unethical than giving bad reviews because you're full of spite and anger?
I'd go with the former is more unethical than the latter.
Is it so receiving money is worse than being filled with spite?
Yes, because you're lying. The spite person could potentially have a good reason to be egregious, and the spite just maybe is the reason they left the review.
They could actually believe the reason that's causing them to feel the spite.
One's dishonest and paid shill. I think that component alone makes it worse ethically.
Is it more pathetic to? Well, hold on now. I'm supposed to pick the prompt. Y'all aren't supposed to argue with me. Y'all gotta debate that. So y'all pick one who's going to take the spite is the worse sin than greed, and y'all go for it.
Wrath. Paper scissors for
it. Who's team wrath? Who's team greed? Y'all fight over the vice.
Or Grid, put a number in your head, 1 to 10, and then we maybe put something in chat. Whoever's closest to it gets to pick.
But I don't even know which one I could friggin' pick here. Anson, why don't you just assign a side? Because
if you're gonna assign the topic, you can assign the position as well.
Okay, well, I think Beth needs to argue that wrath is worse than greed, and Tyler needs to argue that greed is worse than wrath.
This is going to be very interesting. All right, in the back, Anson. All right, once more to the clock. Oh my goodness, this is going to be great. So, who is the affirmative?
I think Tyler is, since he's taking the grade.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Tyler, you have 1 minute on the clock starting now.
So it's absolutely obvious that the person that is lying and being disingenuous, it's not just greed at that point. It's also maliciousness. You're attacking an innocent business that did nothing wrong. You're harming people that are doing their best. You're killing jobs. Also, you can profit, and it's all based off of dishonesty. It's all based off of disloyalty. It's all based off of the interest of the self. And at the end of the day, it's an amalgam of bad characteristics that get you to be this paid shill. Generally, the person giving you this money is going to be a competing business. So you're also infringing in free market economics. The ramifications of this are drastically worse. And I feel like Beth has her best points here are still going to be anger is bad. But at the end of the day, it doesn't talk about how a lot of times anger is justified. And justified anger can lead to bad reviews. Spite necessarily isn't a bad thing. If somebody
time. And Beth, you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
Well, my opponent says that being spiteful and malicious is worse. In all actuality, people who have these ideas are usually convinced of those ideas themselves. So they're lying far less than people who are getting paid to lie. And they're also not profiting off of it because typically they won't be allowed back at those businesses. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. That was 35 seconds. Or
I'm
30,
always scared of going over, so I just try to keep it to stuff I know I can talk about.
All right. That's totally fine. All right. 5 minutes starting now.
So if we look at that,
wait. So why would my belief that I was wronged and making that post be worse than like you who's collecting money for doing it? And you don't even know the business. You've never even walked in there. So why would spite be worse?
thought I was arguing that. I thought I was arguing the first point as the affirmative. I thought you were arguing wrath.
I'm arguing that wrath is better.
Yeah, you're arguing that wrath is less. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. So what?
Wait, am I confused here? Am I on the other side of the debate?
You are arguing. Hang on, Grid. Time out.
I think there was a mix up here.
Tyler's a little confused.
I thought I was arguing the affirmative, which was the first point, that wrath is justified and greed is worse.
No, you're arguing that greed is justified. That's why I was kind of.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I could just pivot my argument around, then that completely ruins my opening. But yeah, no. So greed is justified in this instance because
I asked you a question. Time out. I asked you a question, so you got to go back and you got to answer my question.
Okay, all right.
Because if my belief, which is fueling my spite, because I believe I was wronged, leads me to make a post about this business. Why would that be more or worse than you who's getting paid to write a malicious review about a company that you've never even walked into?
Well, because I was paid to do so and it's legal. There's nothing morally wrong with it. Our laws are based off of
there's nothing morally wrong with it.
Yes, morality is how our laws are established. And if this was something that was actually bad, we'd be able to sue over it or something of that nature.
Yeah.
But
you
since
should
it's
be able
not,
to be sued over it, because what about libel laws? You've never even been into this business, and yet here you are, writing nasty things about them for money.
How do you know I've never patronized that business? That sounds like a speculation to me. But at the end of the day, when you're talking about people spending money and then having a tantrum because something didn't go their way, most often it's higher expectations. It's completely unreasonable. You can have people.
Absolutely not. Maybe it was just one person at that business who did something that was wrong or whatever, and the business doesn't even want to hear it. And maybe it's a personal thing between those two people. And the individual who's writing this, totally justified. But now, because of people who get paid to write bad reviews, people who have legitimate complaints aren't taken seriously.
I mean, it's not unethical if you own a restaurant to say we have the best Italian restaurant in town and all the rest are worse. This is just an extension of that. It's an extension of your opinion. You can say this restaurant is worse because I've been to the better one. There is a lot of reasons why somebody can be taking money as an advertiser.
Saying
So
I've
an
been to the better one,
advertising company
saying I've
saying,
been to the better one doesn't
I get you. I'm
go
trying
and
to answer this question.
intentionally cause harm.
You might be doing that, but at the end of the day, if somebody's advertising, we're the best pizza place in town, by proxy, what you're saying is all the rest are inferior. That doesn't mean you need to go out and taste test every Italian restaurant in town to say you're the best Italian restaurant.
That does not equate to someone going onto a business's page and writing malicious things about them. And
It does. It's
especially
advertising.
considering you're being paid to do so. And the likelihood is people who are doing that typically have not gone into those businesses.
Is it malicious or call somebody inferior?
They are literally making
This
up
sounds like
any
speculation.
reason. They're making up any reason they can find in order to fulfill the
But
job.
again, is it
Whereas
bad to say somebody's inferior? Is it malicious to say you're inferior? I say you're inferior to me because of X reason. Because you're a woman, you're inferior to me, or something along that line. It's the same idea of saying these other places are inferior, and the one that I like the best is the best. You don't have to taste test every Italian food made by every set of hands to say mine's better, to say you're inferior.
the
But that's
goalpost.
disparaging to them. And if you're getting paid, it's advertising.
That's not what
If you're
we're
getting paid to say
arguing
my football team's the best, and these
That's
football
not
teams
what we're
suck,
arguing about.
that means you're earning a wage as somebody who's
Tyler,
advertising. Is
you can
advertising
keep
immoral?
talking. Are you done? Because
30
you're
seconds.
talking about something that we're not even arguing about. We're not saying that
I'm
you're
framing it as
you're
that.
saying
That's my framing.
mine's the best. We're talking about intentionally going to another business's site and saying something intentionally malicious about them to damage their business because you're being paid to do so. You
Yeah.
have no basis to even believe what you're writing other than the money that's getting put in your pocket, and all it's about is fulfilling
That's
the job.
what I'm telling you is you
No,
don't have to
what
say
you're
something
saying is I
illegal.
can go
You don't
on
have to
and
say
say
something
mine's the
illegal.
best
You don't
and
have to
nobody else's
defame them
matters.
in order to disparage
totally
them. You don't have to try every single type of Italian food to say my Italian food is the best. This is the point I keep going back to that you can't seem to address. Is you're when
talking
you wrap
about
up X, it's a zero-sum game of disparaging Y. The zero-sum game is what is what being talked about here. And if you're paid to advertise on behalf
We're
of
talking about different things. We're talking about totally different things.
I think it's just the concept.
are.
I'm broadening the concept for you.
No. You shifted the goalpost is what you did. And that's
Broaden
not
the
what we're arguing
concept.
about.
All right. That was interesting. That was interesting. We lost Jake.
It sucks. I thought I was arguing the other point, so I had to shift on the dime, but I did have both arguments ready to go.
Jake has things to do.
Oh, that was fun.
So he's not able to be here. Duck, did you spill ketchup on yourself?
It's definitely hot lava, bro.
Hot lava. All right.
It's the way.
Okay. All
Some
right.
would say.
Okay.
That debate was like holy fallacies, Batman.
I got to be honest with you. It was funny, and I appreciate Anson's sense of humor, but God, that was awful.
You were arguing about something totally
I
different.
fucking
That
wasted my
wasn't
whole
even the
opener.
argument. That wasn't
Yeah,
even
I wasted my whole fucking opener. It sucks. I misunderstood. I thought I was arguing the other point, which it's fine. I just misread what you guys were saying.
It's all right, man. It's all right.
Oh, sure.
It's fun that you pivoted though.
So, wow, where do we even start? Glenn, please God, give us your.
I mean, I can't even. What do you want me to do with that grid?
I don't know. Make a decision.
Beth won.
Simp. All right, ticky tack.
Not just because I don't know Tyler, so that was the only reason. I just went with the first name that I knew.
There you go.
Yeah, Tyler, if I was judging you on your opening, I would say you lost. But well, what's kind of funny is that you probably could spin that opening in sort of way with your last quote of like, "Hey, Beth is just going to be like based off feels. Essentially, it's like being angry is bad, and she won't be able to justify it." And I think you were able to spin that just enough to essentially prove that yeah, she doesn't have a means of justifying it other than it's bad. So Tyler, you got it.
The man. All right. All right, Anson, go ahead. I know you're
winning by
you're so disappointed in how they treated your topic.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was the dumpster fire that I wanted it to be. So I scored Beth at let's see, 12 points, and I would have scored Tyler at 13 if he hadn't done his opening for the opposite position. But he ended up getting 9 points because his entire opening was for the opposite position.
Holy
So I actually gave it to Beth on that point alone. But you're a better debater, Tyler.
You really are.
You should have won that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that, like, I think Tyler did a really good job, and I respected that. I know I'm not a judge, but Tyler did make one comment where he's like, let's just say because I'm a man and you're a woman, you're inferior. Now, if you're talking to an audience right there, like, that made me go, oh, that was a bad comment. Like, if you're talking to a broad audience, you just lost half your audience by making that statement.
I think in the right wing spaces, you would gain audience. So
I don't think and this is the weird thing. I think a lot of leftists actually think that men are superior to women. All we ever argue is that we're different, not that one's superior.
I would say that maybe there's like
disagree.
a subcategory, but the people on the right that we just would laugh at it. That's where it is. It's just it's a joke. We laugh at it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're looking at Andrew Tate's and things like that, like, I mean, there's definitely a spectrum on men on the right, right? And I could agree with you on.
Does someone have music on in the background? Sorry, that's not Vibe.
Yeah, that's probably me. It's probably me.
No worries, mate.
Look at that. Dang, Tyler, before he can even get off the stage.
Howard Jablo donated $50.
Yeah, the one thing I would say
bring back Tyler.
is just as an audience member, like, I like Tyler's arguments a little better even. There was one point where I think Tyler charged forward a little bit too much. It made me like think that, well, am I not competent to just judge the merit of the arguments? It felt like an easier, like, and that's fine, I think, in the blood sport context on grid motorsports, right? I would, on grid one, it's cool. I would just say, in a lot of debate settings, I like hearing people, giving people that like 30 seconds to unfold what they're saying. And then, from my perspective, then thicken it up it's another strategy. I don't know if it would lose points, but confused me.
I actually think Duck has a point here. Beth, you were so busy attacking that and he was so busy attacking that neither one of you gave each other time to actually make a point and then counter that point and then attack. Like, this was the worst fucking debate I've ever seen.
That was brutal. I asked the same question 3 times.
Oh, you haven't seen shit if this is the worst debate you've ever seen. So let me tell you, I've seen some wild shit, bro.
You should have seen that last panel.
Yeah, right. Oh, no, I didn't. Gives me a break on that one. So I got to be honest, guys. I got to get I really want to see Duck and Gibbs go at it.
Yeah, the chat needs to pay for that, so we don't have to use Kissy Cat's money.
Yeah. Somebody needs to pony up because I really want to see the mouth of the South against the Duck Man.
By the way, thank you,
Come on,
Hayward,
Duck, let's
for
go.
actually sketching that debate and bringing Tyler back. Because
a lot of hype. Hey, also, Glenn, I wanted to say my name is Admiral Gibbs, and I own a ranch, and I'm an entrepreneur and own several businesses. Now you know me, so you can't vote against me just because you
got you, Admiral. I got you.
Let's nice to meet you.
Pleasure's all mine. See, Tyler, that's how you do it.
Glenn, I don't respect you.
I don't care.
Oh man, that is brutal. Yeah, it's interesting. That was just terrible. This is terrible. But it was. I mean, it had promise because there were so many attacks. Yes, no, that, yes. And I was waiting for somebody to go, yeah, okay, but. and then giving up. It's like,
you can't play defensive with Beth. I watched Liberal Cluck the last time I was on here get his ass beat because he was trying to play defensive, and she just kept steamrolling him over and over. You got it. I've seen her debate enough times to know you can't just let her roll you over.
Look,
this
you know
is
what it
something
is?
that
It's the
Tyler,
nerves of doing these debates where it's fast and I don't know what, sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. And so the nerves get the best of me and I just go with it.
So Tyler, and I'm going to give you a lot of credit for having improved. You used to almost apologize during your debates, right? Like, oh, I'm really sorry, but that's what, and so you're obviously that's better. With Beth has that really aggressiveness, but you can turn that against her by just simply saying, just acknowledging, okay, that's your argument. Great. Counterpoint. You make your counterpoint and then put her back on the if you've never put Beth on the defensive, that's why people are losing to Beth.
Well,
but Beth trusts. One thing that Beth does better than anyone that's on this panel is she trusts the audience to hear what she says, and so that doesn't mean Beth doesn't say sort of crazy, bigoted, sexist things sometimes, but it means people actually listen to her and have to consider the points in the argument that she's making.
Yeah,
I like people telling me I'm smart always. I always will enjoy that.
So one of the things that Tyler you can do to Beth that people don't do to her is audience alignment, right? So because she's so overbearing and female, you can call her out for being like unhinged and emotional, and the audience will generally agree with you if she's like trying to be overpowering, because it's a put off for a woman. Like and that's what Hillary Clinton had a problem with, is people kept calling her masculine, and Beth is really getting into the masculine domain a whole lot. And so, and if you do that during the debate, it'll throw her off because she's a woman and emotional.
Yeah, look at this uppity broad over here. Who does she think she is?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
It's also just nerves, man, because I've debated, Cleaner and several other people and had very calm conversations through it. You, Tyler, I'm scared of you. I'm not stupid.
I'm a teddy bear. Cut it out.
I think Beth has actually been coached specifically on remaining unemotional about things.
Mm-hmm. I guarantee it.
Well, Beth is also, isn't she she's a 3 or 4 time grid champion. So who would be surprised? I don't mean to be simping for Beth. That isn't what I intend to do here. I'm just saying there's, even though Tyler's our noble moderator, right? He's got his work cut out for him. No one can disagree. Even my neon tattoo agrees. Let's
Tyler,
go, baby.
You're muted.
Let's go.
Tyler, you're muted. Tyler,
well,
you're
this
muted.
is absolutely awesome. While Tyler's muted, once he figures that out, but
I'm sure it was great
this is the panel I've been looking for, man. So Grid One, if you ever accept me back again,
TV went back in chat.
I'm going to be here again.
And said that the prompts were actually chairman said Beth was supposed to be arguing wrath is worse, and Tyler was supposed to be arguing greed is worse.
Yeah, and TD is absolutely correct. But the problem is, like in a debate, when it's your job to point out the opposition's logical fallacies, it was your job to know what the debate prompt was. And because you agreed to what the debate prompt was, that became the debate prompt, right? Because you were like, you had no certainty about it, right? So from my perspective, you conceded to the debate prompt and then continue with that debate.
We just
right?
went, whatever.
Right. You let her boss babe you, dude.
This is some real psychological warfare here in these debates.
I know it.
I'm starting to think I'm really fucked because I'd never once known the debate prompt ever, even during the debate.
Yeah, it's a good time, really. Clovertax says first time he's caught it and he likes it, and hell, he might have to join sometime and get schooled. Another Texan. That's right. So chat, I'm going to give it 6 minutes, and then I'm just going to go with I'm going to designate a debate because we got to keep it rolling. We got to keep it smooth. and you know, that's just the way it works. So let's have some people step up here so that I don't have to do that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, Tyler, if you had continued with your debate as your opening was and ended with it and said, hey, Beth got the topic wrong instead of conceding to it, Beth would have gotten 0 points.
I thought I asked you, like, okay.
Hey Gibbs, have you ever been to visit Judge Roy Bean's tree?
No.
No? You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't know. There's a few famous trees. Maybe give me a little more than that.
I think they brass encased it at this point. It used to be called the Beans Hanging Tree.
Oh yeah. The haunted one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did that when I was real young. We did a whole like bunch of haunted places. I lived in Corpus Christi growing up, and here's a really fun one: is the Lexington offers like overnight like Halloween tours. Highly recommend. Honestly terrifying. It's pretty cool though. But I did a whole thing where I went all these like haunted places in Texas one year. It was pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you find Texas this time of year? Are you one of the places where it gets, because I know like El Paso, Dallas, Fort Worth gets like roasty toasty. I'm in Arizona, so are you guys like
those are like the cool spots.
Now?
Yeah, those don't really have the humidity. I'm in like San Antonio now,
Yeah.
and it's like 60% humidity, but it's like right on the edge of like the Chihuahua Desert. But like I'm from like Corpus, and I just moved from Houston like 5 years ago, and it's like 110% humidity. It'll be like 105 outside, and then it'll be like heat index of like 114, like, and you just walk outside, and it's just like immediately you're sweating. Versus like when I'm like, I don't know, when I'm up like in El Paso or something, you know, you're not sweating even when it's 100 degrees. You know, you're out just side, and it's just like, you know, right off you. So it's a very different kind of heat.
Yeah, in Houston, like you walk outside, that's it. You're covered. You're drenched. You go from air conditioning to the hot temperature outside, all that humidity just collects on you immediately.
Yeah, it's been pretty high humidity here. It's been 95, but it feels like 100 with the humidity.
Oh yeah, poor Tennessee guy in the heat. Let me tell me more about it over there, guys. Yeah, I'm sure it's so terrible up in Tennessee.
Yeah, my skin looks great though.
Yeah, well, so try this. I used to live in Manila, the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, you probably got me beat there.
And
that's a little bit of humidity.
I just came back from
my walk to work was 5 minutes. I could walk to work in 5 minutes from my condo, and if I walked, I would be drenched in sweat by the time I showed up there. So instead, I would actually take a cab, and the cab took 30 minutes, but it was air conditioned, and I could actually show up to work and not have to shower.
Okay. That's solid.
It's all about.
I just got back from Manila like 2 weeks
I don't know
ago.
if any of y'all follow like Nicholas Crown, but he was like, you know, I take, you know, flights from my place, you know, my house or wherever he said he lived, you know, downtown New York. And he's like, it's an hour and a half commute, you know, here it's a 5-minute flight. He's like, I can get 4 or 5 more calls in, and I'm like, yeah, sometimes convenience is a big thing. If you're walking 5 minutes and you're just drenched, fuck all that. But if I can sit in the back of an air conditioned car, you know, and make a phone call and, you know, come out looking fresh and crisp, you know, sometimes it's worth the time and the money. It's all relative kind of thing.
That's actually.
I'm in Arizona. We're in Arizona. We have it's like. I'm even like subconsciously using these sticky notes as like a fan right now. It's like 120, but it's a dry heat. It's like, so in Arizona, if you can find shade, right? And I honestly mean this. If you get used to the heat, you're fine. But you know, like the other day, it was our first like all day 100 day, and there's, you know, some like very sad. Some very pretty girl went hiking in Scottsdale and didn't come back, and she died from a heat stroke in the desert in 100 degrees. If you don't have shade in Arizona, it's lethal. Like, people don't understand. Like, it's crazy.
You know, it's interesting.
Crazy.
It is interesting. And so in Tennessee, if you step under the trees and you're, if you step under the trees and, what's up, Emmett?
Thought he got booted.
Well, Yeah, I don't.
He
I
didn't
mean,
get booted. He had to study.
Yeah. No. He lost.
Yeah, just get me to say something to Bob. I'm gonna leave. You
Oh.
can
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can put me in the back. That would be great.
What's that?
I think he's in the back chat grid. He said put
Yeah,
him in the back.
just want to say something to Vibe, and I'm gonna leave.
Oh, I gotcha. Let me. There you go. Lost my train of thought. So in Tennessee, if you don't have shade, you're cooked. Period. But it's even more noticeable in like Arizona or somewhere like that. Like it can be 100 degrees, and you step underneath any kind of shade whatsoever, and it's instantly cooler because the air just doesn't retain the heat without the humidity, and it's a massive difference. It's really cool. All right, guys, we need to either somebody either needs to buy this debate, or I'm just going to go ahead and throw it up there and make it happen because we got to keep the show moving. The show must go on. So
Yeah, how about Duck v. Gibbs using some of the leftover funds from Kissy Cat?
all right, we'll do that, or we'll figure it out. All right,
Congratulations,
you guys,
Gibbs.
and the rest of you guys have to go in the back. Let's cleaner vibe. Tyler, bye Glenn. Yeah, Duck, yeah, bye. Did I hit? Oh, was it? We were doing.
I have to say, what's going on?
Who are we doing? We're doing. Oh, Duck. Oh, sorry. Duck, you stay. Sorry, my bad. Gibbs and Duck. This is going to be interesting. All right. Well, nice clean fight. No hair pulling, no eye gouging. And definitely no beard abuse. Okay. By either of you. What shall we debate, gentlemen?
Gibbs, do you mind if I have just a sticky note? I know these debates go fast, but do you mind if I take notes during your opening statement?
Listen, you do whatever you want, Papa.
Yeah, if you can keep up.
Right. I'm not super worried about it. But yeah, what are we debating? What's the topics here?
You guys need me to give you some teaser prompts, and you guys can go from there.
Sure. I don't know Duck at all. I mean, I'm pretty right leaning. I don't know where you lean.
Duck is left.
So yeah, I mean, I don't care. You tell me, throw something out there, and I'll say yay, nay.
Gibbs,
Give me a couple options.
Center left. Yeah, I'm center left. So Grid, if you do offer a couple prompts, I'm willing to go a little further left or a little more center is needed. Not a big deal.
Okay. All right. Should boys be taught to use their words or make an example with their fists?
That's fine with me. Do you want to do that one, or do you want to hear some other ones?
I would say words. I can take that one. It's not like a topic.
Well, you guys can suggest topics too.
Yeah, I mean, what's a strong issue that you like? And I'll be like, hey, I care about it a lot, or I don't care about it, and then I can just go from there.
You guys feel free.
I would suggest that pluralism will be the national platform of every democracy into the future, and there's good reason for this as well.
Pluralism, like as in like maybe giving the anecdote example so I can engage with that.
Yeah, it's basically saying that ideas like black nationalism or like radical feminism from the third wave of feminism positively impacted policy. And so, we have to approach different worldviews and lived experiences with respect because they're politically relevant. I don't know. We don't have to do it. Yeah.
Give me another one. Maybe we do that one.
Okay.
You want to do that one?
No, let me hear one more he's got here real quick.
All right. How about I got a couple here. Is the rise in the rise of AI in national defense a threat to democratic oversight?
I would do that one.
Sure, that's
I would
fine.
take either position on that one.
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
Lucky Palmer, Mr. Do you know Mr. Palmer, Mr. Gibbs?
Like Carson Palmer, the quarterback. Arnold Palmer, the drink.
I am from Ohio, but I was speaking of the AI magnate, former Facebook executive. Now he runs one of the most successful defense contracting companies other than Palantir, and some of the big aerospace companies.
Yeah, I won't lie to you. AI, I'm probably not going to be super great at, but we can
Okay.
do it if y'all want to. I'm not
I got more.
AI.
I got more.
We could do. I hate to be needy here. I don't know.
No. We
got pluralism. I'm like, all right, we got some neat. We got okay, and then now we got AI. I'm like, all right, cool, go. Hit me with that
All right,
one.
I got others. Here, listen to these, and then you guys can figure. Should third-party candidates automatically qualify for debate stages in elections? And I'm assuming presidential.
Are you pro that or against that? Which side do you want?
I would be against it. I'd be against that.
Yeah, I could argue either side on that one. I mean, I'm fine with that one, unless you have another one that's like a more spicy one.
Voter ID laws are necessary to secure elections.
I like that one. That's a good one.
I would do that one again. I did that one with Emmett.
Oh, you did
or
that
I
one?
did something similar. I did immigration with Emmett, but I don't care. I'm not trying to be prissy.
All right. No. I want to get you guys something good. You guys are, we got a lot of topics here. I literally have like a bunch of them. All right. Oh, I don't know.
Wait, I have a debate topic. A grid. Can we talk about Paige? Paige was really late because she was finding tape for the middle of her glasses because she's a nerd.
What's that?
Paige just showed up. I see Paige in chat.
Oh.
So I was going to say we can debate about why Paige is late. But...
No.
Typical woman, I'm assuming, if it ain't Paige.
Oh, come on.
All right. I'm going to bring back Anson Knowles and just let him give you guys a debate topic.
That's fine. I mean, we could. Go ahead. I mean, I'm fine with most.
Anson,
I have to.
what do you got?
What do I got? Well, how about relationship stuff, right? I mean,
that's good.
Yeah. Like, why would someone in their right mind want to get married today? Is marriage in America worth it?
Which side you want on that one?
I'll
let you pick. I could do either one.
Yeah, I would say I'm for marriage. So yeah.
Perfect. Let's do it. I'll be the opposite.
All right. There we go. All right, Anson. Back to the back with you. All right. We are set. We have our topic. Who took the affirmative?
That would be Duck.
The Duck starts now. All right, you get 1 minute, Duck. Ready? Go.
All right, so marriage is not a concept which emerged in the United States of America, where most of us are, or any modern nation state. Marriage is one of the oldest concepts in human societies. Why is this the case? Well, there's two reasons. First, humans are naturally monogamous. Do you need marriage to be monogamous? No, but marriage definitely is monogamy. The main reason is that there's a lot of complexity that emerges in society when you're attempting to be in a monogamous relationship. One thing that formal marriage, contractual marriage does is it codifies a lot of the things that you're going to have to go out and do as a couple, which are both very valuable and which people identify around. Being a parent, maybe being a business owner. So in this case, marriage is necessary. It's still actually a very good thing in the United States. And the reason is because it still implies all of the basic norms of a relationship, such as
That's your
trust and
minute.
emotional bonding.
That's your minute. Sorry, pal. All right, you ready,
That's all
Gibbs?
good.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
ready.
you.
All right, Gibbs, take it.
All right, first of all, I'm married and divorced. And let me tell you something. These women want you for half your shit. That's all they want. It's bad. Let me argue this from the Christian standpoint. Listen, I have 2 doctors in religion and am a registered minister. When I go to church, you know what I see? The great hoe reformation. All these women, the only reason why they're at the church is to find a man. They're gold digging. They've had their fun, and now they're out for you. It's no benefit to the men. They're just going to take your money. They're not even in it for the religion anymore. It's an antiquated idea, and there's no reason other than to reproduce. And listen, I'm Hispanic. We have lots of kids outside of wedlock, so there's not even really a good reason either. This guy gave us no reason other than history, and I'll tell you what, fuck history. We're moving on. We got better things. Men need to advance, and anything said otherwise is baby back bullshit.
So that's a
15
thank you.
seconds left.
I don't even need them. Fuck it.
He said he didn't fucking need them. Just take them. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5 minutes starts now.
So that's a straw man of my position, first of all. In my opening statement, I very clearly laid out 2 concepts. Marriage is essential for society and relationships in society, and it's based on essential properties of individuals. It has nothing to do with biology in the sense you're referencing biology.
Let me quote the great Jordan Peterson. He said, never in the history of Earth have 20 women got together and then built a ship and sailed and explored any kind of land. You know why? Because men built society. That's why we live in a patriarchy. That's why anytime anything needs to get done, men fight the wars. So what's happening right now is marriage isn't benefiting men, and you're offering no solution to this. Religion is not offering this solution anymore. Men aren't getting out any benefits. Half the time they have no say over their children. They're getting aborted willy-nilly. And now you're going to sit here and tell me, oh, well, it's necessary for society. Seems like society's run just fine without the women's input for, I don't know, ever since humanity's existed.
This isn't true. We've talked about this at Grid 1 before. Women have played essential roles in the development of the United States. In terms of developing systems of education, in terms of developing systems of healthcare. Women play such an important role. Holy books like the Bible and the Quran may even have special clauses about how you own or trade or sell a woman slave. So what you're talking about is not marriage. What you're talking about is the worst forms of masculinity. It's actually possibly the case that marriage within a society, in fact, is one of the reasons why masculinity tempers itself towards a point.
Can you tell me when they've held presidency office, when they signed the Declaration of Independence, when they were fighting the wars up until, I don't know, like recently? Do they even serve combat roles? How often are women contributing to the form of government? Because you said they built the U.S. I guess I would find them somewhere on the Declaration of Independence, right? Or, I don't know,
I find it
anywhere there?
So I'm sorry for interrupting. I find it reprehensible that you wouldn't assume that women were part of the social contract. That wasn't what was laid out by John Locke, and so any legitimate society is built based on the consent of the governed. This has been true in the United States. If people want marriage by the same logic, and people agree that marriage is good, you don't have to do that. But then you're saying, well, this is Admiral Gibbs' subjective opinion.
The United States only exists because we were able to forcibly break away from England, correct?
No, this is like the recycled force doctrine garbage.
The
United States was a distinct geographical area, and it was a distinct geographical area at the time when industrialization began to occur.
Well, that's just not true, since they already beat the French in the French Indian War and had plenty of garrisons in Canada, which is now its own country. Yeah, they could have easily kept on fighting, except after Saratoga, things changed dramatically for them with their fates, and we forcibly fought them off. Then we beat them again in the War of 1812 after suffering losses, because we were able to do this with the right of conquest, the right of power, with force. You could say force doctrine is bullshit, but when it always comes down to force. Women only have the rights today because it's backed up by the U.S. government now, which is a gun to your head.
Okay, so what you and a lot of the audience may not know is George Washington lost a battle to the French and quit the military when he was serving as a British colonial commander. And so he lost his fort. He had 50 men kidnapped and they took his cannons. Force doctrine is not a determinant of history. What is a determinant
Wait,
of
you're
history
taking one
is
battle
a
where he
family
lost and he
structure,
quit, and then
building
you're
urban
equivocating that to the entire American Revolution or any government withholding their power, maintaining their power by force. That is that's a big leap, Papa. That's like saying because the Texans lost the Alamo, they now belong
That's
to
what you
Mexico.
said.
One
This is what you
That
said.
is what you said right now.
No,
I'm
what I
equivocating
said,
the
what I
entirety
said
of the
is that
revolution
it's
in
a
the War of
very
1812 and the
okay.
current
So
law structure being enforced by military power and police to
if you have two things,
one battle
if you
George
have,
Washington lost. No, sorry, wrong.
Okay, Gibbs, if you have a force doctrine or you have the ability to build urban cities and reduce family size, marriage builds cities, marriage builds urban areas, or marriage reduces family size.
Marriage builds urban areas. When we
What
have
does
an
force doctrine do?
epidemic of
Force doctrine does
like
nothing.
fatherless children in urban centers.
You
Doesn't seem
cannot
like
say anything
it
absolutely
doesn't sound
from
like
that.
urban centers are being grown because of marriage. It seems like urban
30
centers are growing
seconds.
because of population growth, which it doesn't need marriage to be accomplished anymore. It seems like. What's your point? I mean,
because what population growth used to mean is you had too much land and so you would have kids. An effective marriage in the United States helps people navigate
technology,
those
buddy.
conversations, which I said in my opening statement. Come on.
Yeah. I mean,
Come on,
you've really
Gibbs.
not proven
Let's
any
go,
reason why
buddy.
society has needed marriage. I've distinctly proven why society doesn't need marriage to work, and it's not needed for thousands of years. That's why King Henry VIII had 8 fucking wives that he beheaded, because he could do what he wanted, because he was the king.
And that's time, gentlemen.
Fair point. Thank you. Thanks,
That's a good one,
Gibbs.
Duck.
I
brother.
honestly, I can't even wait. This is gonna be so good. I'm gonna start with Ticky Tack, and this is gonna be good.
Why do you think it's going to be good? Honestly, it's for a lot of that. I feel like you guys were getting off topic, and it seemed like the first minute and then the last minute you kind of reconvened back into marriage, but like the 3 minutes in between, it's it just sounded like bickering more than anything. I guess really to say it's I do think that Duck actually had a better argument for marriage, while Admiral is because Admiral Gibbs was trying to take a more rhetorical stance of just kind of like beating down like all of his points, even though Ducky actually had some very valid points in why marriage is important. So I'm handing it to Duck.
Interesting. Anson?
I don't know where he got Duck from that. In the opening, I scored Gibbs at 10 and Duck at 4 simply because he hit several points. He controlled the framing. He created an authority anchor talking about I think it was Jordan Peterson maybe. He attached a narrative to his argument that was accepted by lots of people, and even had kind of like a meme image of his argument. And he also appealed to emotion, right? And so all of that was like he tied together a whole lot of stuff in his opening. The close was kind of even from my perspective, but during the meat of the debate, I think that Gibbs did a better job too. I scored Gibbs at 26 points and Duck at 18 points. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Gibbs.
Okay, Glenn.
Yeah, that was all Gibbs. Like Gibbs wasn't just in the opening statement. I think what Duck was saying, like, how's marriage good for society? But you can't have it good for society if it's not good for men. And he can never answer how it's good for men. So Gibbs took that all the way.
Thanks. Brutal.
Man, I got to be honest with you.
Good debate.
I think you actually started off pretty well, and then I don't know what the fuck happened once you actually got in the first part of the debate. You were talking about American Revolutionary War history and shit, and I'm like, why are you talking about it? I would have been talking about how, the family can save the future. Children are better raised in the family, and marriage is meaningful.
Grid, let me be honest. I felt Gibbs was taking us on a fake history tour, like humans riding dinosaurs at a museum. So I felt actually grounding this in a social context most of us are familiar with. Emmett's becoming more familiar with it as he is
I don't know,
in the
man.
United States right now.
I think you lost most
that was
people.
a W, dude.
I think you lost most people in with the with the trip down history, especially when Gibbs literally countered perfectly that, yeah, but women, the fact that they were married didn't help men build the country, which I think is arguable, but you didn't make a good argument for it being the backbone of building the country, in my opinion.
I'll push back one more time, and I know this is bad form, but I'll just say,
it's okay,
you know, I felt Gibbs made it a very heady issue, so I wanted to tackle that head on. In my opinion, I think considering the institution of marriage, this is something we go out and do. We decide against doing it if that's our choice. And so I wanted to talk about the institution of marriage a little more heavily while I was debating.
I think
versus
the opposite. I think Gibbs took it into the fucking ditch. I think right out of the gate, he was like, he was like, no, we're not going high level here. We're in the mattresses. We're below the mattresses. We're under the mattresses, under the floor, in the cellar. That's where we're at with this. And you could have done really. I mean, Duck, I'm sad on this loss for you, bro. Because I honestly, you didn't go in a good direction on this, and you're smarter than that. Maybe you just went too smart and you outsmarted yourself. I don't know. Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead.
I just wanted to throw in what your tactic was there, throwing out your anecdote about force doctrine. Force doctrine, you got into the weeds by going where he was framing the debate and trying to debunk his framing more than you were trying to prove the point. The argument prompt wasn't force doctrine. And when you use anecdote, I'm not saying it's bad all the time. It just has to be used right. It's often good as a response. If somebody cites empirical, then you can cite anecdote and make it complete to emotion, and that'll work. But leading off with anecdote and allowing him to respond with, you just gave me one example from 200 years ago and it's going to negate my entire argument, that's stupid. You basically walked into his trap. Anecdote's not useless. It's just you got to use it more tactically than that because it's risky.
All right. Well, anyway, Duck, man, it was great having you again, man. And hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring you back.
Can I pitch my channel real quick before I go back?
Absolutely, man. Go ahead.
Thank you. @DucksY on YouTube if you want to learn about city-states, if you want to learn about philosophy, political science, have interesting debate conversation. It's just youtube.com/@DucksY. Very simple to find. Just starting out, but I'd appreciate to have any audience where I can make content. You help me shape the channel, and I'll help you sort of, kind of shape the entertainment experience for you. Very excited to do that as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, somebody buy Duck back in. He'll be hanging out in the chat. See you, Duck. And I need to bump him off. Gotcha. All right. Well, that was interesting. Gibbs, I can't hear you.
Fun. That was my first 1v1 since I guess Dylan Burns. But other before that, it would probably be my first 1v1 almost a year. No, second 1v1 in almost a year. It's good times.
You know, you recovered well when he took it back into history.
Yeah, and that was a mistake.
And this thing that was fucking great. That was great.
Well, he did the thing. He did the thing that happens with like Fabian and like a lot of these is they go and he went like I think Tyler nailed it. Is he went into my wheelhouse. So I was like, oh, cool. Now I've equated your societal contract to force doctrine, which is basically the same as like Fabian going, oh, all taxation is theft or lactoid going, whatever. It's like cool. Okay, anything can be done and well and good, but if you have no guns behind it, great. Libertarian sounds good until fucking Papa Gibbs comes over with the F-16s. It's great. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, we're gonna let's chat for like I don't know. We'll give the chat maybe 8 or 10 minutes to pony up for the next debate, and then we'll just move into it because I got to keep it going, got to keep it rolling, man. But that was your opening was just brutal, honestly, especially for
his opening. He won just in the opening.
Yeah, well, won in the opening. The mistake a lot of people make in Twitch poll, and like I think even with like when we do these bigger panels, is like you could say a lot without saying like having to just like fill the whole time, right? Like if you are effective and you get your point across with 5 words, you should use 5 words. You shouldn't be like, well, the ulterior anecdotal fucking statistic that comes up once every 36 times and whatever. Just say your fucking point, bro. Like nobody want to hear all that baby back bullshit. Like we're on a debate. This is entertainment. It's not fucking. I don't know. That's my personal opinion on a lot of that.
So Gibbs, I've scored a lot of these debates as a judge, and you fit more rhetorical tricks into your opening than I've seen anyone else.
Yeah,
like it was super impressive. Like I looked at that and I was like, oh man, he's gonna do really good tonight. Like that was that. I was impressed, dude. You're awesome, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I watched that. Like I said, I really liked your opening statement, even though everything was flipped. I thought, okay, I don't want to debate this guy, but I so want to debate this guy. This is the greatest learning platform for me ever. Right?
I don't even remember what I said in the opening. That's the best part.
I don't even remember either. But I'm like, okay, this is a guy that could, because I don't even think you were debating the point that you wanted to. Were you?
I could have gone either way. I don't care.
Gibbs doesn't care. Gibbs is so Gibbs looks like a dumb slob, but he's got like 2 doctorates and he multiple business. One of them, a couple of international businesses. I mean, he's not an idiot.
I mean, but like I said, it's just I just feel like on big time on a lot of these panels is people just like I have to fill the time talking. If I don't fill the time talking, that's why I was like, nope, I said all I need to say. I'm done. Like I think that's like a more it also like emphasizes the point. Like, all right, I've said all I need to be said. We don't need to say no more. Like, you talk all you want, but here's the facts. Even if I'm fucking lying.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think my buddy Tyler should debate Gibbs.
Yeah, that would be really
they
good.
debate each other all the time anyway.
Oh,
so
yeah, I'd rather
just got finished debating.
I'd rather see Vibe.
He was modding that, so
Vibe and Beth go at it. That would be fun.
I think that would be that would be a great
see the
matchup.
3-time champ, the Dr. Disrespect. That's what we need to see. That's you, Beth.
I want cleaner.
2-time.
Yeah, I think the next matchup will probably be Vibe and Beth, just because I want to see the difference in energy. Because Beth is all attack and Vibe is very calculating. So this will be great. That'll be very great. I'm an evil bastard, by the way. If you haven't noticed, I do this on purpose. And
I mean, I don't know.
Unless
Beth
somebody,
yet, but
unless somebody
I feel
outvotes
like
me.
she's more on my side.
I'm not always all attack, but okay.
Since when?
I've had some calm debates on here.
I'm wondering why Beth is still dodging Viking Paradigm on that red pill debate.
Ticky Tack's face was just like.
I'm telling you, it's the nerves, man.
It's the nerves, right? I think it's the adrenaline rush.
5 minutes to debate something that I just found out I need to debate about is a little intimidating, and especially these guys are all. Tyler, you're muted. These guys are all.
He may be talking to his own chat.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I see these guys as being a lot significantly above me. So,
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that compared to how everybody's talking about you right now. I think they all think you've got some damn good skills.
Well, I appreciate it.
Oh, she's just a woman and doesn't know how to stop talking.
Glenn.
So yeah.
I had a very calm 1v1 with Emmett on Anson's channel. Just totally calm. I'm on his panels all the time. Totally calm. It's just I come here and it's like, 5-minute breakout session.
It is blood sport. I mean, it is. It's meant to be that way.
Yeah, and she's not a debate. She's not a woman. She's a debater.
There you go.
No, she's a woman.
Sometimes the handicap works in my favor. What can I say?
A handicap. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, we do need to pony up some dough to get into the next debate, or I will, we'll just have to move ahead with it. which will really suck for the people whoever wins tonight, because it'll drastically reduce the purse. But that's okay.
Tyler wants a shot at Cleaner too. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, you know, I like Cleaner. Cleaner's a good guy.
Cleaner's really good.
Yeah,
I enjoy talking to him. Like, he's got a lot of wisdom.
I don't know anything about all that bullshit. I like Gibbs' style, though. He comes in with an entourage. What other motherfucker here comes in with their own personal troll? Ain't that right, Sarcastic Warlock?
I don't even know who that is. But,
I don't know who Sarcastic Warlock is. Sarcastic Warlock apparently is. I don't know who that is, but apparently he. I mean, it's a little late now. I mean, honestly, I would make an exception if Sarcastic Warlock wanted to put their sarcastic mouth, to the test. I'd let them up on panel and let them have at it. But I think they're the kind of person that just says stuff.
Lots of feminine energy
From the chat.
Bro, did you see they're making T-Rex steaks now? A T-Rex leather steaks? Like, unironically, somebody, I guess they got like recently they had like some genetic material they recovered. So they're like, we got enough to make fake T-Rex leather. And then now they're going to try to start making T-Rex steaks and like 3D printing it or whatever. I was like, I'm not saying I'm going to buy one, but I'm going to try that shit out.
You're not saying you're going to buy one, but you're pre-ordered?
I'm fucking going to get me a T-Rex steak and be like, whoa, what's more manly than this? I'm eating goddamn Rexy, boys.
I'm eating dinosaur for dinner. T-Rex. That's awesome, actually.
There's the
I
sarcastic.
bet it tastes like gator.
Sarcastic Warlock's got a really good debate prompt hidden in there. It's, would you divorce Gibbs if you had a chance?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I can tell you from experience.
Well, this is a great debate for the last debate, right?
Yeah, it could be.
That'll be a pretty easy one to win for whoever's got to say yes. Shit, I'd divorce my ass, too. I don't know what you're talking about.
Whoa.
Lynn Lawrence, $20 towards Cleaner
Glenn
versus
Lawrence
Tyler.
Presents donated $19.99. Super chat. Cleaner vs. Tyler on polygynous
Polygamous
marriages should be
relationships, you mean?
recognized since homosexual marriages are
Polygamous
recognized.
marriages?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right.
Well, we need. Do we have? Where are we at on that, Spaceman?
Your donation? What was that?
It only paid for two dates, I think.
Well, I think there was some. There was. He had a little bit of credit and whatever. So.
Yeah, I think he already put 40 towards something earlier, didn't he?
Yeah, but that's for the final round.
Oh yeah.
So, Spaceman's got the credit list.
I would say it should not be recognized.
Yeah, he had 5, so he's at 25. Guys, we need $15 to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to repopulate, because right now we're not repopulating, then polygamy is a great argument.
I would take that we should recognize it.
Right? Like, I mean, hey, I can do this many times. The wife, the woman can only do it every 9 months. So it's a great solution to our current problem, right?
Oh, I could say.
Well, that's more of a practical argument, but yeah, that's not a bad one. It's just I don't know how much time I would have to espouse that, but yeah, I take we should recognize that argument. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, Spite send an Australian $15. We'll work with that. I know that's like, I don't know what that is in American dollars.
It's about $11 American.
Yeah, it's close.
12 maybe.
We'll let it roll. All right. So we got Cleaner versus my man Tyler on polygyny. Oh boy. Oh, let's see. I left Gibbs up. There's Gibbs right there.
I guess I'm taking the affirmative on this one, so I go first.
Yeah. This is I'll give you a second to prepare your opening.
All good.
What would you say the prompt is?
He gave us the prompt. Let me go back and read it here. Should polygynous? It says I'm assuming what he means is should polygynous marriages be recognized since homosexual marriages are recognized? So if one sinner can be recognized as married, then another sinner can be recognized as married.
So the prompt would just be polygamous marriages should be recognized. Okay.
And you were taking which side, Tyler?
I'm taking the affirmative.
That they should.
Yeah.
All right. Well, are you ready? All right. Your minute starts now.
The cornerstone of our American project in liberal Western democracy is equality. Regardless of how marriage started prior to the United States, the way it works currently here is we allow everybody freedom of expression based on the First Amendment. So that expression includes the colloquial term that we use legally now of marriage. The fact that gay marriage is recognized legally is proof of this, and polygamous marriages would be the same thing. You can make practical arguments, and I'm sure a lot of those won't be brought up here because we're arguing about should we, ought we, and I don't think the practical arguments really carry over. Now, what Cleaner is going to do is probably represent an older religious argument, and I would argue that society has greatly moved away from these things because of the will of the voters and the democratic view of what we are as a nation, our 50-state experiment, our liberal democracy, and otherwise, it's anti-American to take the other stance. You're all in.
That was exactly 1 minute.
That's how long I have sex too, baby.
It's a familiar milestone. All right, Cleaner, are you ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
All right, so I would take the stance that I don't believe that any marriage should be recognized anymore because in the current society right now, marriage does almost nothing but completely screw over men. It destroys relationships. It actually destroys families. It is right now what is causing so many of our problems, that people try to own each other because they don't understand the true concept of marriage. And so I think that since we've moved into this egalitarian and equality section of humanity and our historical existence, we can no longer truly conceptualize marriage and understand it correctly. And so we shouldn't even recognize it anymore.
And true to form, 20 seconds. I mean, he's like clockwork. All right, guys, you get your 5 minutes now. That was good job, both of you. Ready? Go.
I just don't know if your opening necessarily agrees with the prompt. Maybe we have a slight disagreement there, but when I hear recognize, what I hear is more of a legal doctrine. Should this be recognized now? The traditional version of marriage versus the traditional version of many things that existed prior to the United States change once they become law and once they have to go through the filter and the systems of our First Amendment in particular, which is pretty
right. I get that, but I don't think that in society, what we can do is look at the net positive and net negative that is occurring currently and say, okay, let's try and make a prescription for what we would consider, quote unquote, better, or the net positive, right? The future net positive. And currently in society, the concept of marriage, that is the law-abiding contract between two people, is not being upheld correctly. The standards are not being held correctly. It's easier to break a marriage contract than it is a cell phone contract. If you break a cell phone contract, you have to pay for it. You know, if you break a marriage contract, you get something out of it if you're the woman. Almost all the time. Not all the time. Almost all the time, though. It is disproportionately favoring women. So whenever you have a system that's set up that says, okay, well, if you screw your husband over, we're going to make sure you get half his shed. Like, that's not an incentive for them to stay in it.
You're correct.
So what I see is if you try and shift to a polygamous marriage, you're going to have 2 or 3 women that could all take half his shit, or more. So, I mean, you're just increasing the chances of the man getting screwed over exponentially the more women you add into the marriage.
I hear your argument. It's similar to the last one that was. What you're arguing is a snapshot fallacy because almost all of your critiques didn't exist 50 years ago, and all your critiques could potentially not exist in 10 years if we reform the definition of marriage legally. But that doesn't tell me why polygamy specifically should not be legalized. You're more making a throw the baby out with the bathwater based on my snapshot fallacy argument.
No, I'm not taking all history into consideration in this. I'm saying what's going on right now in society.
I agree.
I'm not referencing everything in history.
That's exactly what I said.
I'm not. Yeah, well, I mean that doesn't change the fact that right now this is what's going on, and if we continue the way that we're going right now, if we just stay the exact way that we are right now, we're going to see nothing but a net negative continue.
Well, and
so it doesn't actually approach the logic of the argument that I was making.
Some hope. These points that were brought up that are older than I am have been changing over time. We've actually been seeing more recently more men winning lawsuits, more men winning legal batters, more men winning in family courts, more men being able to take the woman to task as well. So a lot of these problems you're saying that are the problem with your snapshot fallacy are already going out the window. There's no reason why our functioning democracy can't see these errors and fix them. What you're saying is just throw the whole concept out in general. And that would have much more drastic effects than polygamous being legal.
Well, the drastic effect that it would have is that there's no legality to the bond between a man and a woman. Then if they were religious, they would get their bond through the church. If they weren't, then they would be bonded through their own word in their own home. It would just take away the legal side of things so that the government wasn't represented over your marriage.
Yeah,
so that they weren't or presiding over your marriage.
What you're saying is remove it from the hands of law and then let polygamy and gay marriage be allowed anyways. It would just be through a church that corresponds. And there's churches out there.
No, because I'm taking away the concept of marriage. I'm not saying it would be allowed then. I'm saying you're taking away the concept of marriage completely because
you're shifting
right now
of what a marriage is from the government definition to the church's definition. And there's churches out there, especially in Utah, that allow polygamy. So what you're saying by your argument is you're just removing it from the hands of the government, putting it in the churches, and then thus allowing polygamy. So even your counter argument is validating my stance.
No, it's actually not. I'm literally saying we should take the concept of marriage out of our law doctrine so that it's no longer something that we recognize.
And move it to the church, right?
Right.
And then there's churches.
The church can have it if they want it, but
Mormons that believe
it won't be.
Yes. So if the Mormon
whether one church or two churches or three churches or whatever have polygamy that they allow in them or not doesn't change the fact of what we lawfully recognize as just.
Yeah, but in a way you're just saying it legally no, but otherwise yes. So all you're arguing against is the law aspect of it.
No, I'm not saying otherwise yes. I'm actually not saying otherwise yes. What I'm saying is we take away the concept of marriage through the law. If a church wants to, like, if people want to get married in a church, that's up to them. That's their belief. That's their religious belief, and it follows their religious beliefs.
And the religious
that's not something right. But that's the thing. That's not something that we're all socially constructed and required to recognize. We are, however, all socially constructing the recognition of marriage by the law.
You're right, but it would still allow it. It would still allow it.
I don't think you approached my argument.
All right, that was actually interesting. That was good.
That's why.
I wanted to take a different approach to this one because like Tyler pointed out, a lot of guys will try and argue this from the point of religion and whatnot, and I wanted this to be a little more interesting because it's Tyler, and I think he's got a little bit more knowledge in this subject, so I wanted to give him something fun.
This was a great debate. I'm going to go to Tiki Tack first.
Yeah, so it was a very strong back and forth between you two. So Tyler, I don't think you predicted his opening coming out, but you definitely handled it quite well and actually facing through it. I think that your closing was very clear in that Cleaner is kind of just allowing marriage and polygamy, any type of marriage, to happen. The only caveat is the legal sense. And I think mentioning that under legal purview, just removing marriage in general probably does have like a lot more harm than if we were just add in the polygamy straight off. So I'm going to give it to you, Tyler.
Okay. All right. Anson?
Yeah, I've got, let's see, 11, 25 points for Tyler and 18 points for Cleaner. But it's actually less than that, but the difference is the same. And I'll explain that. So Tyler and Cleaner, y'all, Cleaner, you were the affirmative, right? No, Tyler was the affirmative.
Yeah.
But during the debate, he, in my scoring mechanism that I use, he was in the box for if he was on the negative, and Cleaner was in the box for if he was on the affirmative. Y'all kind of switched places in the style that you argue that you did your argument in the middle of the debate, and I thought it was very interesting. Y'all were kind of even at the ending, but the opening was way more lopsided towards Tyler in terms of his foreshadowing of the narrative that was going to be used. And Cleaner, you did a lot of really good appeals to like the emotional side of marriage in your opening argument that I thought had a lot of merit and would have appealed to the audience if they weren't scoring it simply on all the other rhetoric tools that were being used. But yeah, I gave that one to Tyler.
Okay, and Glenn, he may be having difficulties in the private chat. He says that he thought both of you did great, but he has to go with Cleaner on this one. Tyler started off great. I don't think he landed his argument well. Okay, it's in the private chat if you guys want to look at it. I'm sorry, I forget where Ticky Tack was. Ticky Tack went Tyler. Anson went Tyler, right?
Yep.
And yeah, and Cleaner got one vote. Okay, all right, okay.
Cleaner, you were the match I was looking for because I see you as the challenge that would inspire me the best. I suck at this form of debate. That's why I wanted you. I wanted the top guy.
I got to be honest. I really, Tyler, I was impressed with your opening. Usually, you're much more reserved in your opening, and you were just on it right out of the gate. Like it was real. That was really good, and you actually both of you made the argument more about marriage and how it's supposed to work than polygyny to begin with, which I thought was an interesting skew on it, right? I mean, you kept it around polygyny, but it was really about marriage and and Cleaner. I really liked how you added in the idea that you were talking about state marriage, and I think you should have been given more credit for this, probably. That marriage in a church is fine, but you were specifically defining a state marriage because of the things that men could lose, and the disadvantages that are sometimes there for men and not women. So I thought that was a great point you made. But man, both you guys just lit it up. This is how it's supposed to look. So, Cleaner,
I was approaching it from the point of what the prompt was speaking to, which was polygamous marriages should be recognized, would be his side. And the recognition point of that would be something that the whole social construct could understand, like the whole social construct could agree on, which would have to be the law because nobody agrees on religion, or rarely people agree on religion. So,
right.
That was why most of my argument was geared more towards the recognition of it as far as a society. So, yeah, and I think that might have actually been kind of glazed over a little bit whenever people were listening to what we were saying. But I do appreciate it. That was a good debate.
If you have a strong point you can't rebut, you fucking ignore it.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that was great. All right. Well, okay. We've got gotta say goodbye to Cleaner. Goodbye, Cleaner. Let me find there we go. And wow, we're dwindling. We're dwindling. I'm actually, yeah, I'm kind of impressed.
I missed it. Did Vibe leave on us?
Looks like he did.
Oh, did he? Oh, did he say anything?
Yeah, he said, I got to drop off and put the kids to bed. Awesome. It was fun.
I did not see that.
I missed it too.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Well, that's unfortunate because I thought he was going to make it to the end, honestly. Which I guess he kind of did. Well, let's see who we got. We got Tyler, Gibbs, and Beth. And we have Glenn Lawrence shopping because there he is. And he realized his camera was on. So my camera has this weird deal where when I turn it from landscape to portrait sometimes, it will turn the camera on if I'm like on a stream or something. And it just kept doing it one day. I couldn't find the setting to turn that shit off. But it was very funny. But all right, well, let's see. Who will be the next two? It'll be great. It'll be wonderful to see who will be the next two. In the meantime, that was a really great argument, Tyler. It really was. I mean, it wasn't the argument I expected. I really expected a lot more focus on the idea of polygyny versus homosexuality and why those two, why that doesn't really work. But it was actually a really good discussion, really good argument. So I really appreciate that, actually.
Who's going to argue against the First Amendment, though? Come on, that's an instant L right there.
Yeah. A lot of people argue against even what the First Amendment actually means. So, what is speech?
Oh, I had that. My daughter's in town, and we had a big deal with that earlier today because, yeah, she doesn't like the way I speak. Apparently.
Yeah,
that's something new from college. Okay, I'm terrified. I don't know what I'm gonna do when she comes home. She's somebody totally different. I hope she outgrows it, and I wish she never went.
All right. So Grumple Stillskin is up in the house. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Yeah. All right. I don't even know what to say about that. I was like a satisfying debate. But
it was just bizarre because the methodology that Cleaner used to debate, where he took a more general stance, and that's what I meant by like they kind of flipped the boxes that they were supposed to be in, because it kind of turned into, even though Tyler was taking the affirmative, the techniques that he was using were more for a defensive position where he was attacking instead of making a case. He didn't really make a case during the body of the debate. All he did was attack the positions that Cleaner was taking, which is not the way you're supposed to do it. He should have sat back and made Tyler try and take a position and then start attacking Tyler's positions, but he didn't do that.
I think the first thing I said was an attack on his premise, and we just got stuck in the weeds on that for 5 minutes.
And that's what happens in this as well. But still, it was good, though. It was good. It didn't suck, which is good. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty cool. So let's get set for this next debate. I don't know who it's going to be yet. We only got 3 left. So you want what? You and Gibbs?
No, I thought that I couldn't debate unless the chat put me in. It's probably going to be Beth and Gibbs, right?
It depends on
I
what
mean,
the chat does.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
what the chat does. The chat could say,
Chad, I ain't scared of nobody. Chad.
You and Beth again, which would be hilarious.
Your woman tactics won't work twice, Beth.
I also think. Yeah. Don't let his masculinity intimidate you. Get him. Get his ass. Get his ass. God damn it. Why is this shit mirrored? This shit's awful. Get his ass. There we go. We got it. Sorry.
I have some great anti-red pill arguments. If either of you want to.
I don't think either of them are red pill. So, whoops.
Well, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't want to argue it.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm trying to calm down. The cold meds are kicking in, so I'm a little more tired at this point.
I understand.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, right.
Yep, I do in fact understand. So, well, let's see. Texas Gibbs versus DJ Gibbs on who has more power in a marriage. Who's DJing Gibbs?
Tyler.
Oh, is that Tyler?
Oh, DJ Gibbs. Oh, he's talking about me. Oh, he's probably talking one of my alternate personas. That's probably the problem.
I saw the milk clip from like 3 months ago. Hilarious.
Oh, that shit was good, right? Oh man. So like I don't know if y'all know this. I do like dating shows. I go out as a contestant or like sometimes like whatever. But I always do different characters. So I did like Fuckboy Gibbs the other day. I showed up with a gallon of jug of milk and I was like, oh yeah. I was trying to rizz her up. I was like, hey, I know you got a daddy kink, so I brought back the milk that he never went and got or whatever. That was a good one.
Yeah.
DJ Gibbs has one goal in mind, getting fucked up. So I don't know if that's gonna be a fair debate for anybody.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Hey, Mojo.
Welcome. We got some people coming in a little late, but that's okay. They missed a lot of the fun. Maybe I need to push these things out a little later. Although we're kind of right in the butter zone here as far as finishing. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, to pick a 1v1, all you have to do is put $40 together. It can be from several different people. And then you can pick who does the 1v1. Will it be Tyler versus Gibbs? Beth versus Gibbs? Tyler versus Beth? Who knows?
I'm reserving the balance of $40 that Kissy Cat had for picking either the affirmative or the prompt. So I'm not going to use it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't had any of your degen prompts tonight.
No.
I know. Anson's been behaving himself. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you guys out in the chat can kind of patch it together. You can throw in $10 here, $10 there. So yeah. Sarcastic Warlock doesn't rent from me, unfortunately. Then I could evict him. I mean, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's gonna be cool though. So, Tyler, this is the first time you've done this as a contestant, not a judge. How's that different for you?
My perfect debate is like a 2-hour long format. I have done a lot of thinking about how I need to shrink down my arguments here and be more aggressive. And I'm just happy it's working because I didn't think I'd even win one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy about that.
All right. Okay.
So that's why you're eager to do a 1v1 with me here. It's mastered the long form.
This is
That's
great.
okay.
I would spend my Friday night doing this over going out to a fucking club or anything besides maybe like a good bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Is Kissy Cat still here? Did she wander off? Cats wander off. They go on walkabout. So anyway, I'm glad that Tyler. I'm glad that you got to be on the other side tonight. And it was interesting that we had like all of the judges showed up, like all of them. And we've had a couple other people kind of reach out and ask about being a judge, and it'd be great. We have $10 Canadian towards Beth versus Tyler. That's that's a start. Let's keep it going. A few more dollars. But
Tyler, you want to start kicking around ideas on what we're going to debate about?
Yeah.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I'll get the prompt figured out.
Works for me.
Yeah, you quit your weed smoking, right? Didn't you?
Yep. I've been sober. I mean, I'll still puff occasionally, but it's been about 2 months since I've really smoked habitually, and it's done wonders for my attention span and ability to recall things and short-term memory and sexual performance.
I didn't need to know that last part at all.
I didn't even know that it caused those problems.
The last one it doesn't. I was just trying to throw a degen joke in there because the chairman's
He just has those problems.
Yeah, the
coincidentally, when he got
chairman
the
of Cream
Viagra
is in the house. Yeah, that's
it
right.
coincidentally fixed the problem, you know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of prompts right now based on that single comment. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah.
My kind of props right there.
It's interesting that there's so many people that that think that weed makes them like somehow better, cooler, sharper, whatever.
I mean, I know it makes me better and cooler, sharper. I don't think it. I know.
Yeah, you just know. Yeah.
Like,
My daughter has
You think I'm this creative naturally? Come on, bro. I'm angry all the time. You know, I'm over like, yeah, bro. You know, hey, you know.
My daughter has ADHD, and when she became an adult, she came off of the meds, which as a child, I wouldn't allow her to be medicated if she wasn't like actively in school. So like weekends, vacations, no meds. I always tried to teach her how to cope.
Oh.
And then as an adult, she took up smoking pot. And I mean, she does pretty good. I got to give it that.
I smoke a lot. I mean, I have a lot of like physical pain, and I'm scripted a lot of painkillers because I have like like a lot of sports injuries. I'm like basically metal at this point, so it's like I can't take a hydrocodone and then do 6 sales meetings. You know what I'm saying? I can smoke like a bowl between each sales meeting, come in there, and I'm so angry and in so much pain that I'm like, hey, I'm at net zero, right? Like I'm gonna be awake, I'm gonna be focused, like no matter what, instead of like being like, oh, I'm in agony, or I'm like, oh, I can't function. So it's kind of like a happy medium. I've been using it for that, and I also just like smoking because it's relaxing. You're like, I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't be. If I'm doing it in my own home, here's a conservative. Like these people need to mind their own goddamn business. That's what I think. Fuck them.
I live in New York where it's totally legal. I got a bunch of titanium in my back, and my kid got me.
Hey, Sarah's here
with THC in it, and that stuff is pretty damn impressive.
Hey, Smoking Spaceman, pop the link out for Sarah so she can jump up and chat for a minute. I'm going to extend it a little bit for the to get the to patch up that last $25 to see Beth and Tyler duke it out. And in the meantime, we can talk to the tomato.
I love hitting women.
Damn.
Oh, okay.
Sean Connery in the house.
In a video game.
In a video game.
It is kind of funny in Skyrim.
Yeah.
Sean Connery approves of Tyler's last statement. No? Okay. No Sean Connery fans, I see.
Rob coming in to crash my panel. Let's do it. I sent Rob the link to join directly.
Oh, boy.
We got $20 from Naomi towards Naomi. We need $5 American, and we make it happen, Captain. Well, he'll post a link in the chat here in just a second. Spaceman will get it.
Yeah, it's right above Naomi's, I think.
Yeah. Is that right, Spaceman? Are we good? Are we?
Is that Rob in the queue?
It could be. That is the mighty Rob
Can't hear
Noor.
anything. Give me a sec.
I can hear you. He'll be back. $5 for the 1v1, guys. Let's get it going. I want to see Beth.
Hanson.
I'm going full fucking samurai on you, Beth.
Oh my
Tomato
God.
is joined. Welcome, Tomato Lady.
Oh, there we go. Hi.
How are you, Sarah?
I'm lovely. I actually just got back home and I was laying in bed and I was like, oh, I see grids on. Let me go take a look. And then you said, hop. Oh, Rob.
Rob, if you can hear me, go over to it, the little microphone where it says mute. Click the arrow next to it. Go up. Click your sound.
That's what she said.
We hear you.
All right, we've got the funds, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Naomi, who wants to see Beth and Tyler duke it out again. We're gonna give it a couple of minutes. We're gonna wait for see if Rob can come in, and then we'll talk to Sarah for a few minutes.
You just want Anson to get creative here.
You guys like thinking of a prompt or something?
Anson's actually a judge.
We don't get to pick it.
Was he taking a shit?
Picking it.
I will bring great honor to my family.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, so
who's won so far tonight?
I think all three of us have won at least one.
Yeah, they've all won at least one.
Only one of us here has lost one though. No.
Oh my.
What is happening?
So Rob, what you wandered into here is my debate blood sport round robin single elimination competition. And we're about to have Beth versus Tyler. And the way this works is we put everybody in the back. They get 1 minute each to give their position, an opening statement. And then they have 5 minutes of open dialogue. And then we have 3 judges. Our judges are Anson Knowles sitting right there, Tiki Tack, and the great Glenn Lawrence up in the corner. And they will they watch and score the debate. And then when it's over, it's done. So if you want to hang out, I'm going to have everybody goes to the back, except for me because I moderate. And then we'll get this going. We do have the topic, correct?
Yeah, we got a topic.
What's a topic, Anson?
Implied consent once given in a relationship should not result in any how do I put it, grape charges.
Narrow that down.
Now listen, I will join some other day, but I am streaming, so I promise I'll join some other day. But we'll leave you. I'm not just trying to rip your con. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
Good luck to you. Good luck, everyone. Have
Way
fun.
too spicy for him.
Yeah, good luck.
Hi, Rob.
Anson scared him off.
Implied consent, if not expressly revoked,
Kissy Cat says to add minutes,
is not revocable. So unless if you have implied consent, meaning that you have agreed to consent in the future, it is not revocable unless you expressly state that it's revoked.
So implied consent must be.
Implied consent is absolute.
The question is it revocable or not?
Yeah, it's absolute unless it's expressly revoked.
So then that means it can be revoked. So it's coming down to unless you revoke it, then whatever happens shouldn't result in any problems.
Right.
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 Okay. I can say yes to that. I'm all for implied consent. What about you, Tyler? You're muted.
I'm an easy no on that. I will take the whatever the opposite of the affirmative is. I don't know debate terms.
I'm up and down, Grid. I just came up to say hello, and I'm going to bed.
Okay, go to bed. I hope you had a good time, but not too good a time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm in bed, so it wasn't that great. Bye.
That's unfortunate. All my best times have been in
Man,
bed.
if I had a nickel for every time a woman told me that.
All right. This is that was great. That was just awesome. And all right, Anson, do we need any more explanation of the prompt? I don't think so. All right, bye. Okay. All right. Okay. You guys start out with 9 minutes because they knew. The chat knew. All right. Yeah, who's the affirmative? Beth, correct?
Yep.
All right, your minute is ready. Are you good?
Yes, I'm ready.
Start.
Okay. So when you enter into a relationship and you give implied consent, I think that you would have to like straight out revoke it at some point if you want to have any problem. To number one, nobody wants to ask permission each time that they touch their partner. That's just weird and it ruins the moment. Number two, you usually give that based on trust. And number three, most relationships, it kind of equate out to a marriage-like situation nowadays. And in 1 Corinthians in the Bible, especially if you go on Christian ethics, it says you don't own your own body anymore. So that implied consent goes both ways. Done.
Is that it? All right. Wow, 20 seconds left. All right. You ready, Tyler?
All right, so wow, holy shit first. And secondly, we're going to go into the argument. This not only violates consent, what actual consent is, this also violates contract law. You cannot make yourself eligible for federal offenses or felony offenses because you signed a contract with somebody. This, like the idea that your spouse can just take what they want from you, it violates the idea of what consent actually is. Consent isn't just something you give over and then from now on you lose all rights over that thing. If I consent to let somebody be the driver, that doesn't mean I get to not be the driver ever. Sometimes there's a little bit more to the idea of consent than just saying, yeah, we're married and we procreate. So if you want to go by the biblical standard, marriage is just for sex is just for procreation in the first place, and that's a little bit antithetical to how our society works, how our legal structure works, how autonomy works, and again, how different versions of law from contract law to what the consent laws actually are work. It's completely antithetical to our way of life. And like what other...
All right, that's time. You were on a roll there.
Oh, all I'm ready.
I gotta dial this up. All right, ready?
Ready.
And go.
So Tyler, first of all, I gotta point out to you, when it comes down to biblical standards, sex is not just for procreation. As a matter of fact, it's repeated throughout Scripture. It's supposed to bring you together and make the bond stronger and unbreakable. It's the most intimate thing that you can have with your partner, and it's not a matter of like you lose rights, because of course you can, at some point, should you want to, revoke that. That was what we started off saying. However, I don't see why anybody would want to have to ask every single time, and you shouldn't have to.
You don't have to ask every single time. This consent doesn't mean you have to say yes. Consent means when you say no, that is valid. That's what consent is.
You said the idea that the spouse just takes. Let's go to the great argument that's been out there for a while now that, your wife wakes you up with a blowjob, or you're waking your wife up with sex in the morning. Are you getting consent before you do that?
If the person says, hey, I don't like that, stop it, and you continue to go, then you are violating consent.
But see, because at the beginning of the argument, this prompt is based on implied consent must be expressly revoked for there to be any problems. So we've already established that it could be revoked, but implied consent is already there. You can't be like, gives these
to a degree. But you're taking the idea of complied in consent within the laws and our structure of society and going completely out of those with violating contract law, legal structures, and what actual consent is. This is all defined.
The marriage contract itself, it implies that you're going to, as you even said, have sex and procreate. And if you're going by biblical standards, the scripture is very clear that that sex is meant to create a very strong, tight bond that is the most intimate thing that two people can have in this lifetime.
And if that's the case, then you shouldn't need to violate that consent by raping them.
That doesn't count as grape. If someone's saying no, then they're revoking. If one party says no, then they're expressly revoking that consent, correct?
Yes, but
We
preemptively
established as
would be.
part of the prompt that can happen. But if they don't say stop, then they can't be like, oh, well, he graped me for 5 years straight. If you never vocalized revoking of that consent, then
You're right. If you feed your wife Rufinol and she's passed out and you take advantage of her while she's passed out, violating her consent, that express consent isn't given. But it's still immoral, illegal, and disgusting, and also violates other parts of the Bible about how the wife is supposed to protect or the husband is supposed to be the protector and provider for the wife as well. If you're using tactics, there's other ways around this than just asking for permission. If you're using tactics, again, like Rufinol, to violate somebody's actual consent on a legal standard.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about implied consent within a relationship.
Yeah, you're saying as long as the person doesn't actively say no.
People don't typically be their partners. Okay, you're not. I mean, if you're getting your wife, intoxicated every Friday so you can have your way with her, well, then yeah, there's a problem with that, right?
But she didn't say no, right? So that's the standard.
She can still revoke the consent, and that doesn't fall under. Listen, acts of rape like that don't fall into implied consent. There's one thing though, like if you're both drinking, and I mean, I've been married, okay, and sure, there's been plenty of nights where we got drunk. God, I don't remember having sex, but apparently we did, and that was my husband. Okay, whatever. I put myself in that position with him, right? And I already gave him implied consent.
Okay,
So
I understand
this wasn't
that.
a situation where I'm getting raped.
I gave you a different example, though.
Because I'm intoxicated.
I gave you a different example.
This is my partner who I trusted enough.
I get that, but I gave you a different example that fits into the context of your structure that I feel like invalidates it. And that's if the person doesn't say no because they're unable to, that violates their consent. And that's what you're saying. It has to be stated either pre or during. But in this case, the person's not able to, and that violates consent. And you're saying unless there's a no or someone forced stopping them, then it's fine. And there's no argument there legally. There's no problem there. So again, there's ways around what you're saying, and they all violate our actual definition of consent. And I'm not going by the biblical standard, I'm going by the legal standard that's been parsed out through discussion, trial and error, and actually validating other people's consent, real consent. It's hard to use the word two different ways, I'm sorry.
However, you don't really see a lot of that when it comes down to actual relationships where this applies.
Okay.
And at the point where that does occur within relationships, you do see the consent being revoked.
I don't think the argument of scale is going to win it for you here because, like, when most humans interact, we don't see murder, but murder is still illegal because people do it.
But
so
you're going
the argument of scale just kind of falls
outside of the scope. You're going beyond the scope of the prompt. Okay, I really think you are.
I don't think so. I'm going off of what you said. You might be going outside the scope of the prompt, but I'm going off of what your argument was earlier, and that was unless there's a stated no, and I'm telling you there's ways around that, and unless there's a stated no, unless there's a revocation of that consent, it is implied, and that implied consent would mean if the person is unable to say no, then there's no problem. Unless there's a revocation of that consent, the consent is implied.
That, again, we're talking about within a relationship, okay? And then it's like, yeah, absolutely. If something like that does happen, there is an opportunity to revoke consent, and it would fall
retroactively. So you can. So if your system is that we can retroactively.
Implied consent is not intended within relationships to cover acts of forcible rape, or that's not what it's about.
But you're arguing for that. You're saying that if a no isn't explicitly stated, unless like the person explicitly states no, then it's completely fine. That's the prompt you're defending, and that's the argument you're making.
That's the prompt with.
And if you want to go back to the actual legal definition of consent, which because you're bouncing between the two terms. I was honest that I'm using the two terms differently, but you're bouncing between them. You're using this colloquial definition of consent for the debate, and then you're also bouncing back to the legal standard that I'm using that invalidates your version of consent. If you use the legal standard that I'm using, then your validation of consent.
Do you have any stats and numbers on how often this occurs within?
It's probably rare, but again, you're going back to the argument of scale. Just because murder only happens in 0.1% of human interactions doesn't mean we should make murder legal.
Dude, you're talking about something that's completely.
I'm just addressing your argument of scale.
We're talking about the legal standard, okay, and we're looking at relationships. I would expect you to have, if you're bringing it up, I would expect you to have some kind of an idea.
I mean, if we were doing a longer form debate where I had time to prepare, absolutely. But asking me for a citation in a 5-minute debate isn't really a good tactic, I feel like.
But on the same note, dude, again, the implied consent within a relationship is not meant to cover the kind of acts that you are going about talking.
I agree in the current status, but you're saying that consent is implied unless specifically stated it's being removed. So in your framing,
what we do see within the legal side that you're bringing up as far as relationships go are usually serious, forceful acts where consent has been revoked. Okay. However, there is absolutely, implied consent within a relationship. There's absolutely nothing wrong with a husband or a
1 minute
each other up.
Yes, I agree, but the implied consent that's legal is here. Your argument is here. You're taking two terms that say the same thing and you're shifting definitions of them. What you're arguing is not the legal standard that I'm arguing. You're arguing a different standard that these things should be allowed unless explicitly stated otherwise.
I'm arguing my standard.
Yeah, absolutely. So your standard is if somebody says, "Hey, you can't do these things while I'm sleeping or while I'm drugged up or passed out," that's the only way that it wouldn't be allowed. That's the standard and prompt you're arguing.
And setting those rules within a relationship has nothing to do. Well, it actually can go beyond the scope of.
What about abuse? Like, what if your wife won't consent and you hit her?
Hang on. Because we do set boundaries within relationships, right? We set rules for each other, and we say this is what I will allow and not allow.
Absolutely.
That does not mean that implied consent of you can wake.
But you're saying we have to go through the whole list and make rules for the whole list and ignore the laws and structure and go off of a different system. I agree with you. You're arguing my point, I feel like.
No, you're actually agreeing with mine.
Yeah, but you shifted your definition to mine. That's why you're arguing my point.
No, all I did was
very interesting. Very interesting. This is going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. We'll start with Glenn on this one.
I have something to tell you.
Glenn?
Yeah, that's easy. Beth one. Implied consent is given at marriage, and you know what? Until it's stated otherwise, that ass is yours.
All right, Tiki Tack.
So Beth, I actually think the time was against you on this, because if it was like a 5-minute debate, I think Tyler would have lost this, because it seemed like that he was conceding a lot to the implied consent up until he brought up the examples of, the intoxication, and at what point does that become implied consent and whether it gets revoked. And the thing is that once he was able to hook on to that, Beth, it really just didn't seem like you could work out of that situation. So I'm actually giving this to Tyler.
And Anson.
It was super close. I scored Tyler at 20 points and Beth at 19. It was really on the closing is where Tyler kind of pulled away. And I think it was because Beth was making a point and her screen froze for a second and she couldn't actually make the point that she was going to make. And it probably would have tied it up, and then I'd be in a tough spot. But thanks to technology, Tyler definitely won that one.
That was fun.
That was kind of brutal, actually.
I don't get how, why would a husband be drugging his wife
That was
to
my
begin
point.
with. Like that was so ridiculous of
And
a
I
position.
gave a remedy.
You're arguing practical with ideological.
Hold on. Why did he do it?
You're arguing practical against ideological. Why would it happen is irrelevant.
Yeah,
I also gave the remedy
literally
when
did
it
it to
comes
her.
down
What's
to
her
setting
name?
boundaries, and
So
those
did he
boundaries
use the baby oil? He rubbed it in. Okay, he rubbed it in for you.
He also well, that's not always true. Cassie testified that she actually was given GSB by him several times without even her realizing until after she was feeling the effects. So in that case, I mean,
but in that case, as soon
Not
as
that
you
I get it.
realize that kind of thing is going on, that goes beyond the typical agreements within a relationship, right? That violates the trust, and therefore consent would be revoked, and then it becomes a different story.
At that
Well,
point,
this
depends
is
on the relationship too.
here's how I would approach it in like a debate format is that I would take into consideration, okay, well, extreme intoxication or like roofing or things like that, wouldn't that be considered like poisoning the person at that point?
Yeah.
It's like, and that's the point where you would have to really like harp on, because even if like someone like knowingly just keeps feeding alcohol to a person, especially a bartender, when they know that they are like not well, they could be held up on charges. So even on that, it's like that can mitigate the idea of like implied consent. And that
some women are incapable of losing their virginity, unless they're intoxicated. I've been in those relationships with women like that. Some women, they're emotional creatures. But I think that the whole argument about I guess impairing your partner in order to take advantage of them could also be a part of the implied consent, right? I mean, you could just be with a spouse who's constantly messed up, and or it could be an understanding that, hey, I'm going to do this to you, and it's just part of the thing that I want, right? And you could give the spouse the opportunity to consent to being used like that, and there's nothing wrong with that.
But then
I actually
again,
think you
that would
missed
be. Sorry, Grid.
That's all right. I think you missed a big opportunity there, Beth, because when he brought up the alcohol and you kind of went down that path, you should have pointed out that it's just as likely that a woman will take advantage of her husband by getting him drunk and getting him to spend money, getting him to do things that he ordinarily would not do, or to take advantage of him in when he's drunk or high or whatever, to have another child that maybe he doesn't want. So you could have gone down a lot of different paths using Tyler's own argument against him, saying, well, would a man not at that point have a rape case there? But you didn't, and that's you missed opportunity.
To it being outside of the typical boundaries and rules that we set within a relationship, because that was what the starting point was we're talking
I
about.
think he had a valid point. I don't think that it was that far out of the bounds. I think he had a valid point, but the problem is that for it to be truly valid, he has to be it needs to be, because everybody was taking the implied consent in one direction, but it goes in both directions. So
yeah,
and you didn't bother.
I should have hit on that for sure.
You didn't. I mean, he did. He made a couple of feeble attempts at saying, well, men do this, but you missed a really good opportunity to kind of put that back at him. So I guess Anson gets the fight he wanted, Gibbs versus Tyler, and we'll say goodnight to you, Beth.
Why did I want that fight, Grid?
I don't remember.
I went on default, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed our two hair.
I did. And, what is going on with you two?
Good night, gentlemen. Have fun.
See you,
Did
Beth.
Soy Pill swing by and drop off a load or something?
Yeah, he dropped off a load right in your ass. Oh, baby, let me tell you.
Tyler kind of looks like Pebbles right now.
I'm glad we can get back to political, because those two arguments I have with Beth are completely out of my wheelhouse. I was kind of guessworking it a bit there.
Tyler, I have a question for you.
What's up?
Well, when you say to a degree, is that like code for conceding without saying you've conceded?
Yes.
In a way, it's conceding that some of your point is correct, but I disagree on the finer nuances, and that's when I bedded down into that finer nuance to go after something if she's arguing consent is revoked because of a status that you're in my mind, that invalidates her prompt argument.
I just feel like whenever somebody brings up that phrase of to a degree, it's a more of just kind of like a weasel way of saying like I concede.
There is, yeah, in a sense, it kind of is. I'm conceding, and it builds ethos with the audience and the judges to say this is a weaker point in my argument, so I'm conceding it because you are correct here, but blah 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 over here. So yeah, it is. It's a tactic. I wouldn't say it's weaselly. I'd say it's more honest than a lot of people are online.
We call that bitch assness where I'm from.
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our final debate of the evening. We need a prompt. We need a prompt. And you guys debate all the time. Now, I don't think Gibbs has debated Tyler directly in a while.
When was maybe Primes, maybe?
We disagree on primes a bit, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
but
Primes.
but you guys agree a lot on Prime too, so it's not like
Well,
a real
it's pretty easy when it's like
a bunch of dishonest leftists lying about Israel.
Yeah, insanity, and then it's just like, oh, hey, welfare should pay for people's
I
taxes.
had
like,
forgotten all
crazy
about-
shit.
I got to be honest, I had forgotten because I was like, Prime asked me to come on. I'm like, no, I'm in Alaska, I can't come on. And he didn't ask me this week.
Did you catch anything?
No, Cole. I got the flu on the way back. I didn't get. I didn't go there to fish. I went with my family. So I wanted to fish.
My uncle hunts grizzlies up there. That's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I think in the Chicago airport, somebody gave me a little gift of the flu. So it was awesome. Anyway, what do you guys want to debate? You guys want to go political here?
What do you got, Tyler? What do you want to debate?
We know most of each other's stances here. We disagree on several things. How about social programs, maybe?
Yeah,
or
let's do that. I like that. You're gonna think social programs are good, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
How about what do you guys feel about the topic of Elon versus Trump?
I think we probably agree on this one. Elon about to fuck around and find out.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's like a dump and pump, which, by the way, CuteBot hit me with this the other night. And this bitch, by the way, if you don't watch CuteBot, she acts dumb all the time. She is one of the smartest motherfucking putas I've ever goddamn met. If you talk to her behind the scenes, she said this shit as a joke, and I was like, bro, if this is a dump and pump, this is the smartest dump and pump in history. And then she followed it up with, what if it's a political ploy because he's unpopular, and then we get rid of him? Now, she's super lefty, but I was sitting here listening to this, and I'm like, hey, Trump does have a close relationship with Linda McMahon. A lot of WWE background, Eric Bischoff. I don't know. I could see them doing something like that. I don't think that's what's happening, but it was interesting.
Oh, I have a whole theory about that. Well, not a theory. When I was asked about it, I said, hey, to me, what it really seems like is that Elon is basically trolling the shit out of Trump because he can. And everybody's like, well, he said all those bad things. I'm like, yeah, but you're talking about the guy who literally on live told the president or CEO of Disney to go fuck himself. Right. I mean,
I thought what he did was pretty ballsy. If it's not the pump and dump, like if it's actually beef, he did something very ballsy. And I think that this might pay off for him in the long run, which is he said, Trump is only here 4 years. I'll be here the next 40. And it's like, bro, could you see like a Greg Abbott being like, oh, you already got Starbase Texas. Why don't I get the tech bros on my side? And suddenly you got like Abbott and Twitter in the same corner. Like you have a new MAGA movement right there. Like it's a very different one, right? Like I think that's an interesting tactic he maybe should explore more. I don't know.
Could be. All right. So what are you guys going to debate?
I'm down with social programs being a net benefit and good for society overall.
Yeah, give me the neg again. I'll take the opposite of that one. That's easy peasy.
Let's give him a second.
He can hear
Hey,
us.
Tissy Cat, you're back. And ZD Den wandered in when I wasn't looking. Good to see you, ZD Den.
Gibbs, how interrupting are we getting in this? Are we going full blood sport or are we going to be respectful?
I mean, there's gonna be some
Well, I'll
interrupting.
stop you if you start like talking over each other and screaming. So
No, I mean there will be some interrupting, Tyler. I won't say there won't be. It is a 5-minute debate.
Yeah.
you know what? You know what's interesting is that on a lot of other platforms, when people have debates like this, people are just yelling at each other and talking over each other, and it's just a bunch of nonsense. I barely even have to moderate. It's really weird.
Well, I mean, Tyler, I'm not. If you're asking, I'm not going to be sitting here insulting you or your family or saying I don't respect you. I'm just going to be like, you're dumb. This is why. At the worst.
Yeah. That's fine. And I'll say your second-rate barbecue in Texas is disgusting.
Oh, now you're really getting low.
Yeah.
I might have to swing on you on that one.
Yeah. All right. Well, if we've got a topic, I'm going to put everybody else in the back, and we'll get some stuff going on here.
Yep.
Anson, you got to go. Ticky tack.
My camera just died. I gotta fix it real quick.
Whoops. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, point to Gibbs, guys.
It's okay. You can argue about your camera.
I know. I just
like a Mongol of old, bro. We gotta stop.
Fuck. Okay.
I did a show one time with this guy who was using a camera with a battery, and he had like 5 batteries. So like every hour he'd have to turn his camera off, put a new battery in, and turn it back on. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it's just my motherboard, I think, is getting too hot. I might have to get a new coolant system.
Oh, interesting. Maybe clean it once in a while.
I do. I air dust that bitch. I have $4,000 PC, man. I take good care of that thing.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I'm not up in your world, man. All right. So what is our prompt exactly so the chat understands?
Social programs in the United States are a net benefit.
Okay. Okay. And you are taking the affirmative. Gibbs will obviously be telling you that that's bullshit. Baby back bullshit, I'm sure. And we're going to give you guys a minute each, and we're going to start. Tyler, we're going to start you now. You ready? And go.
All right. So if you read the book, Why Nations Fail, inclusive economic institutions are a must for success. Not only do they bring more people into the buying market, but they also put people in the position to succeed. A lot of what we see with things like the Pell Grant is you take people that normally wouldn't go to college, give them an education, and they end up earning more, starting businesses more often, stay out of crime significantly more often. All of the metrics of failure in society can be mitigated by redistribution. And this idea that the other side, that we should just let everybody keep their money and let the chips fall where they may, is not conducive to a successful society. And I know Gibbs here is going to come at me with a second-rate argument and a second-rate barbecue, but you know what? You can just pretty much ignore what he says. This is already a dub for me because we have mountains of data backing this up.
Wow, 10 seconds left. You ready, Gibbs?
I'm ready.
And go.
Yeah, his mountains of data can be counteracted with one word: California. Listen, we have the highest homelessness rate in California. They have the highest amount of social programs. I don't know if y'all have heard this wise axiom. It's a real stupid one. It's called give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you'll feed him for a life, man. We ain't teaching no man to fish. We're just giving him shit and expecting things to change. We're throwing money at a problem. Basically, the equivalent to that is what I'm about to do right here. Is we're taking $100 bills and we're goddamn burning them. I do this all the time because this is our fucking tax dollars, bro. This is what we're doing with them. We're taking them and we're burning them. We might as well just fucking buy the meth ourselves for these fucking hobos and give them to them, because it'd be better spent. At least they'd be getting enjoyment out of it. And that's another thing. A lot of these times these lefties talk about what they want, and they really say they want enjoyment. It's ridiculous. It's utter bullshit. And I'm sick of paying for it. I think you, the American taxpayer, should be mad. And once again, highest amount of social programs ever, 15-year net homelessness high. If it's working, it sure don't look like it.
Well, the homelessness issue. Sorry.
Gentlemen, that was an amazing opening from both of you guys.
It's the final one. It better be good.
You guys ready? Set. Go.
So I want to start out with your premise here. You took the worst example of people going significantly overboard and said, because of this bad situation, we're going to throw the entire baby out with the bathwater, despite the fact that these programs are not only extremely popular, voted on democratically, but are in favor of by both parties and are massively successful. Not only that, we see Trump's reform, Obama reform, Clinton reform, all to get people mooching off the system, off of it. We don't have to give money to drug addicts.
That sounds well and good. That sounds well and good. I live in a Democrat city. You know what's crazy? All these social programs, and I go right outside, and I go outside and I walk to the La Michoacana about 200 yards away. I'm getting fucking stabbed. Do you know why? Because these social programs ain't doing fucking shit. It's amazing. It's amazing. You know what does work? Hostile architecture. It's another crazy thing. All these social programs, we shipped illegals up to Martha's Vineyard. They started bitching. We shipped them up to Chicago. You know what they started doing? Bitching. They asked if we could build the Great Wall of Texas around us. Thank you for the raid, Deltona. And these motherfuckers started crying. You know why? Because even when y'all get what y'all want, y'all still bitch. It doesn't work. And all you're doing, just like you waste the audience and the judge's time, is burning my tax dollars. It's abysmal. It's pathetic. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Now, if you guys caught that shill,
why do you hate hardworking Americans?
If you caught that shill mid-argument, that's how much respect Gibbs has for you, judges, audience, is that he's shilling in the middle of making his point because he doesn't care at all.
It's called politeness.
At the end of the day, the tax dollars of the normal person, most people in the country, are being spent on other things. We're redistributing from the rich to the poor so that people can buy shoes, so that people can go to work, so they can afford rides on public transportation, so they can get Medicare, Medicaid. So
public transportation. Have you rode a fucking bus recently? Holy Christ! It's like they're shitting on the bus. Is this the America you want? You want someone where you can go on a bus? It's just, you know what, public transportation. Look at New York subway system. We can't get cops down there, but we can get social programs down there, and they're stabbing people. Daniel Penny happened literally because of your social programs. George Floyd happened because of your social program.
You're conflating.
Happened because of your social program. I'm sorry, but you're unequivocally wrong, and you sound like pride. It's crazy. You know what? We should be giving these people beans and rice. Instead, you want these guys to eat steak and lobster. I can't even go get steak and lobster.
What you're saying is
It's
crime.
crazy.
These were Alvin Bragg elected DAs letting out criminals and ignoring crime, and you're somehow blaming them on social programs when it was a clear movement in the legal system. It seems to me like you have no arguments on topic, so you're pivoting.
These are all on topic. Every single one of these things is directly related to social. Listen, this guy couldn't afford the fentanyl that got him killed if he had to actually pay for shit with his real money. It's crazy that you're sitting here arguing. All we have is proof that the social programs are sitting here leading this. We directly have proof of it. Every time we try to do one of these social programs to help these people, all it turns into a tax base and a tax fraud, and we defraud it. That's why Doge exists. We literally have Doge because all these social programs are the fat of society, and it's not helping a single goddamn person.
If happens, it doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater.
We need to fucking stop it.
If somebody misuses guns based on the laws, you're not saying make all guns illegal, are you? Because that's
totally different. Totally different.
You're
Listen,
talking about throwing out.
I'm not defrauding people of millions of dollars every year. Listen, you're taking money from the most productive members of society and giving it to the fucking meth heads and the baby mamas and all the other people that don't do jack shit. And you're going, good, it's going to work. And you know what's happened? We've seen a rate in homelessness that we've never seen before. It is higher than it's ever been. We're at Great Depression level numbers of depression. No, nationally, we're at a 15-year high. No, we are at a 15-year high for homelessness. We haven't seen these numbers since the Great Depression. It's shameful. It's proof it doesn't work. And there's a reason why people are talking about putting hobos in camp.
You're conflating smart on crime policies with economic institutions.
Smart on
crime policies are why homeless people who are committing crimes are allowed to go.
1 minute.
I could go outside right now and buy $8 worth of food stamps per dollar and spend it. You know why? Because it's open corruption. Everybody knows what's happening. They're sitting here having 15 kids, get $1,500 in fucking welfare. It's outrageous. How can you support this with a straight face?
Fraud and abuse exists.
Why do you hate hardworking
Doge is doing is just getting rid of the fraud and abuse, not the programs. Doge works in my favor.
Why should a productive member of society give one goddamn red cent to one lazy piece of shit bum? You know what? I'll say something crazy. I'll take 15 illegal aliens that'll work than one lazy California
That's why we should have your requirements.
and do jack shit. That's unbelievable. Give me more Juan and give me less fucking, I don't know, Shaniqua or who the fuck is
nothing to do with this. You're filibustering off topic.
I'm not filibustering shit. It's all it's all just because you can't follow topic. Don't mean I'm filibustering.
California, and then you talked about crime.
I haven't said anything about crime. You're just making that up. I've literally talked about meth heads taking the money. We've talked about baby.
I know you're talking about
rare
anecdotes.
We're seeing illegal aliens getting the money in California. The medical system's more taxed than it's ever been. Oh yeah, these are all of it. Texas has massive medical problems. Guess what? Medical workers have to pay for illegals. We still have to pay for them if they go to hospital. Everybody in the nation's fucking income is going towards paying for social programs that is not helping one goddamn person. It's unbelievable. It's disgusting. Yeah, and yet social programs are paying for it that you're advocating for.
Laws aren't being enforced. You're talking about legal issues.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
My argument.
Disgusting. You didn't answer any of mine.
Yeah, because we're talking about something relevant.
We still don't have an answer to why he hates hardworking Americans and thinks we should pay for other fucking people. We don't have that answer.
Your barbecue sucks.
Yeah, it's better than anything you got up there. In
North Carolina, baby.
Oh yeah. Everybody knows that.
All right, Glenn, where you at on this?
Yeah, Gibbs won as soon as he said California, okay? Because I live in that fucking state, and I know damn well that shit don't work for nothing. So, yeah, it was Gibbs.
Okay. Ticky tack.
Tyler, I live in Texas as well, and I'm offended that you are.
Right.
Bro, have you ever tried South Carolina barbecue, man? It's fucking dope.
Yeah, it's dog shit, bro.
It's good.
If you have to put sauce on the barbecue, it's ass.
I agree completely.
Win just for that.
So, yeah, Gibbs wins just because of that. No, if you want me to be serious, Tyler, you did have some like good counterpoints, but Gibbs really did control that debate. So that's why I'm siding with
him. He's animated. Anson.
So the opening was definitely Gibbs in terms of the way that I score it. He is really good at ridicule, and the prop of the burning of the money scored him points while his opponent was talking, which I have not seen in one of these debates before. And the fact that he could then tie in the burning money into his future comment that happened when it was his turn to speak next, that was freaking brilliant.
Fucking carrot top over here.
4D chess, baby. 4D chess.
But the reason why Gibbs, the reason why Gibbs didn't win on the close is because he did basically filibuster the entire time, and Tyler basically built up points with the audience, pointing out the fact that Gibbs wasn't actually being a good faith debater in the close. And if Gibbs had stopped talking for just a minute and then given Tyler a few minutes to speak and then continued, he would have not given him that opportunity to make Gibbs look bad. But overall, Gibbs, you won that. I scored you at 42 points, which is amazingly high for one of these debates. And 33 points for Tyler, which is also amazingly high. Y'all are both really high-skilled debaters. So
yeah, we might have done this once or twice.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Topic too.
It was a good debate, Tyler. Sorry I had to filibuster.
No,
I always play to my opponents.
I'm here to get older. I'm gonna have to run into that shit. So
I was like, how do we take Tyler out of his comfort zone?
Yeah.
It's a secret.
Sorry,
Show me
Tyler.
your
I had to beat your ass. That's what he's really saying.
No, really though. Like, I think that's the thing with like these debates in general, and this is what I've been preaching. This is a big reason why I've been doing the DCS thing. Is like I want to bring some guys that are not Twitch poll debaters that I know that are very good debaters overall, and like that talk about like other things. And I want to bring them in because I feel like there's a missing segment in the debate world where there's people that know how to like work a room or work a person as opposed to whatever that are equally as good at debaters as just like issue debaters. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what do you think of the before we throw you into the pit, because Glenn prepaid for a final bout between the winner and Anson.
Oh shit.
Come to Papa.
Well, whoever wins just is whoever sides with Glenn's personal opinion the most. No, that was good. I'm going to run into tactics like that. I'm glad I got to see that filibustering a bit.
Tyler,
and
it's the Pebbles haircut. It's the Pebbles hair. I can't take you serious, Pebbles.
I'm a candle.
He's a candle. He's on fire.
That candle got blown out.
Oh, he's got a wet wick. Oh man, it's funny, Tyler, because I actually I thought that you were doing well, but Gibbs just unloaded, man. Like it was, and you weren't able to stop him. Like you tried, but he was on the train, and he was just going, and that was really interesting.
It was like Beth on steroids.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, I think Gibb knows like certain phrases to mention that people could relate to. Like as soon as he hit California, I was like, yeah, I fucking live this every fucking day. There's nothing that Tyler could say to refute this because of my own experience with it, right? And that right there just automatically makes me biased to what he said because I have that personal connection there.
What I said there, though, was you're right about California and New York, but the other 48 states.
Well, then that means he's right.
No, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater was my argument because a couple people abused it, and we wouldn't do that with anything else.
A couple people, like maybe a couple million?
2 states out of 48, or out of 50. Or 52.
Well, I mean, that's why I followed up with like a non-California example. Pick a state that's very opposite. Like Texas is having this problem. And then, like, you can't just say it's a California problem. When I go outside, I would get stabbed right now if I started walking down the street after fucking like 12 o'clock. Like it's, if every state's having this problem, then it's not just a Cali problem. That's kind of, and then New York subways. Who doesn't know about that shit?
Yeah, I mean, $10 gas is Spaceman or Spaceman says, and yeah, California is a train wreck, dude.
It's a crime policy.
And it's all because of people like this guy. It's all his fault. He's over here pushing for more tax dollars going to social programs.
Tyler just wants to pay for all the single mommies.
Listen,
okay?
I also love single moms. I support them $1 at a time.
Only on Titty Tuesday.
Anson and Gibbs are the perfect matchup. Anson, are you over there watching Rocky? You getting ready? All right. I think Anson's talking to his chat.
I'm sticking around.
I'm terrified, to be honest with you. So let's get this done.
All right. What was the top? Do we have a topic?
Oh yes. To coom or not to coom? That is the question.
Always the coom.
Yeah, always the coom.
You don't want a coom cave? What's wrong with you?
You've just matched the degen on degen.
In fact,
we gotta
women,
who's gonna be the most degenerate.
Women,
come on.
I don't know if you've seen 50 Shades. There's a reason I have a Christian Grey room. It's because they like the coom just as much as men do. You're welcome.
This is true. They normally like the coom with like ball gags in their mouth though.
Amen.
All right. Let me there's got to be a better Anson, what subject do you want to debate?
I mean, I'm partial to politics and economics because that's my wheelhouse. So
yeah.
Whatever.
Okay, can we do that new big, beautiful whatever plan thing that's going on?
How about Team Musk versus Team Trump?
Yeah, Team Musk versus Trump. There we go.
Who do you want?
Oh, I'm Team Musk.
All right, fine. I'll take Team Trump. That's easy. I can do either one.
All right. Well, we'll get everybody else out of here. I gotta scroll. There we go. And Anson Knowles in the bonus round for all of you ladies and gentlemen out there watching versus Gibbs, tonight's winner. Awesome, by the way. Gibbs, but before we get into this, what did you think of the show? What do you think of the format? How do you like it?
I like a lot. The 5-minute ones are good. I also think you've monetized it very well. I've taken some notes. I've been trying to get my YouTube monetized so I can start dual streaming. Big fan. I like it a lot. I think that you have the same
I need
problem.
a third judge.
Yeah. I think you have the same problem that I have.
Tyler will be the third judge.
Yeah, Tyler will be the third judge. I think you have the same problem I have where people are going to say like judging bias, but I don't know that there's a way around that. Like for like, people are always going to say that shit unless you like start
Yeah,
stat tracking.
Glenn, I don't think is as
Not that I'm
biased
mad
as
at
he
any
kind of
judges.
sounds. Yeah, but
As
I was
conservatives, that's
accused
what
of
they're
that
going to
before.
say. That's what they're going to say. Like
Yeah, they're always going to say it.
I
Yeah.
had somebody do that, and then we had literally had the guy do the stat breakdown, and he goes, "Oh, it's actually not the judges. It's actually not the chat." Like because he thought my chat would be biased, but like my chat's like 60-40, right? Like it's not that
Yeah.
anymore. And like he was like, "Oh, it's the judging, and it's only like one. It's like 2 judge votes, I think, that were maybe whatever." And I'm like, "Well, in that case, after 20 fucking debates, I don't think that's really fucking indicative of anything. It just looks like the people need to have more debates to like see if this trend. But like they're gonna just make accusations because
Yeah. I think that the thing about the judging is people complain, but right now I think pretty much everybody feels like my judges are really pretty fair.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I think it's good. I think you got a good format. The 5-minute thing and monetization is fantastic.
Yeah, and they all judge in different metrics, so you're not going to get you're not going to see the same thing across the board. So I think that's really great. So I know you were just busting his balls, Tyler. It's not, and he does too. We're not taking it seriously, but we have we have had 1 or 2 people say, the judging is.
Oh, I wasn't talking about
brutal.
Tyler. I wasn't talking about Tyler. He knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, but at any rate, let's get into this. We're going to go Team Trump versus Team Musk. What would be the positive position?
Okay, I can do the one you picked, but if to start, which side you wanted. So you want to be AF?
Team Trump, I think, would be the affirmative, right?
Sure, I can do that. Then either way, whatever y'all want to do. It's your show.
All right.
Okay.
Let me
pull my thing real quick.
All right. So you're going first, Gibbs?
Yes, sir. It looks like that.
All right. We'll start with a minute and go.
All right. Yeah. So it's pretty clear which side you want to take here. Trump is a populist. He's speaking for the populist movement. We've seen people move from Bernie Sanders to Trump right off the bat because of populism. And Trump is representing something that used to be a 90s Democrat. Now he's a moderate Republican, and he's surrounded himself with other 90s Democrats, established Republicans, yada, yada. We've seen very much backlash from even establishment. We saw with the H-1B visas. We've seen Elon act erratically. I don't think there's any case for us wanting to pick Elon. Elon may be able to buy his way into politics, but this is a problem. This is exactly what we've been bitching about for a while with the Uniparty. If you're a MAGA supporter or even as a conservative, we don't want the Uniparty. We don't want money in politics. Elon being able to buy social media is no better than Zuckerberg working for Biden. And I think this is a problem. We should be supporting our grassroots movements that got Trump in office. We should support other Republicans that are trying to get what's done with people while we have South African immigrants trying to tell you what's best for you just because they're rich. Unacceptable.
And time. Gibbs on a roll. All right. Ready, Anson?
Yeah. So Gibbs pointed out that Trump's a populist, which is kind of irrelevant because populism is just, an appeal to majority fallacy. So hitching your wagon to a fallacious man with fallacious reasoning is kind of ridiculous. Pointing out that there was a backlash against the kind of changes that Trump himself promoted, but now is backpedaling on and is showing inconsistency on is another reason why we shouldn't support Trump, even though that was one of Gibbs' positions. Pointing out that there's a uniparty that Musk was supposed to be fighting with Trump, but now has basically won. And basically Gibbs' argument is conceding that Trumpism is a false narrative. And so we have to take half a loaf instead of the whole loaf. I don't know. I don't understand why he's making arguments against Trump in his argument. And yeah, Elon is like Zuckerberg. I mean, everybody understands that X is a free speech platform, right? They're two totally different people. I don't understand how they could possibly be equivalent. And why is South African is that what is genetic fallacy?
Time. All right, let me dial in the 5 minutes here. There we go, and you guys can just go.
Yeah, we can talk about fallacies all you want. You can say, oh, populism is whatever fallacy. Fuck all that. Listen, what we're seeing right now is the first time in a long time where we're seeing a not a fucking left-right shift. We're seeing a north-south shift where people are arguing against classes. Trump may be a billionaire, but he's the first one in history. You ask Dave Chappelle, comes out and says, hey, everything you think is happening in the House is happening, and he tells it like it is. That's why people like Trump. Trump has started a trend of honesty in politics. Even if there's corruption, even if there's something, at least we see what we're dealing with, and we can vote accordingly. Musk represents all the evil that's in politics. Money. We're sitting here buying shady deals. We're just doing things for benefits. Musk threw a tantrum the minute Trump told him he was canceling the EV mandate, just like he said he was going to. And I can't believe that you're going to try to argue that any of this is wishy-washy or anything. And you just kind of attacked all my points, but you didn't really offer up any alternatives. I know you're the negative of this debate, but your alternative is what? A billionaire that's going to buy his way into politics? Sounds terrible. We might as well just turn it over to Soros then. How long have you been a Soros fan? Do you like Nazis in power? Because that's what's happening right here. I don't understand how you can sit here and argue billionaires are great. And then you want to argue for South Africa. Well, he's an immigrant. Are you cool with, the president of Mexico immigrating here and saying, hey, this is what's going to happen? How about the Muslims? How about we get the Iranian Ayatollah? He moves over here, decides I'm going to be a refugee, gets American citizenship, and starts implementing Iranian Sharia law here. That's cool. I guess you like that the immigrants are going to replace our culture, and Elon Musk is just one of these immigrants. And then not only that, the idea that this immigrant is now in sole control of our space program, it's outrageous. And I'm going to keep talking if you don't see it in here and say something. God damn, because I'm just going to win by default. Come on, my son.
So your argument is a whole bunch of not responding to what I said and then calling me a Nazi. It sounds exactly like what a leftist would do, right? I mean, you make it to Nazi in your argument because you don't really have any substance to stand on for Trump because Elon is the one that's actually making the substantive principled stand about fiscal responsibility, right? And Trump values loyalty. Trump values loyalty more than he values anything else, and it's one of his greatest character flaws, right?
I'm going to turn right back. Just to clarify, Musk put out that tweet saying he's on the Epstein list right after he said we're going to need to get this Epstein list revealed because we want to stop the bad guys. That doesn't seem like he's being accountable for anything. How do you say he's a man of substance when he's just willing to do whatever benefits him the most?
Because the reasons why he stated that he was disagreeing with Trump is specifically because of the lack of fiscal responsibility and his big beautiful bill, which was actually a big
all the
bill, right? It was same old. Trump's supposed to be wrecking the establishment, but he's just wagging the team establishment. And now basically when I point out that populism is a fallacious system and you don't really say anything about it other than calling me a Nazi in the eventual conclusion of your argument.
You're the one saying
you don't really have any substance.
You're the one saying that you're okay with money and politics.
Is not a man of substance. He's a man of
hold on. Just because you say it's for foul, whatever the fuck word you want to choose, doesn't matter. I'll tell you why. Because what you're arguing is basically the same as we just started giving Soros a platform and gave him all the money and let him get involved, which he's been involved for years. And Soros is a Nazi. He worked with the Nazis. We know that's fucking the thing. That's why I made that jump. It wasn't some leftist thing. I know you can try to flip that on its head, but I'm talking historical fact. We know Soros worked with the Nazis in his country. That's part of the reason he moved over here, immigrated, and he's a billionaire. Are you sitting here saying honestly, that we haven't had all these problems with money and politics, and now you're advocating for more of the same? What's worse is you have a guy that's working on AI. What's going to happen when this guy turns the AI loose on the U.S. government? Are you ready for Skynet, bro? Like, this is crazy. What you're arguing is just evil. Like,
you've gone from talking about Trump to talking about Skynet from Terminator 2 and George Soros, which is totally unrelated because you don't have any actual substance to back up anything.
1 minute.
So you're talking about this other stuff because you don't have anything actually.
These are all related. I'm sorry.
Everybody knows that Trump is full of it on this. He's sold himself out. He's not draining the swamp. He's become the swamp by
become the swamp. He's become the swamp
for this
by kicking out. Hold on.
You
don't become the swamp, but you don't become the swamp by kicking out a billionaire and then seeing the billionaire throw a tantrum. That's not sitting here protecting the swamp. He kicked the billionaire out, said we're going to cancel the contracts, and which was a campaign promise that we're going to get rid of the EV mandate. I guess you just hate politicians keeping their campaign policy promises.
Yeah,
and you're
can
sitting
straw
here
man my positions
and you're
compare me to Nazis and say that I hate these guys and I like South Africans, but you're only saying that because you don't have any substance in your argument.
You don't want the billionaire. You want the billionaire spending the money.
You lack merit entirely in everything you're saying. That's why you're bringing up Soros and Skynet and
these are all A to B to C
Zuckerberg because you don't want to talk about Trump. You want to talk about anything but Trump in your argument.
I mean, everything I've said is factually true and backed up. And you can look at my research. The point is,
I'd like to see
we want to give more money
to
Skynet people. That's what you want. You want more corruption given to billionaires. That's what.
Yeah, I never said any of that.
Those were word for word what he's advocating for.
Okay.
Verbatim. Where did Tyler go? Where did my third judge go?
Well,
where'd he go? Yeah. All right. Okay. Tyler, if you're listening.
Hold on. Tyler, you're in the Discord. Tyler. They need you.
Yeah. I actually agree with Cleaner 409 on this one. 100%. Chat poll for third judge. I don't normally do a chat poll, but it'd be hilarious to see.
That was a good one by the way. I enjoyed
that was really interesting. It started off really interesting. All right, I'm gonna ticky tack. What's your verdict?
You both lost.
Amen.
Glenn.
Yeah, you both lost. That's it.
Yeah, Glenn. How did you see it?
I thought that I thought Anson was going to get rolled for a while because he just let Gibbs just go, and then when Anson started rebuttaling, I was like, okay, now he's making some points, he's getting some shots in there, and Gibbs really wasn't addressing it. He was talking about South African immigration. He was talking about the Nazis. It was talking about everything else. And
He wasn't talking about the Nazis. He called Anson.
That's what we did. We're going to age-old rhetorical tactics here, man. They work.
It was great. It was great.
Cleaner 409 should be my third judge.
Make Cleaner your third judge.
To be clear, I don't actually think he's a Nazi.
I know.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I considered fascism for a little while. It didn't really work because I couldn't understand the whole disliking those people with the small hats. It never made any sense.
They make a lot of fucking money, bro. And have you met their women? They're hot.
They're really hot. Really hot.
That's 2 W's right there, bro.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
The only crime they're trying to do is white collar crime. Yeah.
And you have no problem with white collar crime.
Listen, I didn't say that, IRS or SEC. All right. What, going to the feds, bro? Come on.
I don't know if Cleaner may have dipped out. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Ticky Tack. Both of you guys kind of lost. Cleaner says that he saw more command of the rhetoric from Gibbs.
He did. Gibbs did own the whole debate. He kept the pace. He kept Anson just sitting there waiting to respond. If it wasn't until Gibbs needed to take a breath.
No, I would have kept going. I honestly could have gone for 5 minutes straight. I just
you literally asked him, "Are you just gonna sit there?"
I was like, bro, I feel bad. I will speak for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was letting him get to the ridiculous points, and then I was going to point out his ridiculousness, which is what I wanted to do, and that's what I did. And that's actually the point that you attached to when you talked about it, Glenn, is how ridiculous it got because there was no substance, and that was all I really had, other than pointing out the stuff that I did. But
for a final debate of the evening, that settled it out pretty good. I like it.
I thought they were gonna, when it was Trump versus Musk, I thought it was who gets more pussy or who's gonna have more baby mamas. I thought that was gonna be the debate. And it just didn't go that route at all.
Well, Elon gets more of age pussy, allegedly.
That is true. That is true.
No, Elon just gives better turkey baster.
I mean, have you seen or ever heard? That's the definition. I want to stick it crazy. Just saying.
Yeah, that's just a lot of crazy right there.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Yeah. If they don't want to run you over with a car 52 times,
no. If they ain't trying to stab you, okay.
That's what I'm saying. I've been stabbed. It's not that bad.
It's not. It's a little flesh wound. Super glue, you'll make it.
Yeah.
Especially
it's been a great night, guys. I really appreciate everybody coming out and hanging out and doing the show. Especially you, Gibbs. I'm glad that you came on, man. This was good to have you on, man.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think
enjoyable.
I've ever had you really on my channel before, but maybe just for a couple.
No, I
of
did.
minutes.
We did the day shift show that one time.
Oh yeah.
Also, I wanted to say, Glenn, I have a bunch more helmets, but I saw your collection. This one's bulletproof and got plate well.
Oh, nice.
Plates and shit over here with the fucking armor glass or whatever. It's pretty cool. It's
Yeah.
heavy as fuck.
Yeah, some of this stuff is really fucking heavy.
Yeah, I like the Maximus one over here. You know, Decimus Maximus. I saw
Yeah.
that one right off the jump.
The Gladiator one, yeah, that was bad.
Gibbs, it was a lot of fun to debate you, man. I've watched you debate. I don't know how many times. And I was kind of a pleasure from my end.
Oh, good. I'm glad you had fun. I had a lot of fun. These are fun. This is a fun little thing with you. I like this format a lot, honestly. It's really good for the thing. It's short and you know, you monetized it really fantastically. Big fan of that. But like, it lets people like get their personalities. You get like the not serious debate topics. You have the real ones, and you get like a plethora of personalities. Like, I enjoyed it quite a bit. And it was
Yeah,
very
we've
fun
had
debating with you.
we've only done I think 5 of these so far, and we've had a few people who are here every single time, but honestly, it's been a revolving door. I mean, we get new, and I really like it when we get new people on.
I wish Robin stayed. I want to go against
yeah.
Robin.
You know what? Like a lot of people don't realize.
I think Anson's scared.
The guys
Rob.
that the guys that seem to be in our spaces grid is that we know what they complain to struggle with. Talking to women, they don't realize doing something like this actually helps them work with their public speaking and their changing topics and just being quick. And able to dive into another discussion. Like it's really good for the people skills and their social skills.
Yeah, I agree. Being able to lie is a key for it thing. You just be able to lie with a straight face, and you're gonna be good at talking to women, boys. So that's the secret. I can tell you how to hook up with women. I can't tell you how to keep one. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, we've had more leftists come through, which is interesting because and I poach them from anywhere, right? Like and Tyler's a big help there. He's really tied into that lefty community and he gets the lefties to come out pretty good. And I've been really really happy with the way this is going. And this is the first show back from since I was in Alaska. So and it not quite the attendance that we have had, but it was really good. It's really good. So.
I enjoyed it.
But yeah. So Gibbs, what are we doing on Thursday again?
Thursday is going to be a good one. Thursday we're going to be talking about Trump and Musk, and then we're going to be talking about as conservatives. We're going to grade the Trump presidency because, we got some libertarians. You and I kind of you're a little more socially right than I am. Well, I guess I'm right, but individual liberty right. But anyway, we don't got to go there. But we're not the same as libertarians quite. And then we got some center righty, like Rob and Pentemple who are like MAGA guys. We're going to be talking. We're going to grade that shit. It's going to be good. I think we're going to get into some interesting topics. I have some issues with Trump, and I have some good things I like about Trump lately. Like this gun law, not a fan. I'm sure you didn't like the gun stuff he's pushing. Have you liked any of that?
Well, I'm waiting. I'm curious what's going on with the well, Trump didn't have anything to do with the HPA and the Short Act.
He was pushing the red flag thing pretty hard.
This time?
Yeah, this time.
I hadn't heard anything about that. I've been solely focused on the Short Act and the HPA. And the HPA is currently in its correct form in the Senate, ready for hopefully to get approved without getting jacked with. And then if Clovertack was here, he and I could have a long conversation about it. And then the Short Act, which is the Rifle Act, right? Like it's basically it would, I think, remove all short barrel rifles, shotguns, whatever from the NFA. It would basically, between the two, they gut the NFA to only being full auto weapons, and that's it.
Yeah, which is unacceptable.
And so both of those are currently in the Senate now. They cleared the House barely, but the Short Act still hasn't been reattached, which it should. So that's honestly the only part of the big beautiful bill that I'm like really overly concerned about right now. The rest of that, they'll cut it, they'll move it, they'll push it around. But those two things we have. It's really rare that we get the opportunity to do something like this, and this would be a massive improvement to get rid of the basically get rid of the NFA. Smoking Spaceman right now, it looks like the HPA will go through in its original form through the Senate. The question now is the Short Act. So we'll see. Find out. So, but yeah,
that's Thursday. It's gonna be good. I think it'll be fun. I like. I'm always surprised. People think like Republicans are just way more united. I think we are. And we were talking about this on my panel earlier. Is like you get a bunch of Republicans in the room. Or like conservatives. We could come to a consensus on like, all right, here's the priorities, and then live with some areas that we're not happy about, right? And then push a policy. The Dems don't seem to be able to do that. They're very much like we're going to eat.
You know what? But we can do that, but we won't vote that way.
You say that? You think so?
Yeah, and this is what I notice about Dems. Dems will vote party line every fucking time.
Okay, that's true.
Hey, I'm gonna make my exit.
So. All right. Hey, Tiki Tack, thanks for hanging out, man. I know you got a lot of stuff to do. Hopefully, see you tomorrow night. We're just gonna do a chill stream tomorrow. So hopefully you can come on and just hang out and not have to judge and all that. I know I don't want it to be too much work for. Hopefully, this is entertaining for the judges as well.
It is for sure. But I got to make phone calls. So
yeah, go do that.
Call later.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
All right, bro. Talk to you later.
So yeah, I'll make my exit too, Grid. But I wanted to say Sunday night I've got a debate between Due Diligence and Emmett about some God nonsense, and Monday night I've got Steelman on there. We're reviewing an arrest video. He's got one of those. He's got a viral video out there with like 1 million+ views of him being arrested and refusing to give his identification to a police officer. So I'll be reviewing that with Steelman on Monday night on my stream.
What's yours?
Chairman of the board
on YouTube.
Yeah, BORED.
There's like 10 of them on there. You got to find them.
Yeah, at the board chairman.
Okay.
But yeah, it was a pleasure, Grid. Thanks for having me up, man.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. No, it's pleasure's all on my side. Like this is it's awesome to have you guys come hang out with me. So yeah, absolutely. But have a good night, Anson. Get some sleep.
Good.
It's nice to finish this. It's nice to finish this type of debate panel up early. Like,
yeah. Also, send me his link, by the way, if you don't mind, when you can.
Yeah, I'll do that. But a lot of the other shows like this go to like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and I can't. I can't do that. Glenn can, but I can't do that.
Yeah.
So
I like to get drunk around that time. It's slowing down my drinking.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? That just seems like a normal thing.
It's Friday, bro. What are you talking about? We deal with all these women all week and all this bullshit at work. You know what it's time? It's time for alcohol. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm getting ready to move, Grid. So
I know you are.
Slowly packing.
Oh, I bet. Are you this thing, and I don't know if you want to talk about it.
I'm also going to get out of here, though. Thank you so much for having me. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
See ya, Gibbs.
Yeah,
Well, hey man, thanks for coming on. Really.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing you Thursday. Yeah, it was good. It was a good time coming on. I've been trying to get on here, but it's been busy. But thank you so much. Nice meeting you, Glenn, as well. Keep the
Pleasure's
mask on,
mine.
so strong. All right, y'all be good.
All right. I don't know, Glenn. That thing in Florida.
Oh yeah.
Is that like a 2? Is that like a 2 or 3 day?
It's a weekend thing.
It's a weekend thing.
Yeah. Like I just booked my tickets.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out whether I needed to be there, like, because I was going to fly in Friday night and fly.
That's
out
what I'm doing.
Saturday.
Well, see, I'm flying in Friday night and then flying out Sunday morning because the main event is on Saturday. So
yeah, Saturday was the only day I thought that you needed me. So
yeah, that's the only day that we need to be there. So
all right. Yeah, because I got a bunch of stuff. I always have a bunch of stuff going on, so I'm just trying to maximize my effective time.
Yeah, see, like I'm like leaving. I'm leaving like at 12 in the morning on Friday,
wow.
or just before 12 in the morning Saturday. Right, and
like
I get
11.
there. I get there like at like 9 or something like that. There's like a layover in Dallas, and then like I get there like at 11 or something like that Eastern time. So
yeah, I need to book my tickets. So I was trying to figure that out. So I'm going to fly in Friday evening. I'll probably leave here. I'll probably fly out around 4:30.
I'll send you the airport that I'm flying into. Because I got it from them. Like, where do I need to fly into? Like, I don't go to Florida that often.
Yeah.
So I'll send you that, and then yeah, it'll be good. It's gonna be good. That'll be fun. I'm trying to get AJ to come with, because AJ lives in Dallas. So I'm trying to get AJ to take a flight with me from Dallas to Florida. And I think he said he's gonna do it too. So it's gonna be fun.
So is this just like an interview session?
No. So it's more like, we're speaking to their community. Like they have a private community, right? And basically we're speaking to the community because we cross like multiple beliefs, like we have multiple interests that cross paths. Everything from a patriarchal structure to more of a biblical worldview, to more of a healthy, fit, that's part of being masculine. Like, so it's just like there's a lot of crossover that we have. We don't agree with everything, but I want to build bridges with the crossovers that we do have, rather than worry about what we don't agree on.
Right. Okay.
So
what? All right, that's cool. I'll get with you and kind of look over or kind of get an idea about what material and that kind of stuff I need to do. But yeah, it's going to be.
Oh, so when do you want to do the interview for Prosperity?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to set that up.
All right. Just either hit me up or hit Michelle up. Michelle just put it on my calendar.
Yeah, I think she asked me something about it, but I wasn't really, honestly, I was like really busy, man. So.
Oh, Smoking Spaceman, you got Thor's book? You enjoying it? It's a good one, isn't it? Wait till you get to chapter 4. Chapter 4 is when he actually breaks down all the different principles. It's really good.
Yeah. What do you I'm trying to think. I mean, I think it'll be good. I think Florida is going to be good.
I just like branching out of like the communities that we're already like in, and like networking with other communities from different platforms, because it just kind of like it just expands your reach. And from what I understand, Grant Cardone might be down there at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And my buddy Red, I think you met Red before. Hop on one of the panel before.
Yeah, I've been on panel with him.
Red's gonna be down there, and him and Grant Cardone are friends. So I'm trying to get him to open up something there. See if we can get like some FaceTime with him. It'll be fun.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. It would be. I mean, it would be really cool to do on a lot. I mean, just there's a lot of reasons.
And I'm gonna be streaming all of it. Like, so I'm gonna be live streaming all of it with my GoPro. So it's gonna be pretty cool because I'm just gonna plug in the wireless mics and then just use the GoPro as the live cam. And get some interviews in and just
Yeah, do I need to bring equipment or what's gonna be happening?
No, they'll have a stage and a microphone, and it'll be filmed. I'll probably film it when you're speaking, and then yeah. The only thing is I'm concerned about my head if it's gonna be recovered by then. I got to get a tattoo Sunday on my head. I got to get my head tattoo Sunday, and it's gonna hurt like a bitch. It's gonna hurt real bad.
I would think so. I don't know anything about tattoos, but
it's gonna hurt real bad. It's gonna. I'm not looking forward to it.
I got a stupid question, man. Have you seen Josie? Have you seen Josie lately?
Like seen her in person or like?
No, just is she? I've not seen her stream at all.
Yeah,
I haven't.
So she's doing a lot of Twitter stuff because she's like working with Myron right now. So she's like in Myron's camp. She hit me up just not too long ago. She asked me if I could get him on Jubilee, if I have if I could get any contacts over there to try to do like what they did with Jordan Peterson. Like it was like 20 versus 1, right? So 20 liberals versus Jordan Peterson. Myron wants to do something similar, and like I reached out to my contacts and relayed the message to them. But yeah, I mean, I've heard from her, but I haven't seen her.
Yeah, I haven't seen her either. That's
but
interesting.
She seems to be doing good. Like when she hits me up, she checks on me every once in a while.
Yeah,
she's good people's.
Yeah, I hope she's doing okay. So
yeah, she seems to be doing good. I think she's getting like paid to mod for Myron, so it's like she's making some passive income there.
Oh, good. That's good.
Yeah, Smoking Spaceman head tattoo. And thank God I got a good head of hair so it could cover up by growing it out. But hey, when you make a promise, you gotta follow through.
Yeah.
You gotta be a man of your word. And it's gonna hurt like a bitch.
Yeah. That's something else. I'm going to I think I'm gonna shut the stream down and send you guys over to Rob Noor. It's been a great night. Really enjoyed the show tonight. It was a great first show back. A couple of speed bumps, which it's not to be unexpected. And we'll be back next week, Friday night. Make it happen.
All right, great. I'm a jet.
Yep, we'll see you, man. You guys have a great night. Everyone, stand by. You'll end up over at Rob Noor's. Have a great rest.